Welcome everybody to The Night Shift, presented by me, because we no longer have Intel as a sponsor for now, but that's okay, because we're still coming at you with the Deadlock, the hot Deadlock action, and it's getting as spicy as ever. We don't have our funny costumes on today though, guys. How are you feeling?
I'm sad. You know, I didn't get to rock my Halloween costume. No, I needed the day off. Honestly, I'll take it. Presented by you, the viewer, I think, this week. Honestly, you know, it's the good people of the Cursed Apple here in the stream, here in the Deadlock community, keeping this show running, allowing us to continue delivering these wonderful esports days.
What was your outfit though? Actually, what did you dress up?
I was gonna be Pocket. I have a Pocket costume hidden away in the closet. I'll save it for next year. I'll be back. I'll be back. It's a promise.
Are there any pictures? I feel like we got robbed a bit.
I'll have to put it together, take a picture for the people. Maybe make that a sub goal.
What about you, ZP? I heard that you may be in a lot of pain today. Is it kind of like a Schrodinger's situation? You maybe are or are not in pain at the same time?
It's okay right now. Yesterday was a bad luck day. Everything that could have went wrong did go wrong, and a molar got cracked. But I'm getting into the dentist tomorrow, and for now it's fine. Also, costume-wise, look, I'm just saying the hordes can come out at any time. Blue paint though, that was a bit of a pain, but a bit of scrubbing, and a week later, I think we got most of it off. So we're good.
I mean, Pucky's not here, but I have to say it. So ZP is ready to get horny at any given moment. So just remember that, guys.
I'm just imagining ZP being like a little bit blue going to Starbucks or something. People are like, sir,
it was Halloween. I did have cover. It was Halloween.
That is fair. That is fair.
From what I saw on Reddit, though, ZP wiping it off wasn't the only way you got the blue paint off.
Jason, go away. You're not hot until NA. Get out of here.
Nice. Well, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the schedule, see what action we got coming up today on the night shift. Obviously, kicking things off with Europe, as always. Got Fearless Furies against Gooballs for our Challengers game, and the winners will be against Abrahams. And then we have for NA the Unks versus Bunny with Clock. Okay, we'll get into the rosters on that one later. Versus Melee Creeps in the finals match. But to kick things off here, today's guy Fearless Furies and Gooballs is an interesting one. Fearless Furies are kind of a newer roster, I suppose, that we're starting to see come into Deadlock night shift, and I think it's got a lot to do with their performance that they showed us in the Trolley Open.
Yeah, and I mean, part of it is that was a really cool thing about running an open bracket that had, so many different teams across both regions, that it gave us a, sort of a scene refresh of going, okay, what teams have maybe we overlooked in terms of invites that the players themselves have overlooked, but also in EU, what we got told by a lot of players that, hey, a lot of these teams, don't even necessarily exist until you have a big tournament, but if you get some good results, they stick around for a while, and Fearless Furies is one of those teams where also some teams die as a result. Like Lodo's full died. They were a mainstay here in the program, and they're gone, but some of their members now exist on Fearless Furies, so you got a process of reconsolidation going on.
With death comes new life. Sometimes old teams need to die for a new team to be reborn and maybe yet stronger than before. So I'm always excited to see these new contenders coming onto the scene. It's awesome to see Trolley inject that incredible opportunity to have a higher level competition in Deadlock into the fans. Really responded, and I'm super stoked the event went off so well. That being said, got to get back to the weekly event, man. Got to clock in, baby, and that is why we're here on the night shift.
Absolutely, and it's a great opportunity to mention our Patreon. If you guys want to support the show, especially now that we are presented by us, I don't know, we've got to decide. I want to make it about me, guys. Can it be presented by me?
No, it's about our board member, Tetsio, the board member, clocking in, Apex executive. We've got a healthy contingent of managers. And you know what? We appreciate the residents too. Every little bit counts. I know different people in different places in life, so it just means a lot that people are coming together to directly support us, to ensure that we can keep coming back week after week after week and delivering Deadlock esports. Man, we're here for the long haul. We're trying to make this thing work all the way to launch and far beyond it. So.
Look, we said this previously in older broadcasts, but definitely being it when it comes to night shift is let's bring this to 100, right? Let's the goal right now is to run pretty much every week. Maybe not, by the way, the last 2 weeks of December, because December it's Christmas Eve and the New Year's Eve, and that's a little bit rough for everyone involved. We haven't decided yet, but just future comings. But for the most part, go on run every week, no matter what, is where we're at.
Yeah, Wednesday is the 24th. Yeah, right. Okay, that's a little bit of a conflict perhaps with most people's plans. But I don't know. We'll see. Maybe people want Deadlock on New Year's Eve. We'll see. But with that said, obviously, we appreciate you guys, and we've got a lot of great action coming up today. So let's talk about our pick priority to kind of frame the trends that we've been seeing in night shift, because every week we get new trends in the meta, what people are picking, banning, and the order and the priority, the value. Where is the value at, guys?
I mean, people are still prioing some of these high damage frontliners like Shiv and Yamato, getting a lot of respect in the ban phase. Kelvin the mainstay. But I think Holiday really has been one of the biggest winners. For a while, I think people struggled to find really the place for Holiday. And then I think it's really this Lightbringer gun Holiday build kind of burst onto the scene as like, hey, there's a new way to play her. And, you know, she really can be top notch, getting picked early in a ton of games here, as you can see in 8 of those games. So really, really high performance. And then Infernus back in place as a mainstay carry.
So we were breaking down the numbers, or rather Lightbringer was giving me a breakdown on part of why that is. And it comes down to Holiday's late game scaling, where effectively the user point comparison, right? I think at max boons, Warden gets something like 89% more base bullet damage that like everything gets modded on. Holiday's is like 189% and gets a benefit from crack shot by comparison. So Holiday goes from like, okay, the gun damage isn't too bad to deal with in the early game, to once you get around like boon level 25, 26, you know, up in that era, you're just 2 or 3 shotting people sometimes with crack shot, especially if you're running lucky shot and you actually proc. It is ridiculous, and you still get all the pick potential and disruption of barrels. So, and yeah, I mean,
in complete contrast to that top tier pick, we've got Jason Kaplan as Lash, completely fat kitted, 0 picks on the Lash, absolutely smoked. ZP as Abrams, 3 picks, you know, respectable. But that Viscous, what a firm jawline. So round and amazing. 6 picks. All right, I see you, Viscous.
Has only the finest of holes as well. But look at Mitch. Covering. Oh, we're going in.
Going to get deeper.
Going deeper. Yeah.
You had a real trouble getting the straw into your mouth in this costume. I just want people to understand that like finding the actual mouth hole here was a real challenge. But also going to Mitch as Warden, there were 0 wins for Warden. Warden did not look good when Warden got played. Like Warden got played and got banned once, but the overall narrative for Warden just not positive when played.
True.
Yeah, definitely a tough character to make work. I mean, I think it's been kind of buffed and nerfed, and it's in a bit of an odd spot right now. I'm seeing a lot of people in my ranked games playing like the Gun Warden build, but it feels like in some of these pro matches, it just doesn't quite get off the ground and have the same consistency as, you know, your Infernuses, your Mirage, your Ivies, and now maybe even Holiday competing for that gun carry slot. So big shakeups in the meta. I expect only more of the same. It feels like this is a moment for innovation in Deadlock, for things to potentially shift pretty significantly when it comes to balance.
Yeah, and we're going to be diving into the first roster for our matchup here, Fearless Furies against the Gooballs, and there's definitely a lot to say. So ZP, you know, tell me about these guys, the Fearless Furies. We've seen a lot of really cool and interesting things from them. It feels like, you know, every week there's an opportunity for them to surprise us.
Yeah, particularly in this case where they made some roster changes, where Fargareco gone, Arzo in, Coffin coming in too. So you get some of the old Lodos throwbacks here as Fearless Furies looking to re-solidify themselves. But, you know, big upsides here. Surgery with Signature Hero on the Doorman actually makes a lot of sense, because I think Surgery gave us one of the best performances we've seen on Doorman in recent times. Apocycle looked ridiculous on Victor the few times we've seen that. So, I mean, they have some actually pretty standout players in terms of performances that we've seen. Is it enough to take down Gooballs? Maybe not, but I mean, this team is a threat, and there's a reason why they went undefeated in the qualifiers back when we did Trolley EU. So, I mean, this team, exciting to watch them as they've kind of grown over time.
It's great to see a new team bursting onto the scene here in that top 3 arena, really, in Europe, coming out of the open qualifier. So definitely an exciting development here for Deadlock Esports to see some of these up-and-coming players. And as you said, ZP, that it could be a real threat in this match. I think they are probably the underdog. I mean, you got to expect maybe Gooballs to be the favorites, but it's not going to be an easy one. I mean, I think that's one thing that's been shown by that Trolley tournament, is that really anyone can make these upsets happen, and maybe some unexpected victors could even come out today.
There we go. Next roster, the Gooballs. Some of you would recognize them as Mel Team if you were watching the Trolley Open, the EU. They won the EU final, and then we have them now becoming the Gooballs, and their roster: Empty Dreams, ABL, OCs, Overseas, Pom, and Demov is quite threatening. CP.
Yeah, and of course the big movement here, which has caused Buff Enjoyers to go back to trialing players, is that Demov left Buff Enjoyers to join Gooballs, where, you know, the storyline there is that I think Demov just wanted to play with ABL. I think both of them played together in pubs a lot, both respect each other a whole lot, and Demov's like, yeah, want to play with ABL. I think ABL is one of the best players in the game. Therefore, Demov goes over, joins Gooballs. And I mean, look, Gooballs has looked really good. Not enough to beat the new, like, Abrahams, which is using 2 players of Buff Enjoyers as a sub, but a team that, you know, frankly, is chock full of, like, really raw mechanical skill, even if every now and then the team fight decisions don't always make a ton of sense from Gooballs.
It's definitely a scary team from like the playmaking mechanical perspective. Like, this is a team that if they just get rolling early in the game, they could just blitzkrieg you out of the lobby, right? Like, it feels like all of these players could take a nice early farm lead and really snowball, really get out of control. Demov has been a really impressive player to watch where, you know, for a long time, he was playing, you know, early playmakers into like semi supports, but then sometimes he would just pick up a character that like scales well with farm and actually just put on a carry performance. Like we saw him, the Shiv looked really good. And I'm just excited to see how he fits in on this Gooballs roster. And I kind of hoping that maybe he gets a little bit more farm prio and we can see Demov really take that next step up to be the key late game carry. I mean, he's been before, but maybe hopefully more consistently for the Gooballs.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, it's going to be a great matchup. Obviously, it's going to be hard to fight up against the Gooballs, but I think we saw some really cool stuff in terms of the individual skill and play out of the likes of Apocycle and Surgery. I think those are 2 players that really stand out for me in terms of who I'm looking at to have a big performance. But at the same time, as we wait for our Mo 1v1, I'm wondering, do you guys think that they're easy to counter? For example, Surgery is someone that if he does get to play Doorman, if you just ban that away, what else does he have to go to? And similarly for Apocycle, did these players show enough depth of hero pool to have the versatility to play up against the Gooballs?
I think in Surgery's case, definitely so. I mean, the Doorman actually kind of surprised that the Doorman was like so well refined, but Surgery has also had other heroes that he's been well known for. You go back in a time, you have him with a really good Abrams. You kind of have the mental image of Surgery in your pub games, meleeing your walker, which is why it was called the Surgery tech back in the day, right? So, I mean, Surgery's been around for a long time. Probably someone, if you've been watching EU streams, you see a lot, but hasn't been as notable in comp until the creation of the Fearless Furies roster.
Yeah, I do think this is a team that needs to have that diversity of hero picks, as you were alluding to, Dan, because in the end, like, Gooballs is a team where it's so hard to pin them down. Like, you need to think about players like Demov and ABL, and like they might have some signature picks, but you'd be hard pressed telling me like what's their best hero. Are you more scared of like the Pocket or the Mina or the Great Talon or the Geist or the Shiv or the Viscus, right? There's just too many threatening picks across some of their top players. I don't know what you're going to really ban against them other than kind of just standard meta bans. And, I think for some of these players on Fearless Furies, they're about to get tested because I imagine Gooballs going to bring out all the stops. They're not going to take it easy in that draft phase.
Well, we're going to dive into our Mo 1v1, see how the pick priority ends up going down, or the pick order, I should say. Let's have a look. Let's see who's been practicing their melees, practicing their parries.
Oh my God, off the rip. The double insta. ABL is making mincemeat. Okay. But a counter parry comes in, maybe a little bit slow on that power melee. Tried to do it back to back again.
Oh
my, wait a minute. Wait a minute. No way. I don't think we've seen a comeback on this level in the Mo 1v1 before. Both on very low HP, maybe just a little bit more than one heavy melee. Ooh, the parries, the quick melees. Who's gonna hit first? Just barely a second faster for ABL. That's about the tightest Mo 1v1 we have ever seen here on the show.
Actually, that maybe 1v1 I think saved the segment because honestly I was getting kind of bored of it. that was pretty good.
The Mo 1v1s have been lacking a little bit, if we're honest, in the last few weeks. But that one kind of brought it back for me.
Yeah, maybe we need more incentives for the players. Maybe they're just not taking it seriously enough.
Well, I'm curious.
1,000 lashes if you lose the Mo 1v1.
Ooh, there we go.
Well, I'm curious on what has changed in the last week, if anything, in terms of pick prio. I feel like the overall sentiment
second pick here. That's interesting. Yeah. I feel like, has that been the case previously?
There's some teams, but it hasn't been the most common. But okay, Fearless Furies, they open up, and this is purely anti-ABL. If you're taking down Yamato versus Gooballs, you go, ABL, it's his favorite hero, arguably best player on the team. You don't get to play Yamato, but, in turn, what do you give up? And it can be quite a bit of power. Not necessarily the Kelvin, because I think Gooballs are going to ban it, but we'll see. Teams have been letting Kelvin through a little bit more recently.
Good luck to you and
not this time, though.
I think they're wise to take it away because I feel like Kelvin, in a way, is like that team fight in a box hero where even if you're less confident of like maybe really taking some of these late game team fights against a more experienced team, Kelvin can just be this like, look, we're going to Kelvin dome somebody off alone and we're going to get a kill and the fight's going to go from there. Or we're going to dome and do the earn. And, you know, it just puts you in an advantage position early in the fight where there's not that much counterplay. Fearless Furies are going to take the Shiv as a first pick prio. I think this, I kind of like it because I think this is one that is a very scary option for a lot of the playmakers on the Gooballs. And with Yamato down, Shiv can look like a really scary frontliner when somebody isn't ready to stand toe-to-toe, but it does rely on Shiv having a relatively decent early game.
Well,
Ivy has a response.
Yeah, seeing Ivy here is interesting for Ivy to go this high up in Pro, because Ivy's been slipping in priority. Generally speaking, it's been like Paradox and Furnace as your picks that you get when things like Kelvin are not available. So I think if you're Gooballs, you still probably grab the Paradox here, but I don't know. We'll see. Instead, they go in Furnace. They're giving up a lot of initiation and a lot of power, the Fearless Furies, who I think will have zero hesitation to grab at least Paradox as one of the next two heroes.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Paradox would have made a lot of sense. I like the Prio and Furnace here, though, at least in the first two. Naturally, very good matchup against Shiv. There's that long damage over time effect that you can put on Shiv. His tankiness really isn't equipped to deal with those extended burns from Infernus, so makes sense. Fearless Furies grab the Holiday, so a little bit of that playmaking action could be a nice tool to shut down Infernus to kind of limit his playmaking potential here in the mid game.
I know that when we spoke to Gooballs before, they were saying how like the biggest priority really is just to make sure OCs can get something that's playable, and so they did that right out the gate. Vindicta comes in this is still like a pretty highly valued pick, guys.
I mean, this is quite a tempo draft from Fearless Furies, right? Like, you know, Shiv and Holiday, I think two characters that are pretty good about snowballing. Holiday a little bit earlier in the game. Shiv kind of once he hits that max ult power spike. And then it can come out of the lanes pretty hot and you know, continue to play that early tempo. This is something I kind of like to see from maybe a disadvantaged team, is to kind of try to tempo the game out, try to just snowball an early lead and develop advantages from there. But I think the Paradox will mitigate that because this is the quintessential comeback playmaker hero.
I would have loved to have seen the response here of going double playmaker to the double carry, because if you get Infernus and Ivy, they are like two of the better carries in the game at the moment. But Holiday also now is kind of in the world where she's both playmaker and carry, the way that she's been being built. So like that's part of why her value has gone up, is that you don't necessarily need something like an Ivy if you just have a completely farmed Holiday in the end game. Vindicta, though, to your point, Jake, like I think pretty good when you look at the tempo that they're trying to set for Fearless Furies. Okay, Viscous being taken out, Doorman being taken out. I do like the mid-stage Doorman ban here, just because I think Surgery did kind of go next level on it the last few times I've seen him on the Doorman.
Yeah, I also like the Viscous ban, honestly. It's like some powerful save and some that early game fighting tempo could be a hero that you kind of don't want to tango with as characters like Holiday and Shiv, where they want to play the game fast. Gooballs grabs the Page relatively early, and Page, I think, has just started to look like kind of a lane dominator hero to me, where, you know, in certain lanes, that shield is just incredibly overwhelming. And if the enemy doesn't have really strong counter poke, you're just going to be buffed out of control with those shields and be so hard to trade with. I don't mind something like a Page and Furnace, but I feel like there's not many bad laning combos with Page. Anybody who can get aggressive is going to like having those shields.
Do we see a pocket for ABL coming through for Gooballs? What is he going to play?
I would love a Pocket. Honestly, I don't mind. I think Pocket's just amazing here. I kind of would like Pocket on either team. Especially because the control isn't amazing for Gooballs. There's very telegraphed control, you know, from Page and Furnace and Ivy in terms of their stuns, but Pocket can pretty easily outplay those. But they go with the Bebop instead. So they're really prioritizing the pick potential and the early game. I mean, honestly, there's a lot of frontliner snowball potential, and it's, for now at least, seems like you're kind of relying on Holiday and Calico and Shiv to a lesser extent to maybe be your late game.
Also, I'll go a step further when it comes to that Page. Like, I actually almost see Page as a devil in recent times. Like, the builds that people have gone with Page and the amount of comfort people have, like, the amount of times that you think a fight is going well, and then it's like, oh, I'm reasonably high up in the air. Oh, what do you mean a captivating read hit me and I'm just dead? Like, both her early lane power and the ability to, like, set up, you know, pretty deadly lanes if you go with the frontliner, or really even herself at times like can be weirdly effective at just like self-shielding and taking prio. But what she enables throughout the course of the game is kind of ridiculous. Also, Gooballs going with Victor at the very end. That's going to be the ABL hero. ABL was playing a lot of Victor previously, if you go far enough back, and I think it's as much of a pick for ABL as it is a deny on the Fearless Furies to make sure that like Apocycle doesn't pick it up at the very end.
Bound to fight.
Oh, hello. Who's that handsome lad?
Comes in. Who's that guy?
That's
Warden
surgery
has
hero.
been up and down, but I don't hate Warden when it comes to like dealing with options like Victor, Billy, and heck, hey, even Paige. It's like, you know, if Warden's initiating with the ulti, you can even tank that Paige stun and kind of keep going, keep doubling down. I do think this Fearless Furies draft wants to play from ahead. I mean, the Bebop is in the holiday, maybe you can make some comeback pickoffs, but I think they will have problems if Victor gets to a point of just being able to run you down and, you know, kind of fearlessly aggro your tower. Same story for Billy, right? If you start getting caught by those chains, you could wind up in real trouble, especially Vindicta, you know, Holiday. You could just instantly die from being pulled in from the chains one time. So I think Gooballs have a pretty decisively stronger late game, and if they can get there, I like them. But also I think Fearless Furies, there's a real shot to tempo the game out and to kind of just play with a pace that maybe Gooballs aren't expecting or aren't ready for in this matchup.
Yeah, combos are there. CP, it looks kind of scary, to be honest.
As I look at it, though, I don't love the Warren pick. I mean, this is clearly a comfort pick for Surgery, where when we didn't see Surgery on the Doorman, we saw Surgery on the Warden. And that, I mean, part of the reason why we saw Surgery on a really good Doorman in recent times, we went with the idea of like, well, we'll take away the Warden from Surgery. And it's like, oh, actually, the Doorman was way better for Surgery. But I don't love this draft here for Fearless Furies, where yes, they have some good options in the early to mid game that maybe could help snowball, but I think if they lose like even one bad team fight, then you're stuck looking down the barrel of an end game versus Gooballs that is just distinctly vastly better. So I mean, the win conditions are there for Fearless Furies, but they have to be basically perfect from the get-go and can never let Gooballs take a lead.
All right, well, map 1 coming up, Fearless Furies and Gooballs. We'll have to see how it actually pans out. Take it away, gentlemen.
It's going to be interesting, Jake. I, for one, want to see the lanes. I think it's probably going to be Paige Billy lane, at least for one of them for Gooballs. That's been kind of one of the go-to Paige partners that we've been seeing. I also want to see how ABL gets set up and who you're laning with the Victor, because that, to me, is probably the most important lane to shut down if you're Fearless Furies. Like, if you have a read on where they're going to be sending the Victor lane, you ideally want to get one of your stronger lane combos there to make sure that ABL just has a miserable early game, if possible.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be Victor and Bebop both in the mid lane. And when it comes to a hero that shuts down Victor in the very early game, I do kind of like Bebop in this matchup. You know, obviously when you get later, you could have some problems, but Victor tends to be a little bit vulnerable to being hooked, right? You don't have any of that native mobility. And so if you can get hooked under the Guardian, even someone as scary as Victor can really get bursted down early.
This is a new look. When we've seen Victor get played on ABL teams, it's been ABL playing it, but now you got ABL and DMOV on the same team, and some of their hero pool does overlap. They've decided, okay, we're actually going to put DMOV on the Victor, so this is a bit of a change. And also, another change is Surgery is going to be the one on the Holiday. Apocycle gets thrown onto the Warden instead. So it does make me feel like the Victor pick was quite good, though, because I think if Apocycle, given the choice of the two, would have gone Victor over the Warden for final pick.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like, you know, maybe the more modern version of one of those high spirit damage frontliners. Still, I think Warden, you know, can snowball theoretically and can maybe offer a little bit more utility to the team if the raw damage and tankiness are a little bit lacking. Interested to see how this Paige lane matchup goes, though. You talked about, you know, Billy and Paige. I think it's super scary combo, one that's very threatening. That being said, hey, this side lane, like, I kind of like Warden plus Vindicta. Like, if you can stake into trap, you know, it's like it's not necessarily like the craziest combo, but if you land it, it's quite powerful. It could be almost guaranteed lockdowns in the early game.
That's probably why they targeted Viscous too, because the one thing that can ruin any sort of binding word combo is Cube. But also, first kill coming out, Arzo rather, running afoul of ABL early on.
We talked about that. That's a scary lane to give up a kill this early on. You know, Paige and Billy are going to have no fear diving towers pretty quick into this game. Warden taking the challenge against this Infernus, trying to play off the flash, right? Avoid getting burned up too much by that Infernus.
Yeah, as you look to the right-hand side, the problem with the Page Billy lane is that if they start getting ahead, like they already kind of have inherent bully potential, but the bully potential gets a lot worse if you're, down a kill or two, or just to like get low on HP, because the ability to just disrespect the tower and punish is really, really high in that lane. So, and also, I mean, that's a lane where you've put some of your better early game power, having the Holiday Calico in there too.
Yeah, definitely can be a threatening one. Warden maybe looking to get active here, is hoping to find that combo with the Binding Word. Here it comes. That should be a trap on Infernus. Could be a big problem here for Infernus. Yeah, pulled in. Does parry the bin. Super low HP, trying to run out of this one. Couple more bullets would be enough to do it, but he just can't quite make the connections, and Empty Dreams is out for now. Oh no, the Vindicta flies over the top, and Coffin gets the cleanup.
It's always good when you finish off what could have been a mistake laid at your feet going, it's like, man, why do you get parried here? You don't even have to go in for the melee, just left click. It was like, no, I got it. Activate flight and still fine, but the hook comes in, and Demov in a little bit of a danger. Should be able to get out, but does pay a penalty for it.
Yeah, and Victor, I mean, even if you do get the ult off early in the lane, you kind of don't want that ability to be on cooldown. Shiv has gone for a very early cold front, so making these trades super punishing when he goes to that 1v1 with Demov. Still very healthy in this mid lane. So this is getting a little scary, right? If Shiv has that first ultimate online, it could just be a pretty easy kill onto Demov, who actually just goes back to base and gets the full heal. Or was he just box running and just healing because Victor is Victor? Maybe it was the latter.
Yeah, it's just like, I'll heal. Just give me some time to hit a few jumpstart charges and go from there. But yeah, I mean, I do like the idea of the early cold front too, just being paired with Bebop, because it just makes any sort of hook you land, which is not the hardest to land, by the way, against the Victor, just even more so damaging because you're going to get the cold front in on top of it. But overall, Fearless Furies holding their own here at the beginning. Gooballs, slight lead thus far.
Yeah, and this side lane's about to get active. Page is extremely close to grabbing that ultimate. Billy goes for the chain, just giving him some harassment for now, but doubles down, diving deep under the tower. Gets one of the surgery, and yeah, he's got that Page up behind him in a second. Yeah, here's the heal coming in. Gets that nice melee connection. Even Calico's going to be sent back to base. This should be the Guardian, yeah, going down super, super early into the game, and Page Billy doing exactly what they wanted with this lane.
Also, it's criminal how many light melees ABL got off there without getting punished. I mean, it's difficult to read when to drop the parry, but that is brutal when a Billy gets away with murder like that.
There's Shiv ult traded for the Victor ult, but I think that's a trade you take every day of the week here as Shiv. Now the first battle over the urns. Parry's wasted. Holiday, great grab there on the life buff. Dodges both parries. Finds a way to grab the life buff and get out, and that's a pretty big deal, right? If Billy's able to grab that, this lane goes from bad to worse. So really nice play from Surgery, kind of stabilizes things. But here's Billy in the mid lane.
ABL looking to get active and make mid lane a little bit more tenable. Damage here onto the Bebop. Bebop looking to get away. Captivating read comes on in and seals Ayano's fate. That's the power of just having a Page vacuum. But okay, the parry there, gonna lock things down a little bit, but
dude,
not enough to get Billy to fully go away.
He just soaked up parry right under the Guardian and just like basically only lost the shield. So the Page is worth her weight in gold right now. Palm really making this game difficult.
Things going a little bit into the middle still as Page is, it's a new home. And I do like this sort of change up where you realize, okay, one lane is suffering. We got one lane that's been doing well with the Page Billy, and teams are just taking the opportunity now, Jake, to go, we'll change up the lanes and make what was a losing lane a winning lane and put people that were like struggling into the lane that we already won.
Yeah, and I also like the idea of Paige in the mid lane, especially because she's so strong at clearing out these waves of creeps. It's so hard to just like force a push into her when she's casting that first skill. And now Bebop is looking like a real problem. Like you don't want to hook this guy, you know? He's absolutely happy to tank that and take the fight with you at close range. So Ayana is going to struggle maybe to be much of a threat and has gone for quite a defensive build up here with the Battle Vest and the Bullet Shield.
Yeah, meanwhile, Demov gets a much less stressful lane on the right-hand side. I mean, yeah, you're still dealing with the Holiday, and, you know, Calico can be a danger, but it's not like what was happening when he was up against the Bebop Shiv lane. So overall, this is really smart gameplay from Gooballs, and I think this is this type of cerebral gameplay that we're going to be seeing more and more as time goes on, where people are just realizing, hey, you can do this and, you know, not suffer much of a penalty. That snipe, though, coming on in, nearly takes off Empty Dream's head.
The parry is good enough to grab Billy. The Warden ult turning it around, though, after the chain. Just barely wall jumps away from that binding word. And yeah, that's going to get him out of dodge. And you see Billy just shrugs off the Warden ult. Has gone for the reactive barrier and the spirit shielding. Bebop, though, getting a lot of pressure on the mid guard in exchange for this. Billy's back and into the fight, though.
Yeah, I mean, upside here for Bebop, you have enough green that you're not necessarily going to get run down by Billy, but also Billy's not really taking much damage in turn. It's the battle of two heroes that, for the most part, cannot easily kill each other. We do have a quick little bomb thrown out here by Ano. Holding on to the hook at the moment. 31k to 35k.
Yeah, and Ano's been really dealing with the pressure quite well in the mid lane. It's been a struggle. I think Gooballs would have loved to get this mid lane Guardian down pretty quick by bringing the Page Billy here, but they haven't been able to really get the Bebop low enough. And with Shiv around, it's like just a little bit scary to do these hard committed dives deep. Center sacks now spawning. It's 8 minutes. This could be an opportunity for a bit of a flashpoint for teams to start a fight.
Hook in, and okay, Paige may have bit off more than she could chew here. Goes for the charge, but it's not going to be enough. Killing blow right there. And this is kind of the trouble with some of the early game rotations, that anytime you leave just one character to defend, even when you're ahead or even when you're in a good spot, it's just so easy to dive and finish things off. So, you know, any rotation to try and overload another lane comes with a bit of a cost.
Here's the punchback coming in with Billy here, getting into this fight, getting stuck in on some of these players. Yeah, Shiv doesn't have the execute. Bebop's quite low, so this is looking a little scary. A couple skills missing. I mean, Billy's more shields than raw HP, and a sick parry on the Shiv. The no-look parry should be good for the kill. Even just the bloodletting you think is going to be enough to take down Shiv. Although maybe not. Some fancy footwork there with the help of those Shiv right clicks, and it's just going to be a Guardian down instead of the double kill on top of it.
Overall, though, you look at the game state here, Jake, and the thing that worries me for Fearless Furies is that, think back to what we were talking about. Okay, here's the drafts that both teams have gone for. Gooballs, they're running a team comp that arguably should be a little bit behind in the beginning, but rather than being behind, they've manufactured some reasonable advantages and they're ahead overall. And that, to me, makes the late game equation for Fearless Furies really, really difficult, because I don't think their comp is going to be all that great if it's even, you know, once we hit 20 minutes. Like, Gooballs, to me, just scale a lot better.
Yeah, and Furnace has just been quietly farming up. There's really 3 very significant threats in this game. I mean, maybe even 4. So it feels like Gooballs, their 4 cores are really getting a ton of farm. Everyone's comfortable setting their game up. And Fearless Furies, like you said, right? I mean, right now it's really just Calico to kind of go in and get aggressive, and not necessarily the easiest hero when you have to do with multiple big threats, right? If you just want to hard pop one player, Calico pretty amazing at it, right? But if there's many players, the Page behind with the saves, Paradox here to make things awkward for you as well, and maybe turn things around with the silence, could get awkward. Seeing a big tower pressure here come in on the side lane. The Ivy ult's going to slow it down, but I don't know if she's going to be able to stop this.
Yeah, I mean, the Guardian just a little bit too low at this point. So Fearless Fury is going to leave with the Guardian, but we'll see if they pay a penalty on the outskirt. Get the stun here off the zip. Looking to chase down Bebop, who, again, has been still pretty tanky in this situation, but there is a limit. Instead, Ivy drops on down the dash and goes for the teleport instead. Hot pursuit here by Surgery at the same time.
Yeah, great awareness from Ivy, turning from a kill attempt into just escaping out of that one. Ern's being brought over by Billy, but there's a lot of Fearless Furies players around. I don't think someone's going to be an easy turn in. Maybe L's got to be careful. Does prop the Ern on the ground. There's an opportunity for a counterpunch here if Fearless Furies want to go for it.
Love the Billy just waiting and wait there. It's like, well, if anyone comes in, they're going to have a tough time. And right now, the tough time appears to be heading towards Surgery. Getting hit here from the immediate bash down, but back and forth. Okay, Overseas comes in from the flank, finds Surgery. Billy just able to walk forward, shields for days, and the HP to back it up. In off the zip, quick melees. And down goes Calico at the very end. So 2 clean kills here from Gooballs.
Yeah, and that could precipitate an Ern drop. Bebop's still in the neighborhood trying to get fancy with it, but the kills just flowing in for Gooball. Seems like Vindicta absolutely caught dead to rights there. ABL and Empty Dreams comboing for that one. Ayano does find that pick off onto the Page, but for what worth is it really going to create, right? Victor's now running it down with the Ern, and I don't think Shiv's going to be able to stop this one on his lonesome. Yeah, with the Paradox Wall placed on top of it, it's going to be a nice stable Ern. Tempted Soul Deny, but I don't know that Ayano got like a single one of those souls, honestly, as Bebop.
Also, I don't love the soul allocation right now from Fearless Furies, where your biggest left-click threat that you have coming in is Surgery. Except Surgery is broke. Surgery's at 8k, And the way Holiday scales is just not going to be that relevant aside from Lasso for a while. Meanwhile, Chain Gang over in middle. Again, putting Calico in real danger. Comes on in, forces the Return the Shadow, but Return the Shadow may not be enough to save it. Bebop, though, coming in. Enough disruption to potentially free Calico.
This is insane. He's got all 3 shielding items. He gets like 1,000 shields over the course of that fight, and that's not even really with Paige coming in and making much of an impact. So Billy is just monstrously tanky right now. And at the same time, a pretty huge problem. Like, you can't just let this Billy hit you and make space for players like Empty Dreams and Overseas to bring that damage in. Meanwhile, the carries, everyone's getting farmed up here. There's a lot of cult sacks. Look at this. Is this 5 cult sacks on Gooballs? So talk about late game scaling to just the singular cult stack on Fearless Fury. So you have a major late game problem already brewing up now for the Furies.
Also, forget the cult sacks in the sense of, oh, you got all these cult sacks being used. The fact that you don't have Surgery running cult sack and going more spirit based on Holiday is not what I love to see. It does give you more early game powers, Holiday, but given what the team comp Fearless Furies went with is, I don't know. I feel like you actually need to be Gun Holiday to have proper late game power. Going, early game barrel build Holiday, I don't love it, the way the game has evolved right now.
Yeah, I don't love anything about this Fearless Furies position, right? They're falling more than 10K behind, and it's only going to get worse with the cult sacks popping off. You've got to force some kind of play around the map, but it's actually the Gooballs who are continuing to control the tempo and the pace of this game, playing with full confidence, despite the fact that they've gone for a much greedier item build, as you were mentioning.
Well, up in middle, Fearless Furies, they're running out of time to make plays here. Like, you take a look, a lot of the playmaking is going to have to come off the back of Ayano and Surgery. And they need to find it sooner rather than later, because given another big team fight loss, they're not going to have the option. Meanwhile, look at Benedicta under pressure here from Empty Dreams, who's looking pretty healthy here so far. Yeah, you got the rotation coming on in, but it's Palm with the save. Able to drop the shield on to Empty Dreams, and I don't think he would have died anyways, but came nowhere close with the Page support at the end.
Yeah, and a couple players sent back to base to just take a reset. That's allowing more map control now to develop for the Furies. ABL greedy, wants a big creep, not interested in a light snack, wants a full course meal here, and has Torment Pulse now as well on the Billy. So, I mean, he was very tanky before. He built the macro item, and now he really has the threat in the team fight, right? If this Billy is just on top of you, you're gonna die. You're just eventually going to tick out. And not many players can really survive that. Apocycle and Arzo, yeah, maybe they can tolerate it, but this Shiv is kind of having a tough game. Holiday looking to get into this fight. I don't know if you want that smoke, Holiday.
You absolutely do not. If you drop down in there, you are
He's just
going
doing the
to
sinners.
die.
He's just doing the sinners right in front of you.
Yeah, the immediate leave. Like, you cannot stay in there. I mean, getting pretty reasonable barrel poke, but okay, you've caught on up. Here comes the Chain Gang. Have you bit off more than you wanted here? ABL still wants to fight, down to half HP, but the damage being done to Surgery, pretty significant. However, okay, Assassinate at the very end does punish ABL, but you look at the rest of the map, you wonder, what are you losing in turn? And you are losing out kills.
I mean, you do get the 3v1 punish on ABL, which you absolutely needed to find, though. You just cannot allow him to take your doubles like that alone, which is just completely ridiculous that he even attempts it, and that it almost works. But across the map, as soon as Gooballs recognize, hey, you commit a lot of resources to dealing with our aggressive move from the Billy Goat, and we're just going to push you on every other front simultaneously. And in the end, Fearless Furies just weren't ready for that counterpunch. Understandable considering the position they're in, but as you're saying, ZP, things are going from bad to worse. The Gooballs in a very dangerous position for their opposition in this game. I mean, they're threatening an offensive earn drop. That seems like too much to me, but at the same time, like the way ABL and Demob can play with the lead they have right here, it may be more realistic than I'm thinking.
I mean, your most farm players for Fearless Furies right now is Apocycle on the Warden, who is absolutely dead off the swap. Quick pick off on the left-hand side. So your biggest threat for Fearless Furies is gone. Now, if you want to slam the urn, you do have a window to do so, although you've brought it so deep into your own territory that maybe Apocycle is back up by the time, and he didn't use Last Stand in the fight. So, I mean, it's still contestable for Fearless Furies, actually.
Let's go mid.
Yeah, the threat is very real. Fearless Furies trying to find some way to get back into this. But the thing is, you can't just force a team fight, right? It has to be finding that misstep from the Gooballs, who so far have been very clean, very tactical as the way they've approached this lead, like developing it slowly over time, this really does feel like a super potent threat as a team, right? The way they're playing this lead, just kind of not giving their opponent any chance to get a fresh footing in the game. Now, though, 5 players leaning over to this offensive earn drop. I think they might really go for this.
I think they can win the fight if they go for it. Ideally, though, I don't know why you push it right now. You don't have charge up from Paige. This is a little risky, but or you just walk in. Or you just walk in, and it's not even dealt with at all. That is absurd.
I mean, Fearless Furies, they just lack the tools to deal with this. Only the Warden is actually effective in a fight like that, although Billy lassoed under the walker and was Shiv around 2. Surely that's enough to get the kill, but you take that trade for the Gooballs, right? 2 for 1 in kills, and at the same time, you get the earn drop, not only taking it off the map, but also just securing a nice boon of souls for yourself. But it's really just Warden, right? In a fight like that, who can actually participate, and he's across the map. He's dealing with a split push. Like, this Ivy is going to take your walker about as fast as you can blink, clearly faster than you can get to that fight. So there's a lot of problems being presented, and Gooballs really putting their opponents in an impossible position.
I mean, even if this Warden, like, let's say Apocycle were on Victor or Apocycle were on Yamato, I still wouldn't feel great about the Fearless Furies position. I still think they're in a rough spot, but having Warden as your main late game carry, where yeah, you're using the new Warden gun build, which you go bullet resist shredder, you go intensifying mag, like one of the few heroes that can still get value off mag. But I don't know, I don't love it. His surgery just gets caught.
I mean, the pick threat is real for this Gooballs team, right? It's like ABL with the ulti, it's overseas with the individual pick off of the swap, and it's very scary to try and play the game slow, but I don't know how you progress it fast. I feel like Gooballs are just in full control, really putting on a clinic, as now they're going to be able to take this side walker, man. I don't think Shiv's making this defense. Maybe Bebop can get over here and turn things around with a big hook, but he's running out of time.
Well, runs on over directly into Infernus. I don't know if Empty Dreams is... Oh, Empty Dreams is a little bit hurt from this, but concussive motion into the retreat, and you got the backup from D-Mov, who puts Bebop into the scrap pile.
Yeah, you thought you were getting on an Infernus. Instead, you have to take a face-to-face trade with the Victor. It does not feel good. I like the build out of D-Mov. I think is that a Headhunter on Victor? Pretty interesting. A lot of healing. Really getting value out of that heal booster. Pretty interesting one. I'm kind of curious to try it in my game. Shiv does have that execute up. Could try to turn this around. Remember, D-Mov has the Victor also. He's not that scared of Shiv right now.
It's kind of interesting. It's at times one of the more undervalued elements of Headhunter, the fact that you get a pretty reasonable heal off in for Victor, who's already able to create such judgment misplays from his ability to heal up. It just adds another variable. Also, Apocycle will get picked off again. The most important player for Fearless Furies is down.
Counter pick on Ivy. Can it be found? They execute a little bit early, so Shiv is going to miss that reset, but hey, the pick on the Ivy is well worth it. She is absolutely ridiculously farmed right now, even grabs a Siphon despite losing that bag. But that kill is a big one, right? That's a very high impact pickoff. Dealing with one of these split push threats, there's maybe an opportunity for Fearless Furies to play a bit tempo right now, and it looks like they're trying to get everything they can out of it. But meanwhile, D-Mob's just inting your walker. What are you going to do about this?
Not much. In actuality, D-Mov has hit the state where he can run at most of Fearless Furies and not really pay a penalty for it. No. Going over, looking for Shiv.
Doing just that.
Arzo's down, and yeah, I mean, okay, you lose Palm early in this fight. So, okay, Victor down, still shocking reanimation, even if he goes down.
Nice
here.
moves. He's being very hard to finish off here. Gets the reanimation inside the room. Shiv finds 1 kill though, and despite actually looks to be turning kind of well for the Fearless Furies Warden. Getting value out of this fight. Finishes off Victor as well. I don't know if they're going to be able to stick around for more. But the Blood Tribute paying real dividends. He's just standing toe-to-toe with that Victor with no fear. Can he get out of this one, though? Definitely needs to escape on this Warden to make this fight value.
Part of that fight there, too. ABL was just not there. ABL was farming off into the side lane, but the damage from OC is still pretty wild. And, okay, a quick pick in middle into, yeah, part of the fight didn't go well, but we still think we can take mid-boss here and now, while the rest of Fearless Furies is going for Earn. So this is...
and Earn's being contested by ABL right now. ABL's not letting this go for free. He's kind of 1v5ing this, but it's making a lot of space, right? He is going to go down, but I think that's going to give the mid-boss secure. Can you get there in time, Fearless Furies? Maybe if they can contest this crystal, this game could be right back in play.
We'll see. Are they going to be able to get there? Get this fight a little bit longer. First crystal over the Gooballs. A charge comes on in. Buys a little more time. 2 crystals, Gooballs, 1 the Fearless Furies. See how the rest of the team fight goes if they can start burning the charges. Instead, Fearless Furies lose their first charge, an only charge on Surgery. Empty Dreams rolling around on cleanup here in the Infernos. Picked up 1 here so far. Combustion back into the middle of the pit. You got Ayano doing a little bit of spacing here with the Hyper Beam, and maybe that'll clear the Furies out. But overall, not the best of trades as Gooballs get to leave with 2 charges.
They're calling the back off. They do drop that nice crystal. Great angle from Coffin to shut down Overseas. That leaves only 1 crystal on the field. So I think a nice mitigation from what could have been an explosive game-ending moment for the Gooballs. And Fearless Furies really cut their losses on that one. Can Holiday play way out of this one, though? A lot of spells being thrown after her. She's trying to just desperately drop this Walker before she goes down, and she does claim the prize.
I mean, I think for how that started, it's not a bad result for Fearless Furies. They're still, however, down around 15k, still having to deal with 1 rejuve charge, and you take a look at the game state here, Jake. The right Walker certainly is going to be falling in the next minute or 2, especially with the rejuve backing it up.
Yeah, on that kind of HP, it's just 1 character running under with spells. I don't think we'll see, really much of a defense at all. And Gooballs, big power play capacitor now coming online for the Infernus. But an attempted catch in the mid lane. Can they pull Bebop back? Stalling him for just a second to get him chained around that corner. It's an easy pick off there. Ayano just does not have the tankiness, and the swap in on Warden could be a real threat for this heavy core. But the Walker's so much HP in the mid lane. I think Gooballs just choosing to play this one out a little bit slower. I think wise in this moment. That's a moment you could easily throw the game trying to dive under that healthy mid Walker.
Mid-Walker in general just carries a little bit more of a threat than the left or right walkers do in actuality. Like, it is a really rough terrain to fight in, and even if you have rejuve, even when you're ahead, you have to be careful because you've just seen so many games thrown by underestimating defenders' advantage on mid.
Now we have to see how this Infernus chooses to build here. Already has some very threatening items, right? When you get that upgraded duration on the Silence Glyph, man, it's such a threatening active for Infernus to have, where now he becomes a much more serious solo kill threat. And the debuff removers, I mean, they're expensive. They're hard to come by at this phase in the game. Not everyone's going to be able to afford that, especially players like Ayano, pretty poor, frankly, on this bebop. Only 17,000 souls to speak of. And kind of has to put all those into aggressive tools. I feel like you don't have the luxury of playing defensive in a game where you're behind like this one.
Yeah, the one downside for Fearless Furies, again, going back to the Holiday build, I mean, you do get benefits from having more barrels out early as far as, disruption team fights, but this is the point in the game where you'd love to have your late game scaling Holiday start coming online and being a threat, where if you get a lockdown with a hook off Ayano, that you have the damage to immediately burst someone down. But Surgery, more in the support Holiday sense, is now kind of forced a lot of the damage output to go through Apocycle, because, Elpifine isn't necessarily poor, but isn't really in carry Shiv status right now either.
That's a big pickup, the Boundless for Infernus. So Empty Dream's just going all in on the damage. I think part of this is recognizing, hey, look, if we burn down this Warden, more or less game over, right? If Apocycle doesn't get big damage out in the team fight, I don't see the things going well at all for the Furies. Rejuve is running out of time, and a lot of objectives have been claimed on the map. Ivy has held onto this Stone Form, which doesn't Stone Form this one, just lets the Rejuve pop instead. Maybe value, considering it was about to expire. But Fearless Furies sense an opportunity, and they're going to try and strike with everything they've got. Apocycle dropping low, though, maybe getting burned by the Infernus, biting off more than they can chew, taking a fight to the Gooballs and getting absolutely clapped back.
The charge was completely perfect from Palm, not only getting disruption, healing those that were low, and you got an ABL at 3k HP. No fear in the world, just walking down Elpifine. Walker down at the same time. All Walkers now gone for Fearless Furies, and the advantage just snowballing in favor of the Gooballs, now up 30,000 souls. And they're not stopping, Jake. Base Guardians and Shrines next on the menu.
And this Ivy, this is what she's meant to do, right? Just appear in your base and absolutely burn it down. 1 respawn time. It's going to be enough for an easy patron drop. Can they punish this Ivy? She's relatively low, but across the map, Gooballs are getting everything. They're dropping an urn at the same time. There's a counter pressure from this Calico. She should be able to drop this opposing Walker, so getting a little bit of a trade back, but the price is so incredibly steep. Gooballs take the base. Oh, they're going for the end here.
Yeah, they're just going in for the end. This is truly 2.0, where if they see the end in play, they want to go for it. OCs is down, still plenty up alive, and the patron is getting melted. Gooballs move on to the money match. This is one team, Jake, where if they have the option to end, they take it.
And we're so used to seeing teams back off on that patron drop. I honestly wasn't expecting that, but it's a great call when you have characters like Victor and Ivy, right? That base just doesn't last long under any kind of serious scrutiny. And it's not just the building damage you have, it's the tankiness. It's the ability to endure a long team fight, even in the enemy pit. And Calico, she was trying to get greedy. She was trying to get some kind of a counter trade out of that. And instead, the game's just over. Gooballs, beautiful game from start to finish. I felt Fearless Furies, they did slow things down. They did play it really nice, given the disadvantage that was against them there, especially towards that mid-late game. But it felt like Gooballs were just inevitable in this game. It just felt like always it was a matter of time the way they executed.
Well, gents, I'm kind of sad a little bit, but also not sad because I think this is going to make probably for the best best of three against Abrahams. You know, what's not to love about that matchup? Our brand new, I feel like, rivalry, the evolution of the European scene with these two titans in Gooballs and in Abrahams. But in terms of, you know, where things went wrong there, I think you guys, you know, mentioned that it needs to be that early mid-game tempo that needs to kind of win out. So what was the main problem that prevented them from being able to achieve that?
You know, I think part of it is that giving up Paige Billy lane, like you went for a lot of early to mid game power in their draft, and clearly they were designed to try and get ahead early. But I don't know if that the early game like necessarily translates to a good laning phase, because they got run over by the Paige Billy lane, and the way that Gooballs was able to transfer the power of that lane to other lanes was really smart, where they go, okay, we immediately won our right lane, we're gonna now shove you mid and do a full lane swap. So, you know, the Victor lane that wasn't doing all that well, they had the opportunity to sort of lick their wounds and get back into the game. So just the power of one really good lane can now be transferred to other lanes, the way teams are playing now.
Yeah, it's a great point out of the early game snowball. I do want to give a lot of credit to this Warden Vindicta lane. It's not a lane we see that much, but this was a real source of strength for the Fearless Furies. I mean, Apocycle was able to be competitive into the late game. The problem was just across the board, there were just too many threats to answer from the Gooballs, but Fearless Furies did make these competitive. And aside from the Paige Billy lane, which, like, let's be honest, that is a disgusting lane to try to match up into, they did get out of the laning stage in a pretty comfortable spot. Like, if this Shiv was left to his own devices, I would say this is a pretty significant win in the mid lane. So there's some good signs for the Fearless Furies, some good things that they can work on going ahead into the future. But in the end, we always knew this Gooballs roster is a monster. There are champions from the Trolley tournament. There's no reason to think that they wouldn't be the dominant favorites in this matchup.
Yeah, I have one question for you, ZP, before we get into the stats. How close are Fearless Furies from Gooballs and Abrahams? Like, you know, how big is the gap?
I think the gap is really expressed the most in hero pools, is that the better teams are less hard to manage and draft. When you go back to the draft phase here, Gooballs went out of their way to deny comfort picks like Victor from Apocycle, to remove Dwarfman from Surgery. They got rid of things that we've seen Fearless Furies do really well on, and this is usually the stopping block for teams that are on the come up that have pretty good mechanical skill but don't have all the pieces, is that inevitably they're a little bit too reliant on some heroes, and when you deny them those heroes, they can't compete quite on the same level.
All right, well, Jake, I mean, you know, you guys are following this one, and with the stats, is there anything that jumps out?
I mean, stats wise, like ABL did come out with a very monster game and even made some self-sacrificial plays right throughout this game. So it wasn't even like full greed carrying, but I felt like Gooballs really understood each of their power spikes, right? ABL's role was to dominate the early game, to play a very high tempo style, and OCs and Empty Dreams locked it down with monster farm that secures the base take and the end game cleanup, and Overseas and Palm throughout the game. I mean, look at that, 16 assists from your two active playmakers, even 0 deaths from Overseas on the Paradox. Very impressive. An easy hero to be punished on, frankly, especially given this lineup. You get caught on Paradox by this Fearless Furies draft, you're in very real trouble. So the fact that Overseas outplays that throughout the game, really great. You asked, though, Dan, about what's like the margin between these two teams. And as much as I'm hyping up how well the Gooballs played and how effective they were in this match, still a little like this is like one sketchy mid-boss fight is really the gap, right? I mean, maybe Gooballs could have still brought it back, but that attempt on the mid boss for me was a little bit of a throw, right? Like that got scary. It went 2 for 1 on the crystals, and then, you know, Gooballs clean up the fight, so it feels like, hey, all is well. But that was scary, right? That was a real risk they took. They kind of gambled the game in that moment, and it ended up being okay for them. But I did feel that, like, okay, Gooballs, you might want to be a little bit more cautious against a team like Abraham's. Going for those risky mid bosses maybe is a little bit more scary in another matchup.
Before you get off the stats, if we can stay on the stats for one more moment, I do have a little bit of Warden slander to throw out here. Yes, Apocycle was farming a lot of the game, so you're not in all the team fights, so you get a little bit less damage, but having that big of a soul gap on the rest of your team and being the lowest damage, I think says a lot about Warden's struggles to make things effective when they do eventually get in the team fight. Like, that is brutal. Like, overall, I think you can overreact to stats, but I don't love that stat at all when you've invested so much farm into this character and get that result. It's not good.
Well, we're going to
jump
jump
with
into
22k healing, by the way.
our player of the match.
Let's
You
see.
can't spell POTM without
MVP. Oh,
MVP.
without Palm.
Yeah.
I see. All right, and I like this one because the page, the support, this is what sends not only ABL off to have a monster start of the game is the play from Palm, but it's also what ensures a lot of these clutch saves on players like Empty Dreams and some, potentially scary moments for the Infernus where he stays alive, he keeps farming. It's because of Palm. Always the right place, right time. Super high kill participation is involved pretty much everywhere across this game. And with a relatively low death count on a character that is notoriously easy to jump on and punish. Really well executed, full commit on the support build, like almost nothing selfish at all in terms of these selections. So great support enabling. It's not often, I think, that we give an MVP to a page, but I feel like this is a game where her impact was really felt.
Yeah, and also we're gonna have some Billy highlights in here, but what you have to notice is look at the shields that have been coming in, where you look at Billy, and ABL is able to play with reckless abandon, and a lot of it is because Palm is sitting there, well-timing shields, getting good charges in, and most of the big plays that we saw in this game from Gooballs, you had Palm enabling, whether it be with Captivating Read, shields, or charges. The power of Paige actually cannot be understated right now. I think on a raw power level, she's really good, and on a competitive level, just players have gotten a lot more comfortable getting the most out of her.
Awesome. Well, with that said, guys, I think that wraps this one up kind of nicely and sets us up for our next matchup, which is going to be delicious. And there's not even any trolleys present right now, but delicious nonetheless. Gooballs and Abrahams, it is really our marquee matchup in the European region now, and it is even improved, I think, than our previous Abrahams matchup that we would consistently have against the Buff Enjoyers. Do you guys agree?
Yeah, I think this one's going to be super exciting, especially with Abrahams having some of like the top players subbing in for them, with like the recent roster swaps between these two teams. I feel like there's going to be a lot of drama in this match. I feel like Gooballs is bringing more of these like lesser known players to the fore. And so maybe you'd call them the underdog, but hey, they're coming off a win, right, in the trolley tournament. So maybe they're the favorite, actually, despite coming from the challenger position. This is kind of anybody's game, and this is maybe the start of a beautiful rivalry.
All right. Well, with that said, it's time to go for a quick break so we can get that next match started. We'll see you after this. Welcome back to the night shift. It is wonderful to be with you guys. We're about to kick off our marquee European final, and it is going to be a good one. It was the Gooballs versus Abrahams, and who knows who's going to win. I always feel like I know, but I'm usually proven wrong by the end of it. So it's going to be an exciting one. But at the top of the show, this is a good moment to remind you guys before we get into the action that we, of course, have our Patreon that you guys can subscribe to support the show, and you get benefits. ZP, what benefits can the viewers get?
Well, the number one benefit is that we do the graveyard shift, usually after the show, sometimes on Friday if we want to get an EU guest, although the EU guest has been Lightbringer twice in a row now. But hey, one day we will get a different EU guest, I swear. But yeah, that's the big one, is that you get access to the graveyard shift. You get priority access when we run things like game nights, which may have another one coming up soon. We'll see. And then at the very highest tier, technically, you can have us cast a game of your choosing, where I just reached out to Tetsio earlier, who is our first, executive board member, and the response was just like, I'll think about it. So we'll see.
I mean, regardless of your reasons for supporting, it does allow us to run this show. And especially, this week, we're presented by you, by the patrons, by our Twitch subs and our YouTube members, and even everyone just watching. I mean, in fairness, everyone just watching, turn off your ad block, watch an ad for us, and it does all make a difference, right? It all comes together to let Deadlock Esports keep thriving and keep grinding as we look to keep following this beautiful game.
Totally. And speaking of which, let's check out the matchup that we have coming up. Let's look at our rosters for the next matchup. Gooballs, obviously, we just got to watch them. Very, very capable team, and we can quickly kind of recap this. What are some of the fast hits that we need with regards to Gooballs, guys?
I think for me is... Go ahead.
Politeness battle, let's go. Okay.
It is the politeness battle. I'm going over the top. Look, I think for me, I love some of the delegation of roles I've been seeing. And yeah, okay, just got MVP, but I do love Palm in the support role, where I feel like, roles have been all over the place, where you look at Buff and Joyers, Obakim was never truly in the full support role. And now you look at Palm, and Palm's just fully, I'm going to play Paige, Kelvin every game, maybe a Viscus if it's available, just fully embracing the idea of there's a support role that I think is good to have in the game, and we're always going to run someone that is that guy backing everyone up. So I've been low-key a fan of Palm on this roster as their sort of introduction to higher level comp.
Yeah, for me, I mean, it's ABL and DMOV, just super exciting to see these guys on playmakers, on tempo carries, because they can just take the game over and run it over. Empty Dreams and OCs kind of doing the late game carry farmer work, farming up the whole game, turning up to burn down the buildings. But definitely in a closer game, I expect to see a lot more activity and team fighting from both of those guys. So this roster stacked from front to back. It's great to see them here in the night shift.
All right, let's go to our next roster then. We have Abrahams, and we haven't had any time to talk about them really yet today. So now is your chance. The CP, what are your thoughts? What's top of mind?
Well, top of the mind here is that obviously Abraham's lost a few players, and they're taking some Buff and Joyers players as substitutes, where it is important to clarify, yes, for now they are subs. But in one case, for Hoot, it's kind of going back to form, where Hoot did used to be on Abraham's for a long period of time before they picked up ABL in the wake of the old one-win team falling apart, and is seemingly slotted in without a problem on the substitute end, and has helped elevate the team. But I mean, what more can you say overall? This has still been one of the most consistent teams in all of Europe. Yeah, they've gone through a bit of changes, but the margin between them and Buff and Joyers has always been very, very slim. And realistically, it seems like it was only some end game decisions that would kind of stand in their way at times, rather than ever being a mechanical gap versus a team like Buff and Joyers.
And I mean, if you were having any issues, like it's you'd be hard pressed for me to find 2 better subs than Obakim and Hoot to come in for Abraham. So that's a massive grabs to have to show up in this match to make Abrahams as competitive as they can be. Gooballs coming off a win, but maybe they're feeling a little overconfident with that. And I think this Abraham's roster, if you slip up, they're absolutely going to snatch the game away from you. Really excited, especially to see the draft phase, because this is a team where I think that capability of matching the flexibility, no issue for Abrahams. These two teams have all these players have played at the highest level for quite a while now. And I don't think that either of them is going to be hamstrung by a specific draft. So I'm really curious to see what their take is on kind of the top heroes in Deadlock today.
Let's say ZP. It seems like to me, if you're playing against ABL, you kind of need to ban Yamato. And it also kind of seems like if you're playing against Abrahams, you can't let them have Shiv. These are 2 things that come to my mind straight away.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have things that we know are a very bad thing to let the other head. Gooballs, in this case, realize you never, under any circumstances, give Abrahams the option to pick Saint on the Kelvin. Abrahams, I am curious if they ban the Yamato or not. I don't think ABL is unstoppable on the Yamato, even though it is his most favored character. I think in overall draft power, you can make the argument that letting them use first pick on Yamato could carry some other benefits. Like, I'm not convinced you always have to ban it, and instead Abrahams go, yeah, actually, we don't want Dimov to play the Shiv here, which would certainly, I think, have been the case if it was available. Maybe.
This doesn't mean Gooballs can grab that signature ABL Yamato if they want to, and I don't see why not, especially with Shiv and Kelvin out of the pool. It's like, hey, that super dominant, not just frontliner, but a hero that can really take over the game at all phases. I think the only weakness of Yamato is she's a bit weaker in her farm potential. So she does need to like win the lane and continue tempoing the mid game, continue tempoing the late game. Like, you kind of do need to stay ahead off of kills. But who better to do that than somebody like ABL, who lives to get in and get active in that mid game. By the way, Tabby, thanks for the 5 gifted there. Appreciate that. All the primers we've been getting in chat as well. Much appreciated.
Okay, I love this. They took Ivy from OC's, which it's been OC's comfort pick. I was about to say, do you go Paige Ivy? Like, I know that sounds ridiculous as the first 2 picks, but this is targeting what Gooballs are good at. You get rid of OC's original hero, and I would love more than anything else to take the Paige and then force Gooballs to actually do a Viscous in the first round. As wild that is, they're not going to do it, but it would have been cool to see.
I mean, Hoot has been really crazy on the doorman, right? We've seen that a bit from him. I mean, a lot of players, honestly, I think at the highest level have been practicing the doorman, just realizing, okay, this character can kind of be played on any role, is like super scary in so many different situations. You really want to have a very good understanding of his kit. I also don't mind it against Yamato because it's a character that can just run away from Yamato, right? When she pops her ult, you can just disengage off those doors, maybe even get your teammates out of trouble.
Okay, so we've got the Paradox. There was once upon a time we had Mo that was often paired with Paradox. Gooballs were the ones that were doing that a lot, but now it seems like Vindicta or Paige seems to come into that place a lot more. So are we going to see a Vindicta here or Paige?
I think you see Paige. If you don't pick Paige, it's getting banned. I don't love this for Gooballs. We'll see. Maybe I'm overvaluing Palm here, but I think if you're Abrahams, so you have first pick coming out of the draft here, you can ban something like Viscous and pick Paige for yourself. And I think not only does that still give you a really good lineup, but it also puts Gooballs in a tough spot because what in the world do you put Palm on at that point? Like, Palm is going to have to play something like, you think about other characters that can be played support, maybe like a support Mo. I think you like this draft strategy if you're Abrahams. We'll see if they're thinking on the same wavelength, but for me, you ban Viscous, pick Paige, or vice versa. That's what I'd love to see.
See, they grabbed the Billy instead, but I wouldn't mind seeing them maybe ban away the Paige. It feels like Paige, it would be so potent to pair with Yamato in this draft because it would just guarantee almost ABL a dominant laning phase, which is like the dream for Yamato. You come out of the laning phase, like you've gotten some kills, take the Guardian early. That's how you start a monster Yamato game. And Paige is honestly, for me, like the best character in the game at like almost securing a laning win at this level of play. And so now ABL is going to have to fend for himself just a little bit more, right? He's a little bit more vulnerable to being focus fired in that phase.
Okay.
And I think that the Viscous maybe would have been picked. So they maybe Gooballs felt, look, we have to ban it or else it's going to get picked against us. And that save from the cube is going to be really annoying against our Holiday and Paradox trying to get people on initiations.
Yeah, what can Abrahams do, ZP, to match up against the Yamato Paradox? Because that's typically what we would see in that mid lane now for ABL. And that's always a winning lane for ABL.
Yeah, that's a scary lane.
Getting in front of Slate is value. but I would have liked to have seen the Mo here, because I think for Gooballs, you may just grab the Mo here for combos, and it's going to be really, really good. I will say the premium on support characters is actually unreal if you look at the bans. Like, of the 4 bans, Paige, Kelvin, Viscous, all banned. And for Gooballs, I don't think they wanted to live in a world where they got 0 of those characters and then gave up the Viscous at the end, because I do think it would have been picked. I think it was going to get picked more so as to deny the Palm, but it also still would have been good for Abraham's in turn. But Vindicta does come in towards the end, and I wonder for Palm if it's going to be Palm on the Vindicta here, because there are various ways of how to play Vindicta, and we have seen for characters that were playing more on the support end that you decide, yeah, you could play more of a support Vindicta, because that's a big question for me, is what in the world does Palm play with this draft for Gooballs?
Where's the frontline at for Gooballs too?
No.
I mean, it really is just ABL on the Yamato right now, which maybe he's just going to build like more of a heavy tanking setup on the Yamato and be a little bit less damage emphasized. I like the Mo grab for Abrahams. I think this is going to give them a real better chance to grab counter kills, because Gooballs have absurd mobility, right? Pocket, Vindicta, Holiday, all maybe like 3 of the top mobility characters in the game, save for options like Mina or Lash. And I mean, now you have both Billy and Mo to have really strong tools to lock down some of these escape artist heroes and turn those into kills. So Bebop adds another element to really attack that, what looks like kind of the foundation of the Gooballs composition in terms of how mobile, how much escape that they're rocking in this comp.
Yeah, getting the Bebop Mo combos in the last 2 picks is also pretty high value. A lot of times, if you pick the Bebop earlier, the Mo will be a higher ban or at least pick a ban target where you don't let them get the combo, but you pick it both at the last point, you get both of them, and it's all good. Victor, though, going to finish things off here for Gooballs. So Gooballs, I mean, the same note, they have a lot of playmaking potential with the Holiday and the Paradox, and their late game, they're still going to be able to run at you with a terrifying, frankly, Victor Yamato frontline. The only question, to an extent, is who's going to get all the farm, because I don't think you're going to be able to get Victor, Pocket, and Yamato all farmed. One of them is going to take a little bit of an L, and who's going to be rich. And usually it's not ABL who takes the L.
So how have they done, Jake, overall? Like, you're looking at the full draft now. What are the win conditions? Where is Abraham stronger, weaker? Same for Gooballs. Who's getting out that early game ahead?
Honestly, I really do like both drafts. I think Abrahams have a lot more objective damage, though. So I will say in the late game, like if they win a team fight, they're going to drop Patron in the late game, right? Like they have monster gun damage, no issues clearing down buildings. Gooball is going to be a little bit weaker, frankly, on that building damage front. But maybe it won't matter, right? If you're dominating the team fights, if you're getting those kills, you're getting the key objectives, maybe the base just drops anyway. So Gooballs, a lot of mobility, a lot of tempo. For me, this is actually an incredibly execution-dependent draft. And I mean, it looks like our chat predictions pretty much agree, right? People are basically 50-50 on this match. And I think a lot just depends on Bebop, Mo, and Krill, and to a lesser extent, Billy and Doorman. Like, can they find these catches on the key players? Like, do they catch Pocket, Vindicta, and Holiday when they're trying to make plays, or do those plays get off uninterrupted? If you're getting all your spells off like that and Gooballs are letting Victor and Yamato hold the aggro, Abrahams are going to have a tough time. Vice versa, if they're losing the Pocket early, you might just not have enough damage to really take this fight to Abraham. So super exciting for me. I think this is a very balanced draft, despite the fact that the two teams have very different visions of how to play.
All right, take it away, gents. Abrahams and Gooballs, map 1 of hopefully 3.
We're getting into it, Jake, and I think my take on this draft, I give advantage Abrahams purely because they did kind of dissect the hero pools of 2 members of Gooballs going in, is that they really went after OCs for the starter, right? And it's like, okay, they got rid of the Ivy, but they also got the Infernus on top of it, and OC's actual farming is not going to be as good. And then they also went out of their way to make sure that Palm is going to have to play something that we haven't seen Palm on maybe ever. I'm trying to think if we've seen any game where Palm hasn't been on either Viscous, Kelvin, or Paige, and I can't remember one. It may have happened, but for the most part, we've seen Palm on a lot of Viscous, a lot of Paige, and every now and then a Kelvin. And that got thrown out the window. So the fact that you've kind of hit OC's number 1 comfort pick, and you put Paige, or rather put Palm in a tougher spot, I think Abrahams, like, this is a good draft for them.
Yeah, I agree. I actually like the Abrahams draft. I'd give them the slight edge here. I think they have good tools to even deal with characters like Yamato and the Victor, which can be just impossibly durable frontliners. But I do think, especially like something like the Mo combo is going to be an X factor here. Like you've got Bebop Hook and Mo combo, and as tough as you think you are on Yamato and Victor, if you get like hooked into a bad position with combo, look, you're just dead. Almost at any point in the game, you are just dead to that combo. Doorman could maybe set up the similar sort of play if he can kidnap people through doors. Very interested to see who is piloting the Doorman this game and what build they go for. Like, I honestly wouldn't hate to see a more of a supporty Doorman, but I could also see the argument for the heavier gun carry this game too.
It's probably Hoot, because I think Taz is still Bebop, and yeah, okay, that's exactly what it is. Because back in the Buff Enjoyers games, oftentimes you can see Hoot play something like a Bebop at times, but in this case, Taz has had too many good moments of Bebop over time. You still got to give it to Taz.
Maybe out on the signature Yamato. This Infernus lane, I think Infernus, I actually personally, I play a lot of Infernus, and I love the matchup against Yamato in the early game. I just feel like when she comes to trade with you, you can put that burn on her and reduce her spirit damage. And even when she's ulting, it feels like if you can just get that burn on her, you aren't so scared of the Yamato ulti. That being said, Vin can be a bit of a problem as well in the laning phase. And this one, I think, is going to be pretty consequential, right? We talked about the importance of Vin coming out, or rather, of Yamato coming out of the laning phase in a nice position. But it's mid lane who takes a ton of pressure. Taz on super low HP might be... Is he forced into a base trip? Surely not this early.
It may be looking that way. It's a tough spot to be in, but also, look, Paradox Holiday has never been an easy lane to go up against. And yeah, that is a full-on back to base, where, by the way, I admire the ability to understand I should go back to base. There's so many games where people will give up so much priority in their lane because they don't go heal. It's like, healing can be the lesser of the two evils at times.
And honestly, this early in the game, now that I think about it, like, you're not damaging the tower on wave 2. You're just not. You could get the full wave of the tower, hit it with all your damage. You just don't have enough damage to really be a problem here. It's a nice burn to grab off this Infernus. Yamato looks like she juked the Mo and put some damage onto that backliner. So far, so good for the Gooballs lane. Still, I think the game's very even here in the laning phase. A little bit better pressure, perhaps, for the Gooballs.
You take a look at it too, Tass really didn't pay much of a penalty, so that was a really well-timed back, all in all. Take notes. People watching, like, take notes. You can go back and have it work out. But overall, that's a delicate lane as Power Slash comes on in. But to your point, Jake, when you go for the Power Slash, you eat the burn in turn. Like, there's one downside because you're just stable.
Oh, big parry. That's huge to find here onto Together, who might be able to fight his way out of this. Maybe just the Billy effect? No, not quite. And even the turnaround, maybe now onto the IB as well. Pocket damage is good, and that's a big double kill for the Gooballs lane.
Also, we didn't really talk about, but OCs who have generally seen on range carry is going on a farm here on a different note, playing the Victor this time around. I thought, you know, offhand, maybe it'd be some combination of ABL and DMOV, or, you know, maybe DMOV would be on the Victor because DMOV usually is, you know, playing frontline Bash Brother with ABL, but not the case.
Need to be of assistance.
A second base trip for Taz. I mean, I will say they're kind of getting away with it, right? They haven't lost too much in the way of the farm. They haven't lost a bunch of base damage either. And now Taz is here with full HP, ready to sling one on her tower. The beautiful card combo. Beautiful synergy there, connecting in, and now Overseas maybe getting run down. This Doorman might want to chase this one down.
However, some of the damage coming back in turn, making this not 100% safe for the Doorman, but the call bell in, and the Paradox is out. So the combo works out well. I do enjoy, though, the escape paths people have found where you get hooked in and just like, yep, go for the jump pad. Just exit out the back alley. Don't try and go back out via the front, and jump scare.
There's no way you're getting out the front door. Holiday, though. Oh, dashes get baited into the luggage cart. What a sick read from who? The outplays in this mid lane are next level, but Holiday just barely slides away.
I look forward to meeting them again.
Carbine through the veil, putting a Hoot in a bit of danger, and it's a kind of a long way to Healing Right being up here. This is Hoot just hoping that a stiff breeze doesn't go in their direction, or more likely a barrel.
Furnace trying to keep this aggression up. This is where the game gets a little hard on the Furnace, though, right? There's not much you can do when the enemy's playing under their Guardian, and putting the siege pressure on feels like a little bit too scary against Vin.
Also, in terms of build, one thing of note here, I'm not seeing a whole lot of Mystic shots right now, Jake.
Yeah, big pull in now. Victor pulls them both deep. Gonna get that catch at the second on to OCs. You'd love to be able to take down that Victor all this early, and Billy is just absolutely fearless under the Guardian. Just no fear off that melee passive.
Yep, together, find new home on Billy, even with Shiv being off the table. Empty Dreams, meanwhile, able to punish Hoot, where I mean, it feels a little bit expected. We saw Hoot just cowering, waiting for healing right before, and not the easiest spot to be in, but yeah, I mean, like, go back to the point here. Based on that, did we see anyone with a Mystic shot? I don't think we did.
Yeah, you don't have the most obvious builders for it in this game. Maybe ABL could, although I've seen more and more Yamatos skip the item and just kind of go straight into your core tankiness and team fighting items. Grabbing some shields in the early game.
It was a core part of the Hoot holiday build that Lightbringer came out with, because you just get extra grass damage on the holidays. So instead, Empty Dreams opted for just more general spirit, making barrels more threatening. But Billy, once more, a little bit more poke in towards the Guardian, and Guardian damage is the name of the game here, but if you give them the opportunity to dive in, they certainly will.
Tankiness from this Billy, pretty crazy. Really nice laning matchup, I think, into the Victor, who's one of the few heroes who's willing to like take trades with Victor at close range. However, you're always at the risk of a parry, right? If a parry comes in, I feel like Billy really loses a ton of steam, and the punish is very real. Pocket grabbing some stacks, doesn't have Affliction online, but maybe he's still looking to put some nuke damage down.
I think when you're up against Billy, you have to have the confidence to go for raw parries. Like, yes, you could get punished, but you can't let a Billy get tons of freebies. Meanwhile, though, Saint getting punished. Shout transformation used here by ABL just to ensure safe exit out of the lane.
It's a nice kill to find, right?
Yeah.
It's exactly what you want on Yamato, to find a couple of these kills in the laning phase. I feel like it's knocking down the Guardian that really does open the doors for you to kind of get crazy with the farm. So we'll see how he likes to play out from here if they're able to drop that Guardian with the ultis down.
Bit of a pause coming on through, and I will say, as far as storylines into this game goes, I'm a little bit worried for Abrahams if OCs can channel the OCs farming magic on the Victor, because if OCs can farm on the Victor the same way that OCs is able to farm on Ivy, that means you're going to be dealing with a near 30k Victor around like 22, 23 minutes in the game, which is frankly still terrifying even after some of the nerfs.
Yeah, it is interesting, but I feel like the characters kind of do play so differently in the late game, where Ivy is this like split push, lane clearing monster, and Victor does kind of want to frontline a little bit more for the team. So I'm not worried about OCs getting the farm. I'm wondering, how is the execution going to be in these late game team fights? Are the team going to be ready to play behind him in a way that the Ivy is kind of doing the opposite? Ivy kind of wants to sit in the back and let other characters take the damage. Now, is Ivy just absolutely crushing through the wave. Pocket has Affliction if he wants to kind of come back in and turn around for a punishing fight. Affliction is on the Billy, who's looking to play his way out of that. Does pop the chain, and hey, a couple melees could kind of turn this one around. Big parry connection comes in, but gets counter parried by Dimov, securing that kill.
Just too much damage coming in, even with the read and the parry. But, you know, for a moment, looked a little promising, but together, sent back to spawn. And look at the overall game state. As even as it gets in terms of overall souls. Gooballs looking for a little bit more Guardian pressure here in the mid. Just need a little bit more. However, Empty Dreams, no lasso. Dangerous position to be in as a Billy drops right on your head.
Has a pad up in a second. The parry is good, and that should get him out of trouble. Saved his life off that one. A lot of players coming into the mid lane. Meanwhile, Sonya takes down ABL in the side lane. That's a one-on-one. Big solo kill for Sonya Sniper, who also opens up that side Guardian. So Infernus now really taking point position for Abrahams. Let's see what Sonya Sniper can do with this lead.
Also, it's 8 minutes. Got to secure your vaults. Don't let other people take your Gamba.
Meanwhile, Mo is like, I'll take that. Thank you.
Ooh.
I'm out of there. Quick Gamba for the mole.
Also, Gamba on the lasso there at the end, but we got a quick replay.
The replay. Oh, the jukes. He's juking him nasty. The heal bane as well. That's such a big kill to be able to find in the furnace. Now, team fight in the mid lane.
Yep, swap over and in, putting Tass in real danger right now. See if the fall through is going to be there. A lot of healthy blue all around. And
the
wait,
jukes?
wait, no way, no way! Does he actually get out, Jake? Okay,
What
going.
the hell? Dude, Taz just danced on him. Oh my god, there was like 3 players hunting him down. Splits the wicket and flies out of that one.
Last time I saw ankles get broken that bad, I was watching the Giants game as Scatabo went out for the season. That's all I know. You may not get that reference, but someone did, and that's all that matters.
Oh my! Oh, ABL just tried to int the Guardian and actually got clapped back. Both Mo and Infernus were there. Looks like the combo came down, and that's ABL 2 brutal deaths in a row. And this Yamato has really fallen out of the game. I mean, Yamato 6.2K is at pretty much bottom of the game right now, other than a couple of the other lowest across the board, especially for Abrahams. But Infernus at 10K, I mean, not a hero that typically gets this explosively farmed this fast. I think Infernus typically needs to go to the jungle to really hit his peaks, but hey, an active Infernus getting all those farm items on early, you could kind of explode into this game.
It's a really good omen for Abrahams and a pretty poor one for Gooballs. As Tass, again,
He's got a bag on him.
Vault.
He's got to get out of that. Yeah, got to hang on to the bag. This is turning into a team fight. Both teams bringing big resources into this one. You're trying to go on Saint as the Mo, but not an easy catch, and it looks like it's going to be an earn pickup for Abrahams utilizing the distraction, but an aggressive earn drop, I feel like there's just no way.
I think there is a way. If you're running Doorman, all earn plays are possible. It's the one thing that I think Doorman really gives your team is that you have the ability to just frankly execute on bullshit. Like, it is, I think, the only other hero that carries as much just overpower earn ability is probably Kelvin. Like, they can make this work. He is going to have to transfer the earn to someone else here, though, to set up the dwarf.
Are they? Oh, they're just sending it.
Running it. They may just be sending it.
And meanwhile, ABL's getting crushed and punished in the side lane. Infernus and Mo get the pickup they're looking for. Earn drop comes in, and this is turning in now to a team fight that Abraham's like. They're feeling pretty good about this one.
That's wild. Not only ABL getting run over, but the earn coming on in, and they're trading out reasonably well for it here. You have Gooballs rotating in, but OC has been off more than they can chew together, not feeling hurt at all, and they fall in through the door. The door doesn't get closed.
You don't want to, you're in the wrong neighborhood together. But this is that's earned down. You got to kill on ABL before this fight really started. The turnaround's coming, though. Are you going to be able to get out of this? It's super deep on Infernus, putting the burn on this Walker. They're going so heavy for this Walker drop. Is Mo going to be able to get this?
I mean, we'll see, and the Walker does go down. ABL, not quite the threat they usually are here. Maybe you could get a piece of Infernus here.
Infernus has to die, right? He's just dancing on him. Spamming wall jumps. But, I mean, I guess job's done, right? This is an 11-minute, almost a 12-minute Walker. Insane. Victor playing his way out of this one, but the team is here, and now you're pulling him deep under tower. Does not have the ultimate to play his way out of this one, and the burst is there. Great catch from Hoot. Follow-up is there from the team. And a trophy, oh my God, it's here, baby. Trophy collector bought. Have this, like, legitimately, is this the first time it's been bought in Deadlock Night Shift? I honestly don't think.
No,
I don't know if I've seen it.
It did get bought late game by Hoot too, and Lightbringer was telling us why. Like, the logic from Lightbringer was that if you get 5 stacks, it's actually pretty competitive versus.
I mean, think about the range on Doorman. Where is Doorman's going to be able to door like the entire map if he's max stacked? I mean, truly, the ability range maxed on Doorman is actually insane when you think about. I mean, it's probably the highest like cast range limited or like ability range limited tool in the game is the Doorman doors. It's like, what is it, 70, 80 meters? Like absurd how far apart they can be. And so if you have max stacks trophy collector, that's like plus 16% or something on your ability range. Combine that with the raw ability range item, and you kind of have a recipe for really scary doors.
Also, chat, I just need to clarify. I make Scatabo jokes because I'm also in pain. He was carrying my season, so you know what? He stays on IR the entire time. I respect the contributions. That's all you gotta know. For those who know, that's where we're at. But onto the game here, Jake. Abraham's in a really nice spot here so far, and honestly, I think they're willing to just kind of. They're okay to not go for major fights until next earn, and again, kind of use Doorman to set up a beneficial earn fight and go from there.
I mean, trophy is a big buy, right? Like this, for me, changes the game completely. This is probably the most greedy item in the game, right? If you can get to max stacks, like this Doorman, he's kind of building semi-support right now, but late game, he could just have anything he wants. This could be a vacuum web, you know, kidnapping build. It could go completely crazy. Tether tries to get in for a quick burst on the Guardian and just finds basically the entire team of Gooballs waiting for him.
14 minutes, 1 minute till next earn. Just dropping doors and closing doors immediately, off in the middle. Also, it's interesting how this Guardian is still up for Gooballs, by the way. As
what is going on?
Mo combo off the the vent, drag him along for the ride. ABL probably just gonna walk away from that one, thoroughly confused.
All right, it's like, okay, we did something. But yeah, combo down. ABL still has the ulti. Pocket has ulti as well, and they're gonna get active on this Infernus, who has a tower here. But yeah, I don't know if you want to really rely on that at this phase of the game. That tower is gonna go down very, very quickly. Diving deep, chain in on the pocket, but he still is able to suitcase out of that one. Are the burns good enough for a kill? I'm not sure. Yeah, D-Mob's out of this one, but hey, Infernus is eating the entire affliction with no cares.
Drops the flame dash. ABL already low. Shadow transformation may not be enough to save. Certainly, if nothing else,
dead.
ABL
He's going for the Guardian.
Away, but the hook comes on in. Just when you think, maybe you can get out, Taz says, no way. And
actually, I think that's a nice read from ABL. Like, he was dead to rights there for sure, low HP with the ulti, and so he just grabs the Guardian before going down. That's the third Guardian. That does open a flex slot, so it's a little something for the Gooballs, and now it's Abraham's turn to risk it all on the Gamba mid-boss, and they've got the damage for this. Bullet resist shutter on the Mo. Everyone's just pumping in this fight. I don't know that Gooballs are going to be ready for this. They could bring the victor in, but there's no affliction. Oh, beautiful ult as well.
A trip to the Baroness, and here we go. Ivy on the contest, stone form in. First rejuve, second rejuve, everything that Abraham's here so far. They get the full 3 and they cover it with the hyper beam. Gooballs gonna lose players in off the contest. They lose all the rejuves, and now this truly is gonna put Abraham's in full control of this game.
Think of the trophy collector stack ZP. That's the only thing that matters now. Mid boss is a side quest. 16 stacks or bust.
Honestly, my mind is still like a little bit hazy from seeing Mo like doing his best Dragon Ball Z impression, or just all the fists through the air. Looking forward to the replay after on that. But yeah, I mean, game state wise, this is pretty dominant. And
look on so that's a big catch right onto this Holiday, who's trying to dance her way out of this. Drops out the lasso, maybe turning around, maybe trying to bull Bebop a little bit deeper than he intended for. Find himself under the walker, but they don't have the damage follow-up, and Mo is hanging out. Combo almost off cooldown. Could turn scary if you stick around into this one, and Hoot is hovering, looking for more of those stacks. He would love to get on a big trading team fight right now.
Power slash on to Obakim, but the problem is ABL's too poor. Like, that's an 18k Ivy, a 12k Amato, and a better game state. That's a kill on the Obakim, but ABL is just not the threat that he otherwise would be in this game because of how poor the early game went and how good of a job Abrahams did at really limiting the impact of this Amato.
Yeah, so much of the farm on this Gooballs team is in OCs right now, and the problem is, if you don't have ulti on Victor, fighting into this rejuve, it feels like a throw, right? Like, this Victor cannot come to a bad team fight. At this phase in the game, that would be really disastrous. Speaking of disastrous, it's ABL caught by the combo. Is he going to pop the Shadow Transform? I mean, I don't think it's really going to save him. And actually just holds on to it. Vin's there with the save, so that's actually a great read from ABL. Keeps it up, gets the save from Vin. And so he's out of that one with no trouble. This Walker is just stomping time after time as the siege continues for Abrahams.
And for Abrahams, you still got 2 rejuves, you still have a reasonable amount of time. You have no reason not to keep sieging. Empty Dream's not really doing a ton of damage together there, who shakes it off, takes the vent, and runs away. But now the urn is in motion for Gooballs, but surely you can't try and turn this in while rejuve is still up.
And that's the problem. Even though you're behind, it's still not enough for a favored urn. So turning in an even urn, good luck. And I mean, Yamato's ticking down from this, so this urn is pretty costly to hold on to. I mean, at the same time, if you drop it, the cost is going to be even steeper because Abraham's going to get a free turn in, considering they're absolutely dominating that side of the map with the Walker down. But it's kind of costing you a lot of time and energy just to deny that from the Abrahams.
Yeah, particularly when you're playing ABL, where the last thing ABL needs to do in this game is be the guy that's, dedicated urn carrier, but swap in on the task, doesn't care, just dashes over. There are more members of Gooballs here than not, so we'll see if Gooballs can overload and get at least one pick up. But Abraham so far able to shake the pressure. Sanya turns it, finds Empty Dreams.
Sonya's here, 2 kills.
The rotation is so much better in from Abrahams, and Gooballs losing 2. This is real tough.
Yeah, and what can you really do here? Combo in, cleaned up. Stacks coming up for Hoot. We need to get a check a tab on the trophy collector stacks. Crucial information for the team right now. Victor's clearing this wave in the mid lane, but I mean, it's expensive, right? Tanking this Ivy is pretty scary. You have to keep these waves out though, or else that Walker's gonna go down very, very quick. And hold on, carded in, carded deep. Yeah, this might be too much even for Victor. Heals are good though, so much tankiness. So absurd, and still has 2 Diva removers. Why was I ever worried?
Also, still had shocking reanimation on top of it. There were layers upon layers to the Victor cake. But Burn Turnin coming in from Saint. Abraham's extending their lead. ABL trying to make Mo pay for it and may get a Rejuve crystal out, but
they're delaying it. They're delaying it.
But wait,
It's
he gets
sick.
away.
The Rejuve's about to end. They're trying to delay it for the Rejuve kill. But is it going to bite them in the butt here? Abrahams is back and looking into the fight. ABL forced into the ult, but he's low. Can he really take this fight into Together, who's kind of biding his time, leaving this one out?
He's still chain gang. He can pop this here for the extra durability to bring people on in. Gets 2 off the chain, pulls them in. Bash down after, ends up paying the price to the end. But is it going to set up the rest? Abraham's actually down 2 from the end of that engagement. Hoot looking for the escape via the door. Obikim able to get 1 on the Vindicta. Back and forth to go. ABL, though, hungry for a little bit of revenge, sets up OC's Affliction up over. Sanya may not be in the best spot here. A little bit of jukes movement here from Demov. 80 HP, 15 burns down.
Honestly, that heal bane kill was pretty important for the Infernus. You can't go into this creep wave, bro. Oh my god, that's just... Wait, is he gonna get caught? Victor's here. He's on literal 1 bullet here. I mean, this is not safe for this Infernus by any stretch of the imagination. Is here Victor around?
No. The minimap sometimes gives you the false positive. Like, wait, he's right behind. No, he's actually just up.
Verticality is challenged with the minimap, and that's a free earn for the Gooballs. So it's a very, very big fight. I mean, soul-wise, we haven't seen the full impact yet until we get this earn turn in. But they are kind of mitigating their losses. Downside is there's no main objective that you're really able to clear off of that. Still 3 walkers, full health for Abrahams. The lead they have in this game is quite significant, but they've just lost a pretty significant step. They don't even drop the Victor ult in that team fight, and OCs is getting to that scary level we talked about. 26k on the Victor, going toe-to-toe with the top farmers on Abrahams.
You know what kind of hurts OCs, though? 26k and not having your walker slot open sucks. Like, that actually is miserable, where there's items you're going to want to add here soon, and you're going to have to start selling. Like, if you want to get E-Shift, you're going to have to sell something in your stack rather than having the open slot that, in most games, you would have a walker down by 21 minutes, but the early to mid game has been so miserable for Gooballs that they weren't able to do that. And, you know, by contrast, slots are looking pretty open for Abrahams.
Yeah, now Abraham's kind of slowing things down. I mean, I think some of their tempo has been stripped away after that last team fight, some of their confidence. They're trying to just play the macro game, utilize the lane advantage they're going to inherently be holding on to, given this walker advantage. And maybe grab some kills on the side lanes. Looks like a combo connecting on somebody. It is the combo full connection onto the Holiday. She's trying to pad out of this one, and just the mobility on the Holiday, right? If you don't instantly burst her, she is going to escape. And reaction is coming in, but I think it's too little too late, unless Together sticks around a little bit too long in this area of the map.
By the way, in terms of late game scaling, Empty Dreams did do a variant of the gun build and a few more levels, and Empty Dreams is a massive, massive threat to where if Saint gets caught mid-combo and is not comboing Empty Dreams can just put him in the ground. But ABL on the chase down, wants a little bit of piece of Taz here.
It's a good target.
On the slash. Yeah, it's really good damage here so far. Are they able to finish it off? Taz running for their life, takes refuge in the corner, off on the uppercut, but the cavalry is coming and Taz gets run down.
You came very deep for this kill, and you find a second. Gooballs, they're low across the board, but they're already up 2-0. This is turning into a really strong team fight. Abraham's advantage slipping away from them, from pickoffs now, turning into a maybe more. If they can take down this Ivy, it could be mid-boss up next on the menu. Victor ult is down. He's in that shocking reanimation. This chase down coming in, and ABL is just undeniable. Forces this kill over the top onto Obikim. Sanya, still relatively healthy on this Infernus, but the player advantage is massive.
Show transformation, ABL still out for blood. Huge advantage overall for Gooballs. Only down 1, the Abrahams being down 3, and you have to think this is going to turn into a mid-boss here shortly.
And I mean, the fight was too well executed by Sanya, Saint, and Hoot. I mean, it was only 3 alive against 5, but they just fought it out. They ground down the HP. They stayed alive on those 3. And I mean, the Infernus at this point in the game is a really terrifying opponent, right? If you don't get on top of him, he can, I mean, not 1v5, right? But he is a monster problem if he's able to just continue dealing damage, continue lighting it up. And once Victor's out of debuff removers, right, that matchup really gets bad.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, take a look at it. They were damaged enough that the plan was just go back and heal. The window to get mid-boss is over. And in fact, it's Abraham's wanting to force the issue. And why not? You got the door, man. This can be risky.
No Victor ult. Like, you might as well go for it. I mean, you don't have Infernus ult either, but there's no Yamato, there's no Victor. Big Affliction, how many is that on? It's a huge hit from
It
Demov.
looks like 3.
Looks
It may
like
have been
maybe a
3.
massive team fight. Abraham's ticking down across the board. Sanya's low as well. 2 kills already found. Obikim trades back onto Palm. So both teams getting a piece of this fight, but can Sanya still fight? He's down a little bit low on this Infernus.
Dimov getting some good poke, getting a huge piece of Ivy here. Obikim in real danger, bursted down on the onset. OC's no shocking reanimation, no problem. The cart here towards the end may free up Hoot, but does nothing for Abrahams on actually getting this mid-boss. Gooballs, they've come back here, Jake. Not only do they have mid-boss control, are they likely to get all charges here, barring Hoot doing God's work in a moment. They're going to be able to completely rework the game as far as walkers go. Like 3 rejuves this late. If Abrahams maintains even 1 walker by the end, they're going to be lucky.
Yeah, this game has been completely equalized. A dive deep a little bit early, but the Doorman very vulnerable, dropping low. The power slash is in. ABL claims a life here. And now Saint even on the menu, maybe diving the Mo under the walker. Too crazy at this phase in the game. But are they going to go for it? Looks like they are. Okay, maybe not for now, but the respawners coming in. 2 waves crashing on the outer lanes. It does get scary, right? In the end, you're not really able to get that much here. A battle on the earn pickup. This one's crucial, but Together's able to pick that one up, and Victor doesn't really have any way to hold down the opposition.
That's such a big snatch. Going in and getting earn control is huge for Abrahams, because Jake, they don't want to turn it in anytime soon. But they also had no interest in contesting Gooballs if Gooballs had control, so Together gets there just in the nick of time to deny what would have been an automatic earn turn in and a really big edge for Gooballs. So that's a heads up play coming in from Abrahams.
I love this divine barrier on Taz here, but I think you honestly need more. Like Dimov's afflictions now are devastating in the late game. Lucky shot and crippling bought by Empty Dreams, or did he sell one of those? If he just bought 12k worth of gun items, we need to check the inventory right now. That
was a big fight.
Did he actually get 12k to buy? I mean, he's 32k. He's so farmed on Empty Dreams here on the holiday. He has both. Wait, no. Does he? Am I crazy?
Yes, he does. Yeah, he has
he
both.
sold the crippling. He sold the crippling. He has glass.
No, you're right. Yeah, it's
Okay, I was gonna say,
cannon,
there's like getting 12k is obscene. Like, there's no way.
Yeah. So either way, though, this is still endgame Holiday, where we need to see more Holiday cam here because Empty Dreams has the ability to just drop.
He can just pop people. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of him versus Infernus. I feel like Sanya needs to do a lot of the carrying. We'll see the trades here. I mean, you'd love to find a kill, but that blood tribute deceptively offers a ton of tankiness, I think, in this matchup. Combo to Holiday is a great find. Very, very deep. Getting pulled back is a nice catch, though. Could be enough to maybe pop this first rejuve. But the support is there. The team is showing up to support, denying these easy finish kills. And that's combo down.
That rescue beam was so massive. That was Empty Dreams about to be dead via luggage cart. Like, you saw Hoot coming in around the back, being like, I'm about to send you. And the rescue beam just barely saves, where, again, when you're playing Holiday in the late game here, ideally, you're not the initial target and you're just playing at mid-range and chunking out tons of damage. Getting a Holiday pick, meanwhile, for Abrahams, one of the best picks they can get for team fight survivability. So we'll see how this goes later on as ABL wants to get a little bit of poke damage here onto the Mo. Diving in on the Saint.
He's
looking for the
tanky.
escape.
He's so tanky on this Mo, man. He clears the wave deep away from the walker. Almost. I think there's one creep left. That snipe hits hard, though, from Vindicta. And hold on, Saint now looking to be in trouble. Snipe after snipe raining down on the Mo. So he got that Veil Walker. Is trying to slip away with the burrow. It might just be enough. Oh my God. Surely not. Surely you're able to kill this Mo, man.
You would think.
So incredible. He does grab the berry, but it's still not enough. But meanwhile, the counter kills are good. Hold on. 2 finished kills, not just rejuves, but the other bodies dropped, and Mo made a lot of space and time to make that possible.
When you look at the overall game state, though, the prize comes in that we were talking about, where at post mid-boss, Jake, for Gooballs, they got all 3 walkers down. They had 0 walkers, they got 3, and they just got an earn. And they went from being a little bit behind, now 25k up, but okay, emergency trip here to the Baroness. We'll see if what the welcoming committee is going to be for Overseas. Overseas is out, and the luggage cart is into the wall, but the rescue beam may have just saved it again. The rescue beams from Palm have been so good, Jake.
Yeah, we were worried about the hero pull, but here on Vindicta, the impact is absolutely massive, not just with the snipes, but with the saves, with the support gameplay as well. and the punish comes in. OC shows up, 45,000 souls in the bag for OCs. Doesn't even need to drop the shocking reanimation. He is ready to go and keep pushing this issue. Abrahams are going to be down 2 for quite a while, and there's an opportunity for a very serious base siege from the Gooballs.
It's kind of unreal to me, Jake, how we go through periods of time where Rescue Beam doesn't get bought, and then it gets bought and picked up again. And it's like, wait, this item is actually ridiculous, because I feel like at this point, Palm has robbed Hoot of anywhere from 4 to 5 kills this game, which would have been really big kills. So I don't know. It's like, why are people not buying this item more? It's actually a little bit ridiculous to me.
Boundless up for Sonya. Wants to go toe-to-toe with this raw damage potential. But man, taking down the Victor, especially with the Diva from Rivers, you really have to just grind him out over the course of an incredibly long engagement. And meanwhile, it's really D-Mob, Empty Dreams, ABL. There's so many other threats that have really come into this game where we were worried. Oh, wait. Oh, my God. This is disgusting. What is that damage?
It's like Game Holiday. Nearly max level boon, by the way. 29.
Melted the large creep in like 5 hits.
You know what's crazy too? There's other variants that may be even better where like you can justify getting improved cooldown or even just compressed cooldown on the crack shot like this point in the game to get even more long range poke because the reduction is pretty significant. It ends up being like 1 less shot required for your next headshot. Like there's so many just ridiculous ways to build Holiday at this point in the game.
This could be one of the most significant team fights of the game. Maybe I'll holding Urn, but maybe looking to drop it and get his teeth sunk into this fight. Saints getting the divine barriers, but it's not enough. The catch is good. Palm with that tether finds a good kill. And without this Mo, I'm not sure you can really fight. Such a crucial element to the team fight. Big chain maybe coming out from Together. Does turn it around, making it 1-for-1. Sonya down to half HP though. This won't be an easy fight. And a massive affliction just clips Taz on the edge.
It got Taz, may have gotten one other. ABL, still reasonable HP. Power Slash, on the hunt for more. But the real scary part here to me is now Empty Dreams, who's online the Holiday, where it wasn't fully, we didn't fully see it because it happened so quickly, but I'm pretty sure Saint just got evaporated.
All right, let's see this mid-boss damage. Let's see this mid-boss damage.
Dance on that stairway. Get the extra ammo.
This is, oh my God, it's roaring. Let's see. Come on, shoot it. Test. Oh my God, look at it. He's hitting like 300 a shot, shooting at that rate. That is insane. But he forced the roar. Now they're gonna look for the team fight. No Affliction is online. Gooballs, not sure what they want to do with this one. Sonya's a little bit away. Let's see if he can get into the team fight as time as the crystal is coming down, and this could be for all the marbles, EP.
Doorman is looking to do a huge play, but Empty Dreams just crunches Sanya. You don't want to be in the doorway versus Holiday there. The Hyper Beam comes in. ABL able to grab one. Gooballs with 2 rejuve charges overall. Abrahams getting melted. ABL still on the chase down, ready for more. And I think the win conditions are gone here for Abrahams here, Jake. They had their window, but that window is firmly closed.
Where did the Infernus go? Just got absolutely deleted. Couldn't even get an ult off. I mean, I thought he had Holiday dead to rights. He's on top of her with the ultimate. He's beaming her down, and then she just stands and delivers.
Okay, something's been like a lot of Holiday recently. I've been in that spot before, and you cannot miss headshots on that angle down in the mid-boss. That is like one of the worst areas you ever want to fight a late game Holiday against because you will just get dropped. It is, yeah, you don't fight there. Like just do not fight a late game gun Holiday there. It will not end well for you.
Yeah, Overseas deals with the waves. Now the mid lane push can commence. Big lasso connects onto Saint. Where's the follow-up? Where's the teammates? With the rejuve here, it could just be Holiday herself delivering this damage. Let's see it. Monster burn there. The curse adding insult to injury there from Overseas. And this game looks as good as done, ZP. Every tool in the kit online. Gooballs, 2 rejuves as well. It's going to be one last team fight after the patron drop, most likely. But I just feel like, I agree with you, ZP. How do you deal with this Holiday at this phase of the game? It has to be some insane hook out of Taz. Pull them into the fountain, but I just don't see it.
It's not going to happen, and I don't think Gooballs is going to retreat here either. They got 2 rejuve crystals. You got Saint still dead for a while. They are going in for the finish. Palm may have lost a rejuve crystal, but here's ABL. 3k HP, good to go. Takes down Together. Hoop, again, burned and turned. And the comeback is complete. Gooballs were once in a world of pain. Flip the script, take the patron down, and win game 1.
What a match from the Gooballs, man. In a game that really looked dire, right? They kind of got clapped in that first mid-boss trade. I thought Abrahams would be able to take that lead and run with it. They kind of slowly worked at it, developed it.
But in fact, it was the Gooballs who out macroed in the end game and had the stronger late game, right? Especially, as you said, with that Holiday coming online, with OCs getting to this just massive farm potential. And it's just like one bad fight. Gooballs are right back in the game. And from there, they just never let go, right? They just never released the advantage they had generated. Really impressive performance, some very innovative builds and innovative plays. And Abraham's gonna be really feeling the hurt after that game, man. That's a game you really felt like you already won.
And there we have it. Map 1 goes to Gooballs, and what a fashion they accomplished it in. It definitely looked like they were down and out for quite some time. It's not like Abraham's to be giving up a lead. And so, as always in Deadlock, we look to the whole series holistically. You know, what now needs to happen in the next draft. And it sounds like, gentlemen, as we're recapping this match, it sounds like the Holiday makes the difference, and that is super interesting, and it makes me love Deadlock even more because Holiday wasn't valued that highly even a couple of weeks ago. This is not a patch dependent change. This is a change that the players have figured out in terms of build and how a hero can come online, and so I love that. And so is that the ban? Do we have to put the emphasis there?
I just think Holiday is a flexible character you can pick early on, where you think about how the draft went, and Abraham's wanted to deny the gun carries, and in turn, Gooball's like, well, we'll get double playmaker, and also one of our playmakers also does enormous damage if we get to late game. Getting late game was actually pretty difficult here for Gooballs. I think Abraham's did an amazing job of shutting down ABL early. It was a tough road to go against, but scaling wise, I mean, heroes like Mo just do not scale that well into the late game, and Abraham's did not, yeah, you had your Ivy and your Infernus, but the front line from Gooballs was intimidating, and you still had huge poke from the Holiday, and not the least of which was still Demov landing really good afflictions in most of these fights.
Yeah, no,
that massive affliction from Demov was a game winner, man. That was a very even fight, a scary one where Abrahams was forcing the issue on the mid boss with some big ults down. And it was a 4-man affliction from Demov. Absolutely blows Abrahams out of the water and completely shuts down their lead.
Yeah, and here we can see the stats, and there's some more points I want to make around the team fight. But just looking at the stats page here, anything that seems unusual or is worth mentioning?
I don't know if it's reflected in the stats, but I think you have to give credit to ABL for being a big reason as to why Obakim doesn't have a higher number here, where Obakim had really good farm throughout the game, but I feel like every time we saw Obakim in the mid to late game team fights, ABL was just repeatedly on him, and it really hurt the amount of gun damage that Obakim was able to pump out, because Obakim was continually playing the survive Yamato game, and all it took was ABL just having one or two good fights to get back into it and not being behind from the early game, which Abraham's played well.
Yeah, it seems like the OCs on Victor actually performed kind of well. I'm not sure that have we seen OCs on Victor on broadcast before, but what was your general sense of how it performed, Jake, in terms of this roster?
Great performance. I mean, had a big team fight on one of the side lanes where it was OCs. The fact that he had stayed so competitive in the farm made Abrahams, they were overconfident. They thought they could, take that fight into him. And instead, he actually holds the line single-handedly, almost turns around that team fight along with the help of the squad coming in to bring the numbers at edge. And I feel like the fact that he was competitive in the Souls, he kind of kept the game in contention to allow Demov to have those chances for the big plays, to let Empty Dreams reach this ultimate level on Holiday where he could start taking over. So OC's really held it down for a really scary portion of the game against Abrahams.
Also, I think you can't say enough about the interaction between Hoot and Palm throughout most of this game, where Hoot had plays that would have been game winning repeatedly in terms of pickoffs, good setups on the luggage cart, and they were continually denied by Palm just continually playing in the back and landing a good rescue beam after another good rescue beam. And maybe part of that is the answer to Doorman, when there's another good Doorman player that they're going to be playing, is that you prio someone on your team building rescue beam, because it is unreal how that one item shut down most of Hoot's game plan as we got deeper into the game.
So that's a great point, and I can't wait to continue the discussion here, because we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll be into the next draft, and that's going to be super interesting because there are a lot of great highlights from both Jake and ZP of important considerations here to get the edge in that. So let's go to a break, and we'll be back with Map 2. Welcome back to the night shift. It's time to get, well, actually, I can't say get weird. I feel like that's a pocket thing. So it's time to clock in. We'll just keep it basic, vanilla. But we have an exciting map 2 on the way here between Abrahams and Gooballs. Gooballs just turning around a game where Abrahams had a decisive advantage into that mid game. So, guys, as we go into the draft, I'm super curious where you guys think the priority now needs to be. Because obviously, now based off of the match data, Abrahams are on the back foot, and they've got to make some adjustments.
Yeah, I mean, you first.
My take is just that you shouldn't overthink this as Abrahams. I feel like Gooballs had a really nice couple of team fight comebacks that brought the game back from what should have been an almost insurmountable disadvantage. And honestly, as Abrahams, I say you just run it back again. Just like play the same strat if you can get it off the draft. I don't know that you really need to force a change. Maybe you're scared of the holiday late game. I wouldn't mind maybe grabbing the holiday for yourselves, because we saw that it did create that like timer on the game where now I've seen the holiday. I'm like, oh my God, maybe you just need to win before end game. Not that that's impossible. I think it is absolutely achievable, and maybe you could tempo her out, as we were worried might happen in that last match. So I don't think Abraham should overreact as much as that was a painful defeat.
Yeah, I think you run that game that we just saw 10 times. Abraham still probably wins it 7 out of 10. Like, I think they were far enough ahead that you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater here and go, we need to fully change our draft strategy. That was not a draft loss. That was an execution loss from where they were at. Now, that being said, can you optimize a little bit by maybe not giving up the holiday? Potentially, yes. I think giving that up where they did was probably a little bit of a misplay, but it is going to be Abraham's this time with first pick, first ban, and we'll see how they go about it. They're going to make Gooballs ban the Kelvin again.
Nice. So they would have expected Ivy to go first for OCs, which means what does Gooballs go first with now? I mean, are we looking at another Yamato opener, a Shiv opener?
I mean, Shiv was cryo banned before. Or maybe you go for the Shiv this time, right? Like maybe it's interesting. They're more worried about a Shiv opener than a Kelvin opener. That's kind of wild. It also means Abrahams gets Kelvin, presumably.
Saint gets Kelvin. It has been a long time since we've seen Saint being able to play Kelvin. Now, Abrahams, don't do something ridiculous here, like don't pick the Kelvin. Like, don't do that. You have Kelvin.
Take
yes,
the gift.
Okay, yeah.
It's Christmas morning. Kelvin. Unwrap your present, Saint. Take Kelvin. Take it all the way to the bank, man. The dome on, we talk about this, pre-earned, super sick objective contests can be used to defend, your own towers and walkers in ways that pretty much no other tool in the game can be used. And can also really deal with some of the more threatening burst heroes in the game. So Gooballs grabs just that. They get the Yamato for themselves, and they get a second big back-to-back. So they give up Kelvin, but they're going to get a lot in return. I wonder if it won't be the holiday as a second pick.
I actually
think Pocket goes up in value too, right?
Yeah,
true. Pocket is a nice matchup here. Put the affliction on Kelvin. Even Kelvin doesn't love the idea of trying to tank through that. Very hard to catch Pocket, period, even with Dome.
I got you.
I think you holiday Paradox here. I think you holiday Paradox angle for Bebop ban is how I would play this for Abrahams here, because you get 2 playmakers, and Holiday clearly is dual purpose, where she's not only good early game, but good as late game carry. I would love to see that here. Yes, you're potentially a little bit weaker on your frontline options. You're still gonna have to figure out what you're having together play, and you open yourself up to the Billy ban, but you get the Paradox there. Pick the Holiday on top of it. I think that is actually really, really smart, especially because you don't even have to worry about the Ivy coming in turn here. So we'll see. Because if you don't pick the Holiday here, I do think Gooballs picks it on their 3rd pick before mid-stage bans.
I do like having a lot of emphasis on your catch heroes when it comes to dealing with Infernus. And you're exactly right. Nice call, ZP.
Now ban Bebop.
Source fans from Gooballs. Gooballs might take it for themselves or a Mo. I feel like they do need some sort of catch here, and they need it now, because I agree it's very likely to be targeted in the ban phase. You could also think about something like a Viscous if you wanted to like have a way to save, but then again, we've seen from Holiday, it's not just the lasso, right? It's the gun in the late game, and the cube, not the right tool for that. You need to kill Holiday. You can't just try to survive that. Nothing's surviving that damage we just saw in the late game from Empty Dreams.
Okay, I'm actually torn now. Jake, I'm curious, do you ban Paige here or do you ban Bebop? I feel like both would be incredibly good bans. I mean, yeah, they could still go Vindicta, but I don't know. I think for me, I actually almost like the Paige ban more than the Bebop.
I like the Paige ban. I do think Paige has a nice matchup into Kelvin, since you can send your rallying charge, your ultimate on Paige through the dome and kind of engage into that team fight, even though you're outside of the dome, which is one of the very few heroes who can do that. You can also like be a super big threat in the lanes to enable almost anyone to start. But instead, the prio is on the Victor. Maybe they're more worried about ensuring that whatever frontliners Gooballs go for, they actually die in the dome. And I think there is a reason Victor might be the one character that can truly like enter the Thunderdome and actually come out in good condition, even in a 2v1, 3v1 scenario.
Do we see Mina now, ZP, for OCs? What's he going to play? Oh my god. I was like taken aback by that. I was like, what on God's earth is that's disgusting.
So they do go Viscous. They do go Viscous. I don't hate the Viscous this game. I do think it's going to fall off in the late game, but that's not why you pick Viscous, right? You pick Viscous to tempo the game. And as we talked about what Abraham's tried to do last game, right? Don't let Holiday get to this level where she's out of control and she's just beaming you down. You need to win early, and this is the way to do it.
So Vindicta comes out in turn. Now, the only thing about Abraham's, I don't think they can deny the Bebop here. Like, I think if you're Gooballs, you're pretty safe to, like, leave the Bebop to last, because we have seen teams go Paradox Holiday Bebop, but to me, that's a little bit much. I do think, though, because you know the Bebop is coming in, you go Mo. You need a little bit more frontline anyway. Oh my god. Okay, they actually go Bebop.
Every pick hero in the game on the draft, plus Kelvin.
Okay,
just finish with the Mo. I mean, look, if you're trying to giga tempo the game and put Holiday on a snowball path, this is one way to do it.
That's wild.
But this is a lot of Gamba on the early game tempo. I mean, then again, this kind of ultra heavy pick draft, like if Bebop and Holiday are actually scaling into serious carries, you know, and Vindicta 2, we've seen some builds where the snipe becomes like a genuine late game burst threat. Maybe this crazy emphasis on pick heroes actually makes sense, because they can early game function as pick heroes and maybe at any point in the game, but late in the game you are going to start to activate some of those like higher damage bursts. They are really lacking the frontliners, and here comes the Page as well, which is further going to present a challenge. So the question for me is, who the hell is going to stand and deliver against Billy and Yamato? Who is going to stop Gooballs from just running you over on Abrahams?
Also, it's Dima Viscous that's going to be coming in here. I'm like pretty sure when I look at this, because you're not going to have anyone other than Palm play the Page.
Sinclair,
what? Oh.
What is the old cup here? I mean, Doorman is pretty sick ult to steal. Page ult is actually insane to steal, right? Because Page ult on a short cooldown is a really broken skill. You don't hate things like Viscous as option, or Yamato as like options to copy. I mean, this is a crazy draft from Abrahams in the sense that it really feels like they need to snowball the game. Like, I think if they fall behind, maybe the ultra late, the Holiday can like do God's work, but I really am worried. I feel like Billy and Yamato, if they're like in a strong position this game, are just gonna full send it onto basically anyone they see. And I'm scared for Abraham's ability to tolerate that. Even with maybe the Kelvin's enough, but even with the Kelvin, I'm scared. I think Gooballs can pour on the aggression this game, and Abraham's just needs to stay in control. If they yield for even a second, as we've seen Gooballs so good at finding those opportunities, I'm scared. I'm scared for the frontline domination that Gooballs can bring here.
There's some laning combos that kind of make me afraid. Like Billy Page, Yamato Doorman, and Viscous Infernus all seem kind of nasty to me. Like, pretty nasty.
That's true. I think the laning is, there's like Sinclair and Kelvin on lanes are pretty scary. Bebop, there's a lot of like lane nuking in both of these drafts. I agree with you. I think Billy Page is probably the scariest lane in this entire game. But maybe like a Bebop could be an answer to that. Like, in the end, as good as Billy Page are, if you get hooked under tower, you're still not happy about that on the first few levels.
All right, well, ZP, let us hear what you think. Now that we go into the match, it's map 2 and Abraham's. It feels like they've got a lot of work to do, and I'm actually afraid for them.
Every lane is terrifying when I look at this game here. I actually think every lane has the ability to just explode. There's no weakness here, and maybe it's a kind of evident of how the meta is evolving Deadlock-wise, but no one loves lane against Sinclair. No one loves lane against Bebop, let alone Kelvin. Like, everything Abrahams has is scary, but same with Gooballs. I mean, you got a Billy Page lane, which is the worst to play against. I mean, arguably, the weakest lane you have here, Jake, may be the Infernus lane of all things. It's not like Infernus is bad at laning, but you actually just have lane gods top to bottom here for the most part.
Yeah, I do. I'm worried about the mid lane. I mean, as good as Page is, Sinclair Paradox is probably just about the highest range poke in a lane that you can run in the early game, right? Vexing Bolt plus the shot from Taz is going to be just devastating, even at very long range. It's going to really crunch your HP bar, so things could get scary.
Also, ABL calls in the favor. Yeah.
This is a lane swap, right?
This does look like
the mega lane swap. Okay, they want the Billy, I think, and the Vindicta or rather the Bebop and the Vindicta to go up against the Billy, right? They want to rely on displacement and lockdown to deal with Billy, and I actually think this is pretty wise.
Ooh. On the same note, though, it's also a little weird because normally you try and keep Bebop the hell away from a Viscus lane. Like, Viscus is one of the better counter heroes against a Bebop and ruining his game plan. But that means they're just valuing the control on Billy that much higher. So that's actually really interesting.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, cubing the bomb is just like guaranteed damage mitigation, plus the heal is very, very easy, of course, to land. But this mid lane, that's where I'm scared, honestly, for the Gooballs. Like Hoot on Sinclair. I mean, it's a very risky gambit, but Sinclair can be that like monster early game spirit nuker. Like probably about the highest in the game, at least when it comes to the tempo he can bring. And ABL's already feeling the heat from that. I mean, this flank, I don't see any back down coming from Sinclair in this lane.
Look, find me anyone in Ascendant and above who likes laning against Sinclair. They don't exist. Like, unless you actually just have a thing.
It is an evil laner. Like, it is an evil laner, actually.
Like, but
this, like, Paradox has great setups too. Like swap into the Rabbit Hex, into the Nuking, and he's got Spectral Assistant, forces the buff shield just to keep ABL alive. ABL tries to put some counter pressure on, but when this shield expires, he's 100 HP. Getting nuked down, maybe a Vexing Bolt. This could be a kill. Not enough for now, but man, this already feeling monster pressure. ABL just needs to go base. I don't think he can stay into this lane.
Yeah, that is full base. However, it's also a bit of a rundown here on together. OC's able to get some room going in. Oh, that would Bebop. Hook towards the end, tries to bait out the quick melee with the parry. Dives on back, and for now is going to live, but man, oh man.
Yeah, that's scary. I mean, I think together stepping up a little bit on the Bebop, and now gets nuked down. D-Mob, just an absolute demon on the Viscus as well. This lane's looking problematic. OCs and D-Mob, if you could snowball, I mean, this is exactly what you want on Viscus, right? To blow up your lane, to free up to roam. Billy can just farm like a madman, maybe even roam himself. Hell, you could go stick the Infernus over into this side lane and just send both Billy and Viscus on a rampage through the map. But this mid lane Guardian is almost dead. What? Where did that go?
It's not even 3.5 minutes. Well, when ABL gets sent back to base by the power of magic, and yeah, Taz doesn't even come back to help the dive. It's just like, no, I finished Guardian. You'll be fine.
All right, Hoot, I want to see the fastest rapid recharge you've seen in your life. Let's see it. Let's see what he can bring. I mean, if this mid lane Guardian goes down, I mean, what is Yamato going to do? This hero does not jungle from an early level. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I think they hope that they can get on through, but also you have the overload. Paradox over to the left-hand side. I would thought Paradox maybe would help the right, which was having a little bit more trouble early on, but instead, just try and create another strong lane.
Yeah, tries to get a bit of advantage, maybe catch somebody by surprise. It does allow a bit of a reprieve for the Gooballs in this mid lane. And now ABL relatively equalized in terms of the HP. You kind of want to hold the priority in this mid lane as well, like really keep the dominance on, but Taz has gone for that heavy greed build that's kind of been his signature here. Furnace forced into a flame dash, doesn't want to let this Guardian escape, trying to continue to keep that burn online. Not going to be enough this way, but maybe just sends it. He's so low on Empty Dreams. I can't believe he's risking it like this.
Yeah, the Kelvin lane having a little bit of trouble. You wonder for Saint to call Bell in and down. It's been so long for Saint to play Kelvin. You do wonder if there's a little bit of mechanical rust there because, I mean, I think you have to go back almost like a month and a half to find the last time Saint got to play the hero.
Just bit off more than he can chew, right? Doorman would love to take that trade one-on-one. That's what Doorman lives for. And Holiday was just way too low to come into that engagement. Sonya, no. Rotated back to the mid lane, now gets a free kill onto ABL, and I mean, the roams in this game have gotten completely out of control, right? Like, everybody is just showing up and appearing on these side lanes. You gotta have your head on a swivel in this game. Oh, the big last one to Page. That's a great catch to find on the Holiday. Starting to get Sonya off to a hot start, and that should be an easy kill for him to pick up. We know what this hero can be in the late game, and these early kills get you there all the faster.
Can we just say that going around the map at all for Gooballs is a horrifying prospect right now? It's just like, yeah, you could get swapped, you could get lassoed, you could get hooked, or in this case, Vindicta can get beaten down in the street by OCs. Drops a quick healing ward, rather healing right. Not much healing from it, but is able to get away. Now, quick bomb stick on the OCs, and okay, for OCs, this can be a little bit dangerous. I'm not sure Together is gonna instantly back off here.
Yeah, they want to keep the pressure on. A lot of emphasis now into the side lanes. Mid lane being double pushed by ABL and Palm. There's no one defending that, which means a lot of Abraham players in these side lanes, but they need to get kills out of it. Here's the Kelvin Dome, keeping people alive, trying to put that pressure in. The parry onto Sonya Sniper now puts him in big trouble, but there's so many heroes here. It's just another parry, though, from Empty Dreams. Maybe just keeping him alive. I can't believe Infernus is playing his way out of that one.
It's a little bit ridiculous, but the Guardian is still going to go down. Abraham's trying to make the most out of this early game push. But towards the other end of the map, ABL able to walk forward, get the Guardian with ease, a little bit of backup from the page. I think this has been the most chaotic EU game we've seen, Jake, in a while, just by virtue of everyone having early game killers. It's actually unreal.
Abrahams are going full deathmatch, and for now it's working. Billy just getting absolutely murdered there. The snipe from Obicam, I think, just bopped him under the pressure of the Together laser. And this all-in tempo draft so far is holding its own. Gooballs need to delay this storm. They need to last quite a bit longer before they come online. D-Mob's a huge part of that, and some kills on the Viscous would really set him right. And this build from TAS is so insanely greedy. All gun damage on the Paradox, but so far it's working.
All orange, no green. No green to be found, but TAS gets away with 12 HP on the last one. One Guardian still remaining for both sides. It's actually funny. It's setting up this big showdown, Jake, on the right, where it's the only lane where both teams still have a Guardian.
Yeah, there's about to be a very consequential team fight here, but this time it's actually Gooballs who brought a significant numbers advantage here. Nice juke outs from this Vin. The big catch for the captivating read. The punch is good as well. I'm not sure if Invictus can be able to play her way out of this. Maybe she can for now. Getting chased down, but have they gone too deep? They are going to get this Vin kill almost assuredly. Obicam burning down, ticking. Wait. Vin lives? He ticked it to like there were no pixels in that health bar on the tab screen. Oh, rest in pizza.
The soft tap ragdoll on the OCs as Abraham's going a little bit deep here on the left-hand side. And, you know, they can take a little bit of walker damage here if they wanted to. And also, Hotel Guest out. TAS, luggage cart, able to jump above and get away from the worst of it. That was so close to being disastrous for TAS.
Yeah, very clean moves to slip up to the high ground here. Movement so crucial at this level of the game, right? Being able to evade skills. Now Together senses an opportunity, comes in and cleans up this right side Guardian. Wait, not quite? Okay, no, it does go down eventually. Big fight maybe brewing, though, on the left side. A lot of numbers being brought into that engagement. Buffs aren't up. Seems like it's just a fight maybe over the Abraham's doubles. And it seems to be one that Gooballs are happy with for now. A lot of players dropping. Things have split into smaller engagements. Both going for the parries. The snipe's coming down. The burn is good on Infernus. Getting to get this kill. Just not quite enough. Empty Dreams lives on 20 HP. He's going to live to tell the tale. Maybe? I mean, he's still in enemy territory. Oh my god, that's a butt clencher.
This has just been clench after clench right now, Jake. It just hasn't stopped. It has been unreal, just non-stop deathmatch, effectively. But this is what happens when you have both teams effectively with comps that kind of want the same thing in the beginning. I mean, both teams have comps that can take the fight to each other, and when the dust is settled here, Jake, the main advantage that you can see so far is that Abraham's is up a Guardian. But overall, souls-wise, it's about as even gets.
Let's get a quick item check. Let's see what the build-ups are, especially I'm curious on this Abraham side. Like, we see the Cult Sack on this Bebop. But who else is going for Cult Sack? How much farm potential? Like, Sonya's at 9.2, but he's pretty much just going fighting items. I mean, that's kind of what we saw last game, right? Focusing on the early game. Another Cult Sack on Paradox. That is a trophy collector on who, and I mean, I will say, one of the best characters in the game for it. Lasso now pulling on Diamato. She doesn't have the ulti after this. Do they have numbers? They're just going to dome her in, deny any chance of an escape. Things are getting wild and wacky, but surely the numbers advantage is just way too much for even Yamato in this spot.
Welcome back, Kelvin on Abraham's. ABL is just like, oh yeah, that is still a thing. I mean, look, we've seen Kelvin lose a few times recently, but I still love giving away the Kelvin, which kind of, on some level, I would say Gooballs like maybe has better late game options, but then I look at Abraham's like, oh yeah, they still got a Kelvin.
Kelvin factor, right? And now Sonya, Cult Sack up, is free to just start farming, starting to build. He builds active reload, but he's starting to build into some of that raw gun damage. See what the catches are. Looks like a hook back from Together, maybe. Trying to pull Hoot out of trouble. Is the earn drop going to be for free here? Not free. Big contest coming in. A lot of numbers into this engagement. There's no dome into this fight. I don't know if you can actually take this one. Saint in a bit of trouble, getting the barrier, trying to dance away. So many players low. Even Billy maybe in trouble. Somehow Kelvin is living through all of this. No one's finishing off the Kelvin. And D-Mob baits the parry.
Kelvin got some moves. But yeah, I mean, trying to go in without dome is a bit questionable. Overall, though, some of the cleanup working out here for Abraham. Zobakim landing the assassinate on to Palm. As there's just a mix of yellow and blue dancing with each other. Looking here, Doorman able to just barely get the door, slams in his face. And it's Overseas just quickly getting out.
Meanwhile, Empty Dreams, though, is pretty happy to just have like a kind of a low attention game. He's just doing a little bit of PvE, farming up. And that's what I would say you don't really have on Abraham's side. Like, I guess Sonya can sort of do it, but when it comes to just raw jungling potential, I'm certain that Infernus is a more scary threat in his ability to clean up these camps and just move from camp to camp super fast. Sonya, I think, does want to continue getting into more fights. And especially with the Trophy Collector for Hoot, I'm really hoping this Trophy Collector works out. I kind of want to believe in the vision here.
Hoot right now just woke up one day and said, yes, I'm Trophy Collector pilled. It's all about the Trophy Collector, baby. But I do think...
Can we get a mouse over on the Hoot Trophy Collector to check its stacks? On observers, you got to tab and look at his and mouse over his item to show the stacks. I actually don't even know if you can do it as an observer, Loki.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't think you can do it with the mod. I think you have to go in. Okay.
There it is. 3 stacks. So he's getting 90 souls per minute. I mean, that's not that much. You really do need to get up into like 5 to 10 stacks, but every assist, right, it adds up, and you're getting all these nice little buffs, like a little sprint speed, a little HP. Let's see the nuking. Good amount of HP buff, but I mean, ABL has the shields, right? So he's not too scared of some of those nukes.
Yeah, ABL is spirit shielding, which I think is probably a mandatory pickup against Sinclair. Because the way the first bolt and the second bolt don't hit at the same time is okay.
Holiday's active.
Empty Dreams.
Holiday's active.
Dead.
Okay, Holiday's. How is Holiday online? ZP, it's 12 minutes. I thought this was supposed to take 20.
I mean, this is just the prelude. It's still pretty good at this point. This is kind of like your mid-game power spike. You get Hollow Point on board with active reload, and you do pretty good damage. You can farm at a reasonable pace. But the real terror comes in when Sanya's going to be buying Glass Cannon next. Like, Glass Cannon's going to be the next item if he doesn't get a little bit of extra. Sometimes you get HP or Counterspell, but I think the way this is going for Abraham's where you're ahead, I think you slam the Glass Cannon as next item, and you're in a really good spot.
Yeah, they built up a bit of a lead here. A couple pickoffs back-to-back now. Together, still going pretty tanky with the setup, but starting to build a little bit more into the damage items himself. Palm is a big factor, though. This knockdown is a big deal, and that's going to make things a lot scarier for some of the higher mobility choices. Like Sonya in particular is going to be on notice, like a very easy target potentially for a knockdown. Here's a swap coming in, grabs one. Kelvin Dome trapping another win. Page-Ult comes through to disrupt, but is it enough to turn the fight inside that dome?
Well, go back to the dome view. The dome is gone. The luggage is in. A little bit of knockback there. Overseas, though, still can't get away.
Yeah, the bird bleed is just still just enough to take it over the line. And I mean, this is the threat from Abraham. So much pick potential, so many options to initiate a fight. Anytime you're not in a full 6-on-6, man, it's so scary. And then in the 6-on-6, you've got the Kelvin Dome. So Gooballs presented with some tough problems to solve. They do find the Bebop, and ABL finding kills is exactly what you want in a game like this. Get your Yamato online. If Yamato reaches this, incredible power peak that we know she can kind of step into that, pop the ulti. You don't really care about, well, the only thing you really care about probably is the Sonya sniper, just raw gun damage out of that Holiday.
Also the dome. I mean, Kelvin is one of the biggest coolers on Yamato, where Yamato will, pop shout transformation, go on in, and then Frozen Dome comes out, and like your game plan is just rough. But swap, but ABL in a bit of a tough spot. No shout transformation here yet either, if they were able to chase down, but you do have some support.
Buffs are up. This is crucial. Attempt to grab the life buff. You do grab it, but hooked in now deep. D-Mob's in enemy territory. Significant trouble. Does pop the ball, but is he going to be able to play his way out of this one? Nice rolling, nice mobility, but the hook is good, and almost assuredly there's enough damage. Yeah, here's the finish from Obakim. Gets that snipe cleanup. Overseas grabs the urn. It is favorable turn-in for the Gooballs. It's a nice comeback mechanic, but opportunity here for Abrahams, I think, to put pressure across the map.
If you're Abrahams, I think you try and building trade here. I really don't think you try to contest Doorman Urn in enemy territory. Like, that just...
It's Trophy Collector stack. Trophy Collector stack check.
Oh boy.
Request.
I'm addicted. I have a problem.
Yeah, you actually do have a problem. It's been 2 minutes. Like, guys, trophy collector update.
What if he has one more stack?
Scratching intensifies.
What if he has 4 instead of 3? It changes everything. We have to know. 5
It's a 5.
ZP. That's almost 100% improvement from the last time we checked.
I mean, it's true. Also, they get the Walker on the right-hand side. So, yeah, that, by the way, was the correct macro play from Abrahams. I think challenging Earn, bad. Getting Walker in turn there, quite good. Like, you're happy with that.
Yeah, definitely one that you'll take. See this fight on the side lane. Yamato, love this copy now. You were in a little bit of trouble potentially in this spot, but hold on, you're not taking enough to deal with Infernus. Here's a very deep dive from ABL. He cannot get this latch onto you. Now he's just diving the Walker, and maybe this time it's ABL who's bitten off a bit more than he can shoot. They're playing the doorman door. They've got to get out of this one, but the swap making it difficult to get out of this. 2 kills, now a 3rd. Stacks up for Hoot, and maybe mid-boss on the cards.
You just hear the scream, doorman, close the door, as the Carbine just rolls forward, taps 2,
it's a team wipe.
Oh boy. Yeah, and if they can get this kill, you got to think mid-boss is a potential here. Palm goes down, Abrahams all around the middle, and this is going to be mid-boss. They're sliding down those stairs, Jake.
Yeah, D-Mob getting ganked by Hoot, who's defending that last side Guardian. See if D-Mob can get that one down. He'd love to drop the last side Guardian while Abrahams is focused on the mid-boss. That'd be a nice little consolation prize. In the end, he cannot quite do it and just has to get out with his life, even popping the ball. So should be an easy triple crystal, uncontested. So that's a very nice find for Abrahams. And considering the lead they have, the tempo they're playing on, how active Sonya has been, this game is starting to look scary. Is Holiday just the meta-defining hero right now? ABL, risky push for this Walker, almost certainly going to cost him his life. Does he have the footwork to play his way out of it?
Well, the first hook comes in. The second hook, though, is going to miss. Oh. So ABL does have the potential. Wait, we're playing Dead by Daylight?
Wait, this is sick moves. No
Killer
one would ever
Heartbeat?
Expect this.
Killer Heartbeat
so
goes
nasty.
down?
That's such a clean read, man. I like, who in their right mind would not go down those stairs? This is an elite level play right here. Unless Kelvin's here. Okay, Kelvin's probably like the least threatening character to find at this spot, though.
Okay, that was gonna be able to take the teleport. Probably gonna be
TP. Hoot's there. This is not a free out. Does he know? Are the comms there?
I don't think the comms are there. ABL is clear. Look at the minimap. ABL is clear. The Dead by Daylight strategy works out.
The frame perfect zip drop from Hoot there to get the mega speed. Yep. All right.
Also, Jake, here's a number to keep in mind. Sanya Sniper 22,000, because it's gonna be Sanya Sniper picking up Glass Cannon. He went for a little bit of survivability, picked up the Fortitude, but it's 1K away from the Holiday basically being online. Also, Lasso just went out. And yeah, that's an abducted Infernus who is getting lassoed, getting swapped, and might be getting put in the freezer if need be, but wasn't necessary.
The gank squad out of Abrahams is just terrifying. There's so many setup tools. There's so many ways to like jump on top of an individual, delete them out of the fight, and then take the re-engage at your pleasure. Look attempted from together. Not minding just taking some speculative chances there. And the Walker nuking. I mean, hey, not able to find the catches on any arrows. Just break the objectives. One of the, I think, lesser known purposes of Sinclair is that Vexing Bolt does so much damage. You can just pop Walkers with it.
Here's the buy. It's already queued up, Jake.
Yeah,
just dash it back.
The moves are clean, too, from Sonya. Fancy footwork as well. And Kelvin's just wasting no time. I'm sieging mid. Get here, guys. I'm busy. I got work to do.
I don't got no fear. Have you seen my ultimate? It's pretty good. Maybe the best ultimate in the game. Okay, Open Kimbo loses Rejuve.
Here's the fight. OZs gets a big connection. Vindicta gonna be dead the second time. That's a real player off the field. Abraham still had 2 crystals though. Still into this fight. Palm drops a big rallying charge. That takes down together in this fight. Looking potentially winnable for the Gooballs, but they're going through massive rejuves here.
Still have 1 Rejuve crystal left to go. The Frozen Dome though is out. Abraham's down 2. This has been an incredible fight for Gooballs at the beginning. You know, maybe Abraham's feeling themselves a little bit too much.
You love
oh my god, the damage from Vexing Bolt. Where does HP go, Jake?
The re-engage is brutal right now. Eamon being down players. Abraham's calling the bluff, say, hey, you're out of spells, you're out of skills. We're gonna send it into you. Trying to get down this mid Walker. I love this. Despite being 4v6, they just make the read. Hey, we are stronger. We can re-engage. Great awareness from Abrahams at the game state. I think a lot of lesser teams would have missed that chance to take the mid Walker.
Oh boy, that what a wild sequence of events. But I don't know. You look at the general game state here, Jake. Gooballs, they're in real trouble. I mean, I think they're weaker in team fights right now. They're weaker in pick potential. And in terms of the carry end, Sanya is just going to be terrifying from this point forward. So difficult play here, and they might just go for the turn-in.
I will disagree a little bit with you. I do think with all the ults are on mine, I kind of like Gooballs in a full team fight here. And now they're going to get just that, trying to push into the urn, but Gooballs don't have their ultimates. This is the scariest time to fight. Sanya already popped one. Let's see what he can do for the rest of this team fight. Holiday, absolute full HP, just beaming down targets.
Yeah, and this is the real danger here, especially you lose Empty Dreams that early. Obakim on the finish on the ABL. The chase down and shutdown from together, just putting Billy in a world of hurt here in the back. Gonna take the Kelvin path up to the floor. And okay, melee Vindicta, why? You don't need the quick melee there. All right, take the solar and get out.
He does get the urn and snatches it back from Doorman, who is trying to camp it. And so that's going to be huge for Obakim, actually. Massive value getting that urn turn in, even bigger than the kill on the Doorman. So forcing that drop and parry actually ends up being completely worth. And I mean, we just leave it on the Sanya cam. I feel like this guy is server admin mode right now.
Yeah, at this point, it's like 30K Holiday.
Let's see.
We swapped up. Here we go.
Oh, the cube. Oh my. Okay, this is a moment to prepare our expectations. Chat, is Infernus living? We need a call. We need a hard call. There's no maybes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Will Infernus outplay this one? I'm betting no, man. This looks
kind of dead.
This looks real bad.
Also, we haven't really touched up, but that isn't the richest Infernus. Like, tips have not been good at the bar for Infernus. 18K, not great.
Oh, the blink out. Oh, we were wrong. The nice save from D-Mob. Cube into punching the cube to pull it back away. And Abraham's decide they don't want to gamble at all. I mean, maybe they could have, but honestly, this is probably the smarter play, especially coming off the pause where the saves would have been like perfectly calibrated. Good read from Abraham's, I think, to just play that one a little bit slow. There's a lot of farm on the map to clean up. You can just compound this advantage. All the Gooballs ults are coming up now, and you're able to wait and restore some of your cooldowns.
Hotel guest thrown out. Who's it? Okay, it's Holiday. They're probably one of the best hotel guests you can have here. You go for the lunch cart, though. It's a little bit early because you're under pressure right now as Doorman. Are you going to be able to finish it? Sanya, though, still in a little bit of danger. Call Bell rings it at the very end. Oh, really good chase down here from Gooballs. It's getting him back in the game, Jake.
Yeah, 2 big kills. The chain is good as well onto the Paradox. They're going to be able to pull her down, isolate her with the help of the rest of the team, but she can make it to that pad. She should be out. It's maybe a little bit scary, but there's Walker right here. Are you really going to dive this Walker? Billy wants to gamble here. Now gets swapped a little bit deeper, and a beautiful parry under the Walker for the follow-up. ABL, though, continuing to dive deeper here on the Yamato. Dome is forced, and this is actually getting out of control. Abraham's dropping a lot of players.
Yeah, Abraham's giving up a lot there. Also, I cannot believe the hood spot on Taz to go for the swap and time the parry there. I mean, Taz still dies from ABL, but to just no respect OCs like that and actually get away with it for a time, that play just blew my mind for a moment. But overall, pretty good game swing here for Gooballs. The problem is, though, Jake, is that if you were to make a mistake as Abraham's, that was the time to make a mistake. You didn't really have that much on the map to give. Your lanes were pushed up. So the punishment that Gooballs gets from that is kind of mitigated relative to if it had happened at a different point in the game.
12 stacks, ZP. 12 stacks. What is that? 3,600 a minute? Am I crazy? Or no? That's insane.
3,600 a minute. Okay, you're added a zero.
Yeah, maybe my math not so good. See the Infernus ult? He's going for it. I mean, he's got the TP out. Just doing a little harassment. I mean, Hoot has such insane playmaking potential with this build. This is such a scary threat to have. Mid boss is up. Key ults are down. Palm is off the field. You go for this, Abraham, surely. The way they've been playing this series, the way they've been playing this match, you better believe they're trying this one.
On the same note, this is where chat maybe being like burger flip, like, okay, they just make it scream and then they go out. I think this is better than trying to go for it.
Let's see. Sanya, monster damage from this Holiday. Let's see what he can produce. Bebop would love to find a hook to start this one out. Both teams trying to bait things out. Just the goo ball force. I mean, that is a pretty valuable tool to take out of D-Mob's kit.
All right. So bear in mind, Minboss is still really low here and is already given the drop.
Yeah, so they're just going to go back in and finish it off.
Wait, Doorman door.
So here's the re-engage. Oh, attempted, yeah, from Gooballs. Yeah, they don't want to deal with that with the Doorman door that close.
Really smart play by Overseas, and once more, you got Abraham's looking for the engage. Are they gonna be able to find it? I'm curious what Sanya's seeing right now. Both on damage or not together. Lands the hook, takes down Empty
kill.
Dreams, one of the biggest picks you can get here. And now down in Furnace, I think you just go back mid.
Yeah, and look at that. I mean, creeps crashing into the base here for Gooballs. They absolutely must defend that. Lasso just barely misses. Nice attempt from Sanya. But this could just be a free mid boss for giving up now, which could end up being the end of the game here. Abraham's in a fantastic spot to close this one out. Gun buff for the holiday. She needed a little bit of help. She was the gun wasn't strong enough. We needed to up that one.
we needed more fire rate and max ammo. Like, yeah, just stack the deck. Why not?
ABL, he's trying to get out with this urn. They're not trying to, they want to stop it, but this is a very deep push.
Oh, they get the swap, and okay, Tess. Quick entry into the Baroness, goes over the top, charge out and in. Met by the Frozen Shelter, though. Kelvin looking to freeze things out. Abraham's looking for some key pickoffs here and now to put this one away. And Furnace still is not in the fight together. Finds D-Mob towards the end. And Gooballs a little bit on the disengage here. Abraham's still chasing down. You see together leading the way. Saint picks up the urn and all the chaos. So while Saint is chasing down, you got Kelvin running the urn. 3 pickoffs total. And Abraham's, they are about ready to force a map 3.
Yeah, this could be the game. I mean, mid boss, remember, probably still low. Maybe got a little bit of regen, but not much. Waves crashing against you. Your key mid boss contesters are dead. I mean, it did regen almost back to full, but it's just not a problem given the game state for this holiday. She's done 10k to that mid, almost 9k rather, to that mid boss during the take.
This is how you know you have it, where you're just like, all right, just relax. We're gonna wait for max value on the rejuve. Do a little bit of a spin around it because you're a cool guy. And yeah, I mean, 3 rejuve crystals. It is Abraham's game to lose now, Jake.
Yeah, Sanya's just at this point where if you're not instantly killing him, the game's in so much trouble, and Saint grabs the refresher. I mean, 2 domes. It's just so much time for this gun carry to really work. Duration now picked up for Vin. I mean, she has so much annoying power. Divine Barrier to help, protect some of these heavier cores. Hoop, by the way, is still deathless. 2-0-16. Has a Divine Barrier himself, has a debuff remover, has a Majestic Leap. I mean, such a challenging catch in any scenario, in the best of cases.
Yeah, I don't really know what your weakness is for Gooballs here. This is the power of Abraham's just having their draft that grabbed essentially the highest value catch heroes. You don't have a great way to open a fight as Gooballs, and even if you did, you're down almost 50,000.
Yeah, everyone looking for those opportunities, right? There's so many pick skills on the table for Abraham's given this draft. It's scary for Gooballs to even walk up. They want to kind of like pull this fight, I think, close to their fountain, right? That's the best chance to pull this one back. But Gooballs, now they're going to force it here. Here comes the Billy Chain.
All right, they're going in. Guardians down. Patron taking damage all the while. Abraham's not taking their eyes off the prize. The Frozen Dome is in. Who's trapped inside? And what's the fall through going to be? A little bit of pressure on the Vindicta into the luggage cart. Thrown aside. And all 3 rejuve crystals, though, still up. Bebop in the fray of things. 4,400 HP on this Bebop, too, I might add. Helped out by the Frozen Shelter. Finally goes down, but Gooballs getting pummeled in turn. Lasso attempt in here, but now it should just be all on the Patron for Abraham's. 3 down from Gooballs. Jake, we're going to map 3.
Sonya's staff farming. He wants the kills. He says, screw your objectives, man. I'm not interested. And Abraham's snatch the draft right back. They get the Kelvin and they get the Monster Initiator comp. And they just ruin Gooballs. I mean, there are a few moments where Gooballs snagged a team fight back here and there. They found their windows to punish, but overall, it just wasn't enough. And when it came to these like low numbers engagements playing around mobility, Abraham's was just styling on the Gooballs. I felt like they really could rarely get a good team fight off.
Dan, you are muted. I'm sure you've said lovely things, but your microphone is just not communicating with us here at the moment.
Oh, there we go. I did a whole nice thing, guys. You didn't even hear it. I'm going to have to try to do it again. It's never as good the second time around.
It's never too late. It's never too late. You got the rep now. Show us what you do.
No pressure.
It's a 1-1. And then, I was worried for Abraham's, and they had the Sinclair. Mwah, chef's kiss. Amazing. And now I'm starting to think, oh my God, there's another thing. Okay, so firstly, I guess, was Sinclair. I don't know if it's another factor per se, but it is the Hoot factor. Because when I saw Sinclair, I was like, I'm not sure. But then I was like, oh, when I saw in-game that Hoot was playing it, I'm like, oh, okay. And he bought Trophy Collector and again wins every time he gets Trophy Collector. So this guy's causing problems for everyone else in matchmaking. I feel like he breaks all the rules, and that's what we have to remember. But But yeah, guys, what was the difference here? Abraham's managed to get the tempo win this time, and they had the late game to back it up. And it felt like there's quite a few factors working in their favor. Obviously, you know, Kelvin is a big factor. Obviously, having that holiday in the pocket for the late game, and obviously all the value it provides in terms of tempo and pick. And then you had Sinclair, and I think maybe that's a good place to start. You know, what was the value that Hoot found here that was interesting to you, besides the sub 3.5 minute Guardian in mid against ABL on Yamato?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like across the game, he was just so annoying, like constantly poking, pressing a fight, hitting you with the Vexing Bolt, and then probably 2/3 of the time, he's not really committing. He's just going to come in and out, slip out, not dying. He's just super annoying. And then sometimes he's got the whole team behind him, and it turns into a massive engagement. There's just so many threats to worry about in this comp from Abrahams. It's like too many pickoffs to keep track of. And I mean, Sinclair only adds to the confusion and the chaos in those fights where really everyone on the rest of Abrahams can profit. Few more than Sonya Sniper, who pretty much becomes the Terminator at some point in this game. Just blink, 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 just taking heads. I feel like Holiday has to get banned. Like, this is too crazy.
Also, I think the 3 playmaker setup with Paradox, Holiday, Bebop normally has the downside of you can just get dove on. Like, they can just run at you. But you let them get Kelvin at the very beginning, so you can't actually just run at them because this happens. Frozen Dome or Frozen Shelter happens, and it just slows down the entire fight. It gives Sanya time to just pump the damage on Holiday, and it was a combination for me, when you look at it overall, of giving up Kelvin and then not taking any of the key playmakers that just put this one out of reach for Gooballs. Like, yeah, sure, you got an Infernus, you got your Yamato. It doesn't matter the way the game is played if you can't dive on a playmaker comp to punish them.
And so I've got to say, especially as we have the stats screen up here, you know, we went into that thinking that Gooballs had a great draft. So I don't even want to ask, you know, if there was a draft problem necessarily, but was there an execution problem, and is there a story to be told in the stats for Gooballs with respect to that question?
I mean, honestly, I feel like the game has changed. Like, this draft looks sick. It was almost a way to play Deadlock that I definitely haven't seen work before from Abrahams. I've seen teams kind of try these like ultra mobile, ultra heavy, like ganker drafts. But now with these builds, as you were saying, ZP coming out with like, I feel like the Trophy Collector actually looked really nice on Hoot. He kind of got like hugely farmed and brought ridiculous utility. And by the way, he's top damage, right? Like, that's pretty insane in a game considering what Sonya was doing. Like, Sonya was not like full farming this game. He was in team fights from very early on, and yet Hoot with the Vexing Bolts is just topping the leaderboard.
Kind of reminiscent of Doorman in his ability to escape as well. Like, he didn't die. Like, he's kind of a safe character to pick in terms of the playmaking.
Yeah, I mean, Spectral Assisted is quite literally, I think, the best escape tool in the entire game. Like, Doorman is good overall on a team level and also for Doorman himself, but if you want to be selfish and get out of basically everything, Spectral Assistant is what you want. And yeah, I mean, the Sinclair pick was probably the most controversial, but the one that worked out really well because it wasn't even just the early game. I mean, you look at the damage here. I mean, Hoot was landing really high damage Vexing Bolt setups into the late game and making engagements just such a pain for Gooballs. I mean, if ABL starts the fight and gets chunked down the half, it's a little bit tough.
So I just saw that Hoot got 15% of his souls from the Trophy Collector. So it definitely paid itself back, right?
Right? Yeah, that. I mean, it really does pay off. If the game goes long enough, you get the stacks early enough. The thing you're scared of with it, I guess, is buying it and then finding yourself in a really hard game where you don't get any stacks. But the Viscous was clean from DMOV. I do want to say, though, Taz is like the OG on Paradox, man. This guy just puts up big games. We were kind of quiet on him, but like, you know, Sonya's going for this like crazy high damage build. Obakin is like playing, you know, with a lot of support items, a lot of defensive tools. You know, Hoot's doing some wild damage, but it was Taz so often who found the opening swap, who starts the fight off on the team's terms, sets things up as they're looking for it. Meanwhile, also nearly keeping up with some of the heavy carries in terms of the raw damage output. So Taz on the Paradox, I just love this combo. He plays a ton of Bebop, but honestly, I feel like he has higher impact on the Paradox. Just insane on the pick player or as a pick hero player and getting to truly be in that role, despite the fact that he has like 5 teammates also theoretically in the same role.
Well, I want to ask one question before we go to break to you, ZP, and get into that next draft. And just as food for thought for people as they stick around through that pause. So was Kelvin the key piece to make this comp actually possible in your eyes? I know we'll get into this more, but I'm curious on your quick thoughts there, because is Kelvin what allowed for this to happen, or could it have happened anyway?
No, I think Kelvin was an incredibly huge piece of it, because the weakness of running that many playmakers is that in theory you could just get run at. But you can't run down a Kelvin comp because he's going to slow down every single fight with Frozen Shelter, arguably flip some of them depending on who's in the shelter. And more importantly, as you got into the late game, it gave you a lot of time for something like the Holiday to find big damage at the end. I don't think the comp works quite as well without the Kelvin being in play, but I think it was a combination that caught Gooballs off guard that, okay, you gave up the Kelvin, you're prepared for that. You're not prepared for Abrahams to come in and just go, we're actually just taking every single playmaker. That was the unexpected part to them.
All right, well, Jake, we can let you get on top of that point as well when we come back from the other side of the break, because now it is time to take a quick break so we can get the next draft set up and get that next and final match to decide our winner for this week's Night Shift underway. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to Night Shift. It is time to conclude our European finals as we look to crown our winner. But who will it be? Will it be Abrahams, who just won the second map, or will it be Gooballs? We are going to be entering the draft phase very shortly here. And guys, we saw, in fact, Jake, we can pick up on that point in terms of, the Kelvin being the linchpin. You're talking about this new way of potentially drafting a roster. We saw Sinclair, we saw Holiday, Bebop, just all this pick on a Paradox on one team. What is the prognosis? Are we going to see more of that, or was that truly Kelvin dependent in your eyes? Could you stretch it even if they don't get the Kelvin?
I do think going that extreme with it, like having arguably 5 like high mobility sort of pick initiator type heroes on one team, probably only works with the Kelvin. But I do think having like something like 3, 4 maybe is very doable, right? Where Vindicta can be both an initiator, catch hero, and kind of have some of that support angles we saw in game 1 from Gooballs with the rescue beam being really impactful. So I think there's going to be other ways. I think both teams will probably look to kind of try to capture a lot of those heroes in this next draft, especially Holiday, who has looked maybe like the best carry right now, which I knew she'd be good, but I didn't think she'd be topping the charts the way she is in these last couple games.
Also, I think I'll add on here in terms of draft priority. I think if you have to adjust the draft pile from what we've been seeing, Holiday needs to go up and Infernus needs to go down by comparison. Like, between the two, from what we've seen, if you had to have one of the two heroes on your team, you'd rather have the Holiday than the Infernus. Like, I think Infernus is getting a little bit overvalued and Holiday is still getting a bit undervalued from where she's been getting picked. I think where she's going to go in this next one, if she's not banned on the onset, I think the team that picks second will get Holiday as one of the 2 picks. I don't know if you first pick her, given some of the other options. It wouldn't be the worst idea, but I definitely don't think she goes beyond the 2-pick first pick.
That's so funny that you're like, this hero has more value than the other person whose archetype now this hero has moved into. Like, the fact that you like Holiday and Infernus are being judged in that same way is kind of interesting.
Yeah, they're kind of being compared 1-to-1, but I think the fact that Holiday gives you like a tempo hero in the early game really does add a new dimension, where Infernus, he's gonna be all right in the early game, give you some damage, maybe find some kills on lane, but realistically he's farming for a while before he really shows up and starts carrying the game. Holiday can farm, but she's probably just getting active in the early game, getting you objectives, getting you kills, and then she's going to go to the farming pattern style, and that does kind of really set you up for success. Gooballs, first pick this time, they're just going to open ban the Kelvin. You just can't give it away. And if you're not going to take it with your first pick, then okay, ban it out.
I think they ban Ivy again. I think I did like the idea of banning Ivy early because OCs has looked better on Ivy than any other hero. Like, yeah, the Victor wasn't bad, but
Good luck to you.
okay, no, that doesn't make sense. Production.
I'm trolled.
Clearly, it's not a double Kelvin. I mean, look, he deserves to be double banned, but but we'll get the update on what the actual ban was. I'm assuming it was Ivy.
It's okay.
Shit.
He looks kind of like he's just a different hairstyle.
Okay, that also makes sense. Yeah.
Sideburns similar.
Run from the law for so long.
And a first pick Holiday. Okay. We were saying they weren't respecting her value. Value respected. Any value respecters in the chat? I want to see Abrahams snag some of these other initiators, though. I think especially let's see the Taz Paradox again. He was so good last game. I don't think we were talking about him enough because he was kind of just setting things up and other people were knocking him down. But when we saw the stats, man, it was undeniable. Taz took over that game on the Paradox.
There you go. Paradox comes out. Is there a world where is there a world where Sinclair makes sense?
Yeah,
maybe
but
late in the draft. Yeah, like you're never gonna pry it early. It's just not. And honestly, it's Hoot. So it's like he could play Sinclair and make it look that good, but I think it's more Hoot than it is Sinclair in response to your earlier question about like Hoot can just make anything look that good. I don't think Sinclair's bad. I think it made sense that game and the execution was insane and I wouldn't have seen the vision. Hoot saw the vision and it worked out amazingly. But I don't know that that's a character you're going to see that often. I think it does kind of need to find the right spot to fill in niche.
So they're going to go Yamato here. I think Yamato is a near guarantee given ABL liking the hero. Like, I don't think it's gone, to the wayside there. The question for me is, do you prowl the Infernus here or do you get something else? Do you go, maybe you want to get the Bebop for extra initiation? Do you go down that path? On one hand, I think Infernus still has a pretty good value at this if you pick it here. But I do think, just looking at how the games have gone, like maybe you do question and you get something else of higher value.
I got you.
But okay, in this case, they still go with the Infernus, especially after Ivy goes to Abrahams.
Yeah, and it does give you a lot of teamfight utility. Now you're kind of camping some of the top 2 carries. Ivy is also a very scary carry in the late game, but I feel like it's more scary from the split push pressure, the building damage perspective. When it comes to the raw team fights, I do feel like Infernus and Holiday rather are offering a little bit more than Ivy does. Abraham's grabbed the Vindicta, so they're kind of doubling down on this high tempo style. Curious to see where the ban is directed now, though.
Page.
Do you want to Page? Okay, I don't mind Page or Viscous. I think those are kind of like your prio supports to get rid of here.
Is Doorman something that the teams are going to fight over now, or will it get banned?
That's a good point. Doorman could look good here.
Open.
I wish I could help.
For
but
both.
I need to reattach my arm.
The Victor. We forgot about the Victor. I think it's actually a very important hero to ban away.
Yep.
To ensure that whoever you do catch with this Paradox Vindicta initiation is actually a genuine kill target. Especially against Vindicta. I feel like Victor, you just debuff remover is so good against Vindicta and makes that matchup. You just feel so impotent in the late game on Vin.
I guess too, when you think about how this has gone down, because OC's usually hasn't been the one to play the Infernus. You get rid of Victor, who's also been in OC's hero pool. It kind of makes a bit of sense. But with Gooballs banning the Viscous here, I do wonder if Abraham's decide, okay, we're going to play the Page ourselves. I would not hate the Page coming out of mid-stage here. I mean, you can argue other options. I think Bebop also makes a good amount of sense, but it's not as good without having the Kelvin like you did before. So I don't know if you want to invest that much into playmakers.
I mean, it's a little support heavy to go Page here, at least for me. Maybe it's not terrible, but I feel like Vindicta can offer some similar value. Maybe the synergy with Vindicta with like Tether into Captivating Reed could be a combo you want to go for. And maybe now that you have the Billy, you feel a little bit better about it. But I like them grabbing a frontliner who can go toe-to-toe. Gooballs responding with the Doorman, though, also great. I mean, Doorman just being able to create that +1 moment for your team in the team fight, or catching somebody who's trying to be a little bit greedy with the split push. Ivy is a great candidate to kind of zip in on Doorman, alter, and then have the team all ready for the follow-up when she comes out of the hotel.
I'm looking at this and wondering, is this a Hoot Sinclair game again? I mean, it clearly worked out really well last time, but you did have things like the Kelvin backing you up. Of course, final 2 picks here for Abraham, so it's going to get picked up. If it is picked up, very shortly. But also, what else goes into it? I'm kind of looking at frontline here. You don't have the Moan Krill available anymore. I feel like for Abraham's, you need something else frontline-wise. The fact that they go Pocket probably means you're not going to see Hoot on Sinclair. And it does make you wonder.
I love that they got Pocket here. The DMOB Pocket was just backbreaking for them in the last game. I feel like this is a great hero for Hoot to kind of take over on. Are we going to see a Trophy Collector Pocket? That's all I want to know. I mean, it is another hero that is theoretically a good buyer. It's a good Trophy Collector buyer. I'm telling you. I'm so Trophy Collector filled now. Not like, do not do like the initiate strat and have 6 Trophy Collectors. Please don't do that. But I think there's a space for like one like tempo playmaker hero that uses ability range well to actually go for this item. And I think Pocket is actually a decent candidate. I don't know. The Cult Sack is so insane on Pocket. It feels crazy not to do that.
Whoa.
And this time it's Gooballs' turn to take the Sinclair. Okay.
All right.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
I think it's cooking too hard. That is way too much. Like, Sinclair is a hero that you actually need to be grinding pretty actively before you play it on match day to go in and be like, yo, we just got wrecked by Sinclair. We're going to pick Sinclair. If that wasn't in their original game plan, I actually think that's a terrible pick. Not because of what Sinclair could theoretically do, but the execution on it may not be there if this is reactionary to getting bowled over by Abrahams in the last game.
It's pretty bold. I mean, who has the ability to play whatever he wants, but that rule only applies to who? Literally just him. So I'm kind of suspect. The haste pick, Jake, what is this going to help with? Is it like all about the sleep daggers and support?
I do kind of like it in response to a few of the picks on Gooballs. Like, I'm thinking about heroes like Sinclair, Infernus, Holiday. They don't want to be initiated on. That's like worst case scenario. If you get caught out first, you're in a hard fight. You are like ultra high damage dealers and with a lot of mobility, but you're squishy. And so somebody like Hayes that can build into your silence glyph, build into something like Curse in the late game, or just a slowing hex to kind of tempo things out. Invis in, start with a sleep dagger, set things up, and just delete some of these high damage backliners. I see the vision for Abrahams However, I've seen Hayes go wrong way too many times to be, overly confident in it. And I think Gooballs have just as good of a chance of finding their own catches off the back of Mo and Holiday and even Doorman and Sinclair to kind of set those up as well. So a lot down to execution. These two teams about as closely matched as we've ever seen here in EU. This is just set to be an amazing game 3.
Well, Jake, as we get into it here, I kind of look at this and feel like Abrahams can't fall behind just because their front line relying purely on Billy, which, by the way, it is Saint on Billy. That I thought it would have been together on Billy. That is unexpected.
I mean, I guess they're going to give more farm to together. They want to play for the Hayes to be a little bit greedier. And maybe Together's been practicing. Honestly, I respect Together. I think this guy is a beast. He normally does play those heavy frontliners, and I feel like maybe it's just Saint not having experience on the Hayes, because often we see a lot of these like somewhat support heavy players take the Hayes role and play that early tempo style. But I really don't think it's a hero that you want to pick up in a really difficult match if you're not very experienced. Like, this is a hero that really, goes on the edge of a knife. You could easily just feed your brains out on Hayes. And so you need somebody who's an experienced pilot on the hero, maybe to the extent that you're willing to do a little bit of a role swap here. Although I have a sneaking suspicion Together's going to wind up being pretty farmed this game.
Yeah, I mean, Together may end up farmed. It's just, I don't know. I don't love not having a classical frontliner player, especially in a game where you only have one frontline. I feel like the level of confidence Gooballs is going to have at just walking at Abraham is going to be high. Although, then again, you have kind of support Mo and ABL. Like, Gooballs didn't really go with like something super heavy on the front line either, because Mo is kind of in that in-between zone where he's like part playmaker, part frontline, and turns more into the playmaking side rather than frontline as the game goes on. So it's hard to say. I mean, this is a interesting draft on both sides.
Yeah, a lot of early pressure coming from D-Mob now. And this is arguably one of the scariest points in the game when it comes to matching up against Sinclair, right? Is when you lose the laning prio. And oh, by the way, hold on, the nuking. Talk about a turnaround in this lane. Together, and Taz not scared to kind of go toe-to-toe and take some of these brawls. Who opens up onto O season. That's a great opener. I mean, Pocket, this year sometimes just hard rushes Majestic Leap, not usually the strongest laner. I would think this looks like a very defensive lane, but the fact that they get a kill here is a crazy outplay.
We'll also get an idea of like what Hoot is planning to go for item-wise here. If he picks something up here or doesn't, it probably is the leap. Like, he would have grabbed something here if not.
Yeah, nothing until leap. And they have a lot of lane prio. They have a lot of space to farm. If you can, just last a few more waves, keep that HP up. It's already looking a little bit grim for the opposition.
Things a little bit better for Gooballs in middle, pushing both Hayes and Paradox back, where, I mean, you'd kind of expect that from Yamato Sinclair. I think Sinclair is just an unreal force multiplier for any otherwise good laners, so I would expect Gooballs to win middle, realistically.
Yeah, definitely one you really want to win, and they could kind of hamstring Together if he's looking to get active a little bit early. I think that other opposite side lane is also going to be important. Mo is going to be able to frontline pretty well for Infernus. It's going to be potentially a little bit of a scary lane. So far, Billy and Benedicta are holding their own very nicely. 4 stacks. Okay, Pocket hits monstrously hard here with 4 stacks. You got to be very cautious with those barrage stacks online. You do not want to trade with this hero. ABL, when he's in trouble.
Yeah, ABL just digs a little bit too deep, gets hit with the carbine, and down the follow through. Oh boy, did not see that coming, of both Sinclair and Yamato just running afoul of mid lane. That's a massive win here,
ZB,
Jake.
This game is out of control. 16k to 12k. What? That's absurd. 3 minutes in? I mean, a 3k lead of 3 minutes is truly insane. You would love a counter kill. You almost need a counter kill in the mid lane, but you aren't going to find it. Both Together and Taz are going to get the opportunity to buy, and Together he's comfortable. He's high HP. And now, again, Gooballs in this other side lane with the Pocket, right? Like, when Majestic Leap comes online, who's going to start feasting on these low HP players?
This has been really tough, especially for the Holiday Doorman lane to struggle this much. I think you've had mechanical difference in both left lane and mid lane now, and that's really problematic for Gooballs, because if one of their main things here is they can't let Abrahams get too far ahead early on. Like, the late game for Gooballs, I think, is probably better should they get there. But, you know, for Abrahams, they have the ability, if they win some of these early lanes, that they may not let Gooballs back in. So the fact that the left lane has been worse than expected and the fact that middle lane gave up any kills at all is so big on the course of the game.
Yeah, that double kill, like, I mean, this is supposed to be kind of your strongest moment on the Sinclair, right? Is to be able to dominate your lane. And the fact that it's going completely against you, not a great sign. We talked about, you know, how's the execution going to be for D-Mob? He's such an experienced player, looks so good on so many heroes. But the Sinclair is one that we very rarely see at this level of play. Is that execution here? Oh, a cheeky turnaround melee there, taking a risk. I think MP did have the parry available.
Parry key not
Zink
found.
gets away with it.
Sometimes you just get Billy moments where you would think someone would hit parry, but they didn't. A little bit of redemption here, though, for ABL, perhaps looking for the hit down onto Hayes and gets it. But gets parried at the very end, eats a little bit of an HP tax. But still, Tass also in a bit of danger. Lucky the power slash still on CD. You need more in middle, though, and we'll see if they're going to get it. Holiday also under all sorts of pressure here on the left.
Knife strafes from OCs. And that Dormant ult should be pretty punishing. Players are super low. Made it out the stone form. Here's the barrel coming in. Pocket still has the health. I think he just cased and dodged the damage from the Dormant ult, so not truly worried about that. It's a nice matchup for Pocket to be able to dodge that heavy nuke from an ultimate.
Sanya, no fear. New Holiday was low, just jumps on in, gets the punish, and I mean, OC is good at farming, generally speaking, but for Holiday, it takes a while for the get online. She's not the best farmer until she gets several key items here, Jake, and it's slow going here so far as Sanya feeling all sorts of powerful.
This is scary. In Pocket, there's the leap. Online, this is when this lane gets truly terrifying. Even Doorman trying to get tricky with the doors. He lives for now. Affliction. Oh, is that missed? I think it missed. I don't think he got that on OC, so that's actually very fortunate you're able to defeat the Pocket's power spike and turn around and kill him. So OC is kind of stabilizing his game there. Pocket, who just overextending an uncharacteristic mistake.
Even if that Affliction hits, I still think Hoot probably dies there. Like, yeah, OCs has to go back and heal, but that, I think even from the onset, may not have been the smartest decision. But we got some action off on the right. Vindicta Billy pushing the lane pretty deep for Abrahams. But also, Jake, that lead that we were talking about early, it's gone. It's back to even.
Yeah, the sleep there takes down the power slash from ABL. Paradox clears the waves, now looking for a catch. Love to find something pulling somebody deep back under tower. D-Mob can steal an ult away, and ABL does have an ult of his own, so you got to be a little bit cautious for Abrahams in this mid lane. And what is still turning into actually maybe a more even match than I was expecting, thanks to the nice saves from Abraham, or rather from Gooballs here in the side lane. Nonetheless, though, they are losing that first Guardian. It's going to make things a little bit more awkward to stay around on this side of the map, especially for OCs who really does want to stick around and farm.
I think the scary part here is I think you're going to see Hoot do a little bit of roaming. Hoot, you know, early Majestic Leap. You leave Sanya here the farm and let Hoot be, you know, the bit of a difference maker, especially as you look at the ability to maybe go over towards mid.
Speaking of mid lane, here's ABL. You really want to chase him into the fog, though. This is a Yamato Shadow Transform. Can definitely turn that fight around on you. Not an easy cleanup by any stretch of the imagination. Infernus ult on top of the Billy. They're trying to double down onto it. Over the top, though, is Obicam with a nice snipe to shut down the Infernus, and Mo just lets a tuck tail and run. Opportunity to put a lot of pressure here on the Guardian. And they're going to take it. Taz does go down in the opposite side lane, or rather in the mid lane, which is a nice find on top of that mid Guardian, but it's going to cost you a Guardian of your own here.
One more shot. Oh, it comes at a cost. The combo's in. I don't know if there's any follow through right on after. Okay.
Burn is good, though. Yeah, here it is. Yep. Okay. Empty Dream's able to find one. And a counter kill is nice, but I mean, Guardian for one kill, I feel like you take that Guardian. You're kind of happy to get that. And here's Paradox coming in, getting active off the death. Taz wasting no time, getting right back into the thick of the fight. Mo, tricky movement to try and slip out of this one. It seems to have gotten away for now, but maybe needs to hit a base trip. Like, I don't know if he can hold this wave.
Things are definitely getting a little bit more chaotic with some of the early Guardians down. 2 for 1 so far in favor of Abrahams. Abrahams getting the side lanes, Gooballs able to get the mid lane, but Gooballs also was kind of expected to get the mid lane here, Jake. When you stack the deck with Sinclair, Yamato, if you lose mid lane first, that is actually the disaster of disasters.
See what Sinclair can get out of this one. Trying to put some harass down. Nothing too meaningful just yet. I feel like both teams are so eager to fight in this decisive game 3, right? Like everyone is looking for that little opportunity for a forced mistake to turn into a big engagement. Food has Affliction online though, so I would expect Pocket. Maybe he's a little bit too low HP for it now, but just always wants to get that Affliction off, put some damage down, have impact on the map. And buffs are up in what, 40 seconds here? That could be a flashpoint.
Down into the underground we go, but maybe not. Saint deciding, nah, I'm not going to chase after the mole in his own territory. Also, in terms of middle, a little bit risky for Hoot to go in the mid and be the one holding it down against Yamato Sinclair. I feel like that is a recipe for we see Hoot at half HP and see Hoot instantly dead. Food isn't careful. Vexing Bolt not necessarily Pocket's best friend.
He's the GOAT. He's going to hit every dodge. I mean, I actually think Pocket is a really sick hero at holding down a lane. It's like very hard to jump on him if he just kind of holds his skills and uses them defensively. Not an easy kill. Now here he comes. Speak of nothing defense about this. Going to try and slip forward. Gets a stolen Affliction put on him. Sends it back the other way, but Pocket dies very quick to a stolen Affliction. So that's a great catch by D-Mob, leading to that follow-up kill from Gooballs, and the rest of the team just tucks tail and runs. Even Obakip, yes, going down as well to Empty Dreams in the side lane.
Urn control being taken now by Gooballs, and okay, you consider what an Urn fight's gonna look like. You get Walker pressure instead, and the pull on the other end. OCs with the lasso. Abrahams, though, they're just focused on Walker here, Jake. They don't even care necessarily that it might be giving up Urn. They want the Walker here now. I don't know if they have the damage for it. It's gonna be very, very close.
Hayes is doing a lot of damage here with that full passive. Over the combo from behind. Shirley caught dead to rights. Tried to use that gun buff for value to get a Walker. Instead, cost him his life. That's enough damage to make that a very easy Walker take if at any point the lane does push back against that right side. And now, okay, you get Urn, but it's the other Walker being taken. So maybe both side Walkers potentially to be dropped here by Abrahams.
You know, for half a Walker, I would say Urn was worth it. In the sense that the Urn got the better part of the deal, but definitely not for a Walker and a half. That is far better for Abrahams. OCs, you're in the holiday, needs one more shot. Can you find the head? Crack shot still on cooldown.
Oh my God, the
up over.
Okay.
That was
lands on his
damage.
head, yeah, slams him down. Even Hoot couldn't play his way out of that one. So yeah, you're getting objectives. A price is being exacted. Gooballs, though, they need to convert those kills into some counter objectives, or else things are going to kind of stabilize against them here. Ooh, Mo doesn't have combo this time. ABL's attempt for that fight does end up bailing out the Mo, who was in a bit of spot of trouble there for sure.
Gooballs looking for their final Guardian, able to walk forward and get it without too much trouble. Ivy looking here for OCs. OCs running for their life, super low HP. Ivy over, needs a little bit more. One more shot is going to do it. Can OCs get away? OCs right now.
Oh, the schmoo.
Off, hits the pad, goes off to the right, goes for the pad. U-turn there, Jake, and it's enough to shake Sanya's sniper.
So a catch coming in. Together was trying to cut it off, but it's a great read from OCs to slip away from that one. Shakes off the dive. There's a lot of players now. This could turn into a team fight. Gooballs, hey, they're up 2 on the kills. Bit of a soul lead online, and there's no way you can mid boss right now. This is psychotic, right? Oh my,
yeah, you've used the operative word has been used. I mean, yeah, you got Doorman, but all of Abrahams is up. This is classic Gooballs, though. They did it all tournament long in the Trolley tournament. They're not afraid to do raw mid boss.
They have the Yamato wall, right? And there's a school of thought that says, hey, look, I'm just going to parry everything. You can't outplay this Hoot, though, with the Affliction. This is going to be potentially game-changing. Just Yamato in the pit. What are you going to do about this? Are you going to be able to take this fight? And the contestant's not there. It's a great read from Gooballs. They call the bluff, and Abraham says, we don't want any of that smoke. We're going to try and trade for Walkers. But first, mid-boss can generate a lot of value if the counterpunch is strong. Abrahams need to navigate this one very carefully to ensure that those Walkers they found go unanswered.
That was such a gutsy call, but I think they properly read it. They realized, okay, we can help secure mid with Rabbit Hex. We're going to put ABL, like, first and foremost with Shadow Transformation, and they picked a good time to do it. And Abrahams kind of looks at the situation, Jake, and says, okay, we'll go for a Walker. But you have to be happy with that trade for Gooballs just because of the still ridiculous impact that mid-boss has.
You got to translate it into team fights, right? If this just ends up being a full farming mid-boss, you're not really going to be too happy about it, right? Because with those Walkers down in the side lanes, controlling lane pressure is about to get scary, right? That's where Abrahams can leverage their advantage with the Walker lead that they have, right? Just keeping the lanes pushed out, having map control, forcing players of Gooballs to go back and defend their base is not what they want to do here. Starting to get a little bit of farm from the enemy side of the map, though, and that's a very nice benefit based on the power level they're bringing with this reju.
I think there is one upside here if you are Abrahams, is that defensive Walker positioning, sub 16 minutes especially, is really, really good. Like, it is difficult to fight people under Walker. So I do think you can kind of rope-a-dope this mid-boss out. Like, yes, you're going to be giving up jungle. Yes, you're giving up some farm. But a mid-boss take this early in the game isn't as guaranteed the result in Walker kills the way it would be if you got it 5 to 6 minutes later.
Yeah, that's true. These are the stats, right? It's just like a little bit harder to get that guaranteed consistent value. And you see, even Gooballs know it. They're just getting all the jungle they can, but the lead is not expanding as quickly as you would want for this kind of map control. Abraham's defended the waves. They're sort of doing their jungle as a last resort. There's still going to be, like a minute and a half of rejuve time, though. And as the jungle empties out for Abraham's, the lack of map control is going to start to bite. Here's the Dormant ulti, catches onto the Billy. Need a lot of players to come follow this one up, but Hoot's in the neighborhood. He could go for this affliction.
All right, Chain Gang out immediately after leaving the Baroness. Callbell in right on after. More pressure here on to the Billy. One Rejuve Crystal already gone. OC's just got evaporated from some of the outside pressure from Abrahams. Abrahams haven't given up a single pick here yet, Jake. Hotel guest or not, that is unbelievable response here from Abrahams.
Billy with a triple barrier build, right? Like, he just soaks up that Mo ult with ease, shrugs it off, has the mobility buff as well, so he just runs out after the fight. Earn being forced here, though. Maybe that's enough for ABL and the squad to really get the fight that they're hoping for. I don't know if it's going to be given for free. I mean, this is really a scary moment, though. Hoot has no affliction. I don't love the idea of fighting this.
No, I think you just give it here. Like, yeah, okay, you give up Earn, but the rejuve's nearly over. It's down to the final minute, and you haven't given up a single Walker yet. You're really happy with Abrahams if this is the result. If you don't give up a pickup here, okay, when you get off the teleporter and get your luggage thrown in your face for Saints, but overall,
permission to board denied. Billy, go back home. Saints in the side lane. I don't know if you want this fight, though, but it's starting to get scary, right, for Abraham, or rather for Gooballs, because without those sidewalkers, it's not necessarily easy to, like, show up into these fights and to actually, respond when a gank on the side lane comes down.
All in all, I think this has been a masterclass by Abrahams, where, yes, Gooballs made a really good play to go for mid-boss and judged it well, but it's so early that Abrahams just know that they can play defense in the walkers. They don't give up a single walker, and the rejuve is gone. You don't see this very often in Deadlock, Jake, but the fact that it happened here, really, really cool to see.
Yeah, in the end, Gooballs, they do net the economy lead, and so Abrahams, they need to translate this walker advantage they have into, regaining the map control and re-equalizing the soul disparity. It's not enough soul disparity where it's really going to change the way the teams fight. And so maybe let's see that catch onto Infernus. It's a nice way to start. He feels like he's forced into an ultimate. Vindicta almost slips away with that great movement from Infernus to stay on top of her. And this should be a kill onto Obakim. It's traded 1-for-1, though. Still a lot more fight to be had.
Bullet dance over and in, backed up by the Chain Gang. It's a whole pile of fun right now, and Abraham's the one with it. Sanya on the follow through, set up by both the Billy, over in, and the bullet dance. So Abraham's getting the better of that one. 3-for-1. And they're looking for the last walker now, Jake.
Now it's kind of Abraham's turn to decide what to do. You don't have much time with this. A mid walker is a little bit too difficult to take, so they are just going to maybe try and grab some farm out of the enemy jungle. Quick little cult sack, eat the large creep on the enemy side of the map. That creep's he's chilling. He's off duty, hanging out in the jungle. Your game's in a tough spot when even the minions are jungling.
Well, better than the minions getting forced up by the Bebop bug, and yeah. I'm not sure if that's been hotfixed yet, but that's the one thing we actually banned because that tech was too strong.
Just denying your own minions by uppercutting them into crazy positions.
Yeah, and then you go back and get healed on top of it. And
oh yeah, the mass heals for the Bebop is crazy.
Yeah, that tech was a little too good. Like, it's one thing if they can walk away, but when they just get stuck, it's a bit much. But Abraham's, they fell a little bit behind post mid-boss, but they're quickly getting back into it here, Jake, reclaiming most of their own jungle.
To be honest, I think this now for Abrahams, it's really the hoot show. It's going to be every time Affliction's up, they're going to look for fights, and without it, I don't think they're going to take an engagement. You know, Affliction is a real problem for Gooballs. They don't have the crazy sustain heroes that can truly endure it. They're maybe going to have Divine Barriers, but it might be a while for that item to come up, and I think Hoot is going to kind of set the tempo for this game. Together, meanwhile, has built the very much like the tempo support style Haze, but we've kind of reached the point of the game when I think Haze might start to build towards a little bit more gun carry potential. And meanwhile, this is our typical support player, Saint. He's very farmed, like he's stacked up. He's been piloting it well. So, you know, don't call this guy a support one trick.
By the way, itemization wise, I don't love the trap that OCs went into. Like, it's a trap that I'm familiar with in recent times, but Kinetic Dash and Holiday, in theory, like, oh man, it's so much free damage. But if you use Kinetic Dash,
right?
Yeah, you use 2 stam at the beginning of fights, and it gets you killed. Like, that item, you need your stam on Holiday to get away, and going Kinetic Dash, it puts you at a stam deficit early in the fights where, yes, you have more damage, but I actually don't think it's worth. As someone that has tried this very build, wondering, it's like, why isn't Hoot building Kinetic Dash? It's just an extra 800. It just makes you make bad decisions.
He also has Glass Cannon before Blood Tribute, so going very aggro with the builds. Here comes a Bullet Dance from Together, just deletes Overseas. He's gone, evaporates out of the fight. It is a little bit expensive in terms of ulti, so Gooballs might look to strike back and keep this engagement going. And that mid-boss waits below, the prize for whoever's able to win a team fight. Neither team wants to make the mistake right now.
For Abrahams, you would love to get another pick and go mid-boss before Overseas is going to be a threat, but I don't know if you have the time to set that up. You still do have Affliction.
They get the Urn pickup, and I mean, this is where 10 seconds, it's Overseas might be back in time for that Urn fight, but it would be tenuous. And honestly, this Urn pretty much equalizes the soul advantage that Gooballs were able to build up off the back of that trade in the mid-boss. Now, fight comes in onto Saint. Triple barrier build, though. This guy is absolutely monstrous when it comes to trying to burst him down.
It's so deceptive, too, because you think, oh, I'm getting his HP down, and then all the barriers proc, and it's just a sad reality of, no, he's not actually going to fall at all. Urn, though, is dropped, and things are getting a little bit scrappy here in the mid. Seeing Sanya quite a way away from the fight as the over and in with the stolen Affliction. 3-man Affliction from Dimov. Big audience participation play, but the fall through may not be there.
That's a lot of value, though. I mean, it's a big damage coming in.
Oh, they go mid off it.
They're trying to force the mid, but is it enough to send those players back to the base? Here's that a counter Affliction. I don't know if that connected with anyone. Who? And the mid boss is dropping. ABL has ulti. Like, this could look very scary. This could be another mid boss secure. Can he get the team fight off? Empty Dream, super low HP, does die before getting that ulti off.
Before the rejuve comes into ABL, 2 punches here so far. Can he get the third? There's still a crystal. ABL gets all 3, finds Together off the end. The rejuve crystals, though, are all completely gone. Abraham's punishing on the outskirts, but they lose far more in turn here, Jake. 4 down, but the rejuve is fully gone, so it could be worse, but it is going to be Gooballs getting an even bigger edge and likely this Urn as well.
This guy is just too good on the Yamato. They're just doing absolute naked mid bosses, and it's working out every time because ABL is just the best player in the world with the parries. He just does not give up a crystal. And I mean, that singular asset is really keeping Gooballs in this game. This time, it's not just the mid boss, it's a huge team fight on top of it. It's an Urn to be dunked as well. And now comes a test for Gooballs, right? Can they produce real Walker results out of this? You know, just getting those kills, just getting the mid boss, it won't matter if they can't turn it into a team fight on the enemy side of the map. And so far, that's been the biggest test, the biggest challenge really in this game.
Interesting part here too. Going on, hold the phone.
Oh, nice
Swap
catch.
over, looking for Dimov. See if Dimov's going to do the great escape one more time. I don't think he has Spectral Assistant up, so yeah, this is just fighting off with Ravitex. Up, over, wait, stole the airdrop.
Is he burning down? He's so incredibly low. The shield is enough to keep him alive.
Oh my goodness, Dimov.
Comboing somebody. This is turning into a team fight now. Everyone's showing up. Everyone's getting a little bite of this engagement. Mo's hit with the Affliction. Oh my god, everyone's low on both sides of the field here. Both teams kind of scrambling, trying to find their footing in this team fight.
ABL's coming back in at decent HP. Shadow Transformation nearly up, but yeah, everyone is so low. Overseas, hanging out in the area on the rooftops, hoping he doesn't get seen. Hotel Guest about to be like 5-0. Okay, Sanya Saab. Mario stomped on top, and Sanya from the rooftops. No one sees
beaming.
The shooter, Jake.
He's beaming, man. Lee Harvey Oswald. Can he get it done? So far, so good. ABL forced into the Shadow Transformation. And somehow, some way, after a beautiful team fight by Gooballs,
They still lose their Rejuve crystals, and the clapback comes in immediately. Abrahams aren't scared. They actually take the fight to their opponents. I just don't think Gooballs saw that coming. Hell, I didn't.
It just escalated rapidly. And now, okay, ABL is... We've
so
seen ABL
tanky.
stuck in the closet before like this, and I don't know... Okay, does ABL actually get away? There's no way, right?
Surely not, right? He's getting swarmed. They're all over him. A nice parry is good. It slows things down, but pretty devastating team fight. And what are Abrahams going to do with this, right? There's already a lot of objectives down on the map. Billy putting a bit of pressure on that mid lane. Needs some more teammates, though, to actually secure this objective. It won't be free considering the respawners coming online for the Gooballs.
This has been wild back and forth. It's also an interesting game state we don't always get where mid boss is off the map for a really long time and there's no rejuve. Like normally, Jake, one team has rejuve and gets to play at an advantage for a while, but that fight was so explosive that there was no rejuve advantage after the original fight. So it gives us kind of a unique look at Deadlock sans mid boss for a longer period of time.
Did bro just one hit a yellow creep? What the hell is this character, man? That's crazy.
Well, you know, the shot was a little bit lucky, as it turned out.
One clicking the yellow creep is actually devious at 25 minutes. So Holiday, OCs is a problem in these fights. You got to deal with him. And the afflictions, man, especially with Demov throwing the afflictions right back at the opposition. I mean, it takes what should normally be such a devastating team fight tool that's so hard to play against, and now kind of equalizing it. So we questioned a little bit the Sinclair pick out of Gooballs, but you know, Demov, despite losing one kill on the lane, has been more or less flawless since then.
Yeah, I mean, Demov, I think, kind of went into a little bit ego. Is like, yeah, you can play it, I can play it. And, well, as it turns out, Demov can, in fact, play it.
I see haze.
Still, though, very close. Only 16K between the two teams. Earn in motion from Gooballs. ABL currently the carrier. Abrahams definitely looking like they want a contest, but you get the doorman deposit, and it's so difficult to deal with. It's relatively free.
They just don't want the smoke in this engagement. Not ready for the team fight. And I think Abrahams, you know, they would have loved to be ready for that and be set up for it. But if you're not, you just can't force it at this level of play, right? If you know you're out of position, better to not take the fight at all than to force it into a significant network disadvantage and bad positioning. There's really just so much riding on Hoot in a game like this. He just needs the massive backbreaking affliction to really give Abrahams a fighting chance in any of these, you know, 12-man engagements.
Also, in terms of who can just win the fight outright, okay, you got Sanya at 36K. That's great. OCs is at 41K on the other side. Like, we need OCs cam because OCs is in the mood to just drop some people here. This is, like, for Abrahams, not only do you need a good affliction from Hoot, you need an APB out on the Cowboy. Like, Holiday needs to die.
Yeah, she's absolutely a problem. The Vamp Burst as well is going to just only add to the troubles, really, that the opposition are facing.
I love the pickup. I think Vamp Burst is one of the more valuable items that doesn't get picked up as much as it should, because you're also not only getting survivability, but one of the parts where your momentum kind of goes down as Holiday is when you have to reload. Like, your clip, even with Lucky Shot, isn't that big. You pop the Vamp Burst, you're good to go.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, just more or less continuous fire, and we've seen the DPS that it's able to bring, and this combo, I mean, if you even come close to this Veil, right? Palm combo, you're dead in moments when Holiday's just raining down headshots on you, fully isolated. And that's a really scary late game threat. As now Mid Boss comes online, both teams know this could be the beginning of the end. This is the decisive game 3. A massive team fight here from either side could seal the deal. And Gooballs once again, they're gonna send it. Look at this DPS in the pit. Are they gonna roar it and look for the fight though?
The damage numbers.
Okay, it's a fake. It's a fake. Maybe I can't tell yet.
Okay, well they have the outside look. Oh, I love the angle. Goes on in, catches the haze immediately. The assassination, courtesy of Doorman, and off the pick they immediately go back to pick. Go Holiday, you got this one. The damage comes on in. Gooballs.
Big affliction, huge affliction, in fact, from Hoot. There's still a fight to be had here.
All right, we'll see the contest. They need to get at least some of these crystals. Here comes the Chain Gang up and over. Yamato's air shell transformation. It's all pandemonium here. ABL gets 2 empty dreams on 1. All rejuves the Gooballs. Abrahams down 2. A brutal team fight so far for Abrahams. And here comes Holiday on the finish. Hoot ends up falling. It's 6 to 4 right now. 6 with 1. It's numbers, Jake. All you have to know is Abraham's on the losing end, and only Tass and Sanya remain.
Yeah, and this game just went from bad to worse. Gooballs 3 times they forced the mid boss, 3 times they succeed, and this time it could be enough to break the back of the defenders. Abraham's trying to get out of this one. Now Taz even caught, trying to outplay on his wall, but I mean, the moment this thing drops, this guy is gonna absolutely get crunched. He's not scared, or he should be very scared to peek this Holiday, because the damage threat is just unreal, and now the base is gonna drop almost as quickly. Stolen ultimate from Sinclair's is a stolen Ivyald if he wants to fly that one in.
Jake, this is a song of the end. We got either 2 options here. Either Abrahams gets the biggest comeback fight at base of all time, or this is just going to end. Gooballs, when they have this big of an advantage, they have 3 rejuves. As soon as they enter the base, they're not going to leave. This is not a team that believes in the mantra of go back, secure the map, and be safe. It's going to be it. Like, this is going to be an all-in on the throne coming in very soon.
Yeah, Yamato as well, right? To be able to dive the throne, insane utility being picked up by D-Mob. He's such a nuisance in these fights. Just like even get the engagement you want is so difficult for Abrahams. And for now, at least, Gooballs are gonna play things a little bit safe. Its buffs are about to spawn though, so you can get some powerful buffs online, activate, and D-Mob's scouting things out. Does get seen by a potentially invisible together, so we could end up getting some catches here on the left side of the map. Gooballs very split up here, taking a bit of a risk.
I think if you're Abrahams, you have to make for a fight outside Patron. You know Patron is going to get dove if it takes place outside. This is your only play to try and fight here. As unrealistic as it is, you need to do something.
Oh no, the Stolen Affliction. Where's he gonna put it? It's onto the Ivy. It might just be good enough, and O became caught elsewhere. I mean, you just can't get into these trading engagements considering the state of the game. OCC is down once, continuing to fight in, but Taz now caught by the combo, burned down. November's online, so this Holiday potentially could be killed.
The damage, Jake, the damage! Billy just died! Billy just died in the streets of New York. That was absurd. Frontliner, no. Back in spawn, and sniping from afar. 4 dead from Abrahams. The end cometh. And Gooballs, Jake, they're going to be our new kings of Europe as this draft looked all sorts of good in the end. Both D-Mob coming in with the ridiculous plan to Sinclair, but also overseas with one of the more innovative Doorman spots I think we've seen.
What an incredible series, man. And Holiday taking over the meta now as undeniably the top carry. I mean, just after these 3 games, I think we've seen enough. And Gooballs, they've seen enough of this game too. They're going to absolutely destroy this Patron, sealing the deal as champions here. They were champions in our previous tournament with the Trolley weekend in EU, and now they're going to be champions again in our weekly night shift event, making their mark here as a new team to just completely take over.
Unbelievable result from Gooballs. Again, a back and forth series is something that we've come to expect. And again, as I've just called it time and again, that the marquee matchup that we have every week in Europe is now between Gooballs and Abrahams. And today it seemed like Holiday really made the difference, guys. You know, whichever team was able to manage to get that in the draft, it seemed to provide outsized impact and value going into the late game. And I'm curious, how this is going to change, going into the following weeks. But for now, we celebrate Gooballs and their win. And as we look at the replays of the highlights for this one, it was a back and forth series. We saw Kelvin come in the second match. That helped Abrahams have a pretty interesting draft that was super fun to watch and very effective. But what is the answer here? Is one of these teams better than the other? Is it just getting the better of the pick? Is it all about the Holiday?
I think clearly the Holiday was 3-0 here, and the Holiday progressively went up in pick priority into being the true first pick of the team that only gets 1 pick in the first round. So, I mean, clearly the Holiday had a good amount to do with it just because the character is really strong in this particular build at the moment. But I do think this game was probably more one off really smart decision making off Gooballs. I mean, their mid-boss calls were inspired. The plan to execute on them between ABL and D-Mob were really, really good. And that's what put it over the top. I mean, it was mid-boss that put Abrahams on the back foot, and they're never quite able to get back in it evenly. So to me, the MVP is shot calling, if anything.
Yeah, ABL just forcing it on these rejuves. We were questioning, we were like, this is crazy. This is not going to work. This is like such a crazy risk. Things have gone wrong for them in the past, but they haven't given up on this style and the confidence to just execute on their plays. And now we see why, right? Like, as they refine that execution, it's like, what do you do about this team that's willing to just, hey, we got Yamato. You can't stun us. We are going to hit these parries. That's a very scary thing to be contesting mid-boss into.
And we saw another interesting new note, which was that Sinclair came in and was a part of the winning Gooballs final game, and also Hoot playing it in map 2 and then winning off of a Sinclair 2. So it's kind of interesting to see some of the changes that we're getting week to week, and here are the stats for the final game, and we can really see how devious the holiday pick truly was. Hoot had impact on the pocket, but again, is this a draft? Is it the holiday, or are there ways that Abrahams could have executed better with the comp that they had?
I think overall, draft-wise, you could definitely say maybe there was some draft misplays for Abrahams. Like, I'm not in love with the Hayes pick. Like, I think you could have gone other directions than Hayes here, like getting another frontliner in particular. Like, the only Billy frontline definitely hurt them a little bit, because if you don't have that much of a frontline, you have less threats to dive on something like the Holiday, especially as you get into the late game. So for me, I didn't love that aspect of the Abrahams draft, but again, overall, I think it was a very winnable draft. Like, I don't look at this game and be like, oh, it's just a draft loss. I think Gooballs just made some excellent shot calls that put them over the top. And for Abrahams, they had to just be aware that, hey, Gooballs, they can just snap call mid and make it work because of the Amato and the Sinclair, and particularly the Doorman too. I mean, the Gooballs draft was very stacked at making mid-boss fights work for them.
Also, urns. Look at the amount of urns that they were able to get. Likely due to that Doorman advantage too.
That's true. The Doorman, being able to play into those objectives, and I love that Doorman play where they roar the mid boss, Doorman their carry out to a flanking angle, and then punish the players who are looking to harass mid boss. That's like a really sick next level play, and I want to see more teams like looking for those more major rotations off of those doors, and really flipping the team fight on its head based on that utility. So I mean, I think we're only still scratching the surface of what's possible in Deadlock, but it's just great to see teams continuing to push the limit. Also, if you like the Sinclair today, in the last 2 games, both of them were insanely impactful. Both times we were like, is this going to work? This is kind of sus. Is it going to be actually getting value? But hey, Hoot last game and now D-Mob this game with some 6 stolen afflictions to really turn things around against the opposition. Just proving to be really challenging to play against at this level.
All right, let's set it up. Let's get our MVP revealed. Who do we have? I think I know who it's going to be. OC's. Makes sense. He had great games here, ZP.
Yeah, OC's looked really good and has been one of the big surprises in the post-Trolley EU world, where, I think OC's was a known quantity for a long time in top EU pubbing, but hadn't really gone into the competitive fields. Now found a home with Mel team into now Gooballs, and same team, different name effectively. And, it's both OC's and Palm that have been the highlights of new players in the EU scene, helping make this Gooballs team be as fearsome as it's been.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from OCs in game 1, which, to remember, like this game, it was looking kind of open and shut for Abrahams. They had a pretty big lead. It was looking like, look at this position, right? They got almost a 20k lead with a couple of rejuve crystals, and Gooballs find some big moments to bring these team fights back. OCs, 3 heroes across the series, 3 great performances. Wasn't quite enough here in game 2, but nonetheless, across the board, you really got to be impressed with the way this guy can farm and make pretty much any hero he touches look comfortable.
It's going to be interesting to see how things develop into the next week. Without, assuming that everything stays the same balance-wise, is there a conclusion that makes sense where you can counter this Holiday? Does that exist? Because to me, it kind of seems like it's just flat-out damage, and if there's no patch, I don't know how you can counter that.
I do think this is a broken character right now, honestly. I think, like, typically a character that does this much damage should have some severe downsides, right? Like, oh, maybe you're very immobile. Nope. Maybe you lack control for the enemy. Nope, you have that too. And so I think this is a build that people just weren't running for a long time with how good the old extra charge and just like playing for catch Holiday was. There's like no reason to try to play it as a carry. It didn't make sense. It fit too well. But then with that build falling off, people realize, hey, this gun carry build goes crazy, and the utility Holiday has also insane. I think this is just gonna need to get nerfed before we see this. Just take away the gun carry a little bit, just a little bit. I don't want it to be gone, because I think it is quite fun. But I think it's crazy for a character that's this valuable in the early game to be the best late game character. That is
make incredibly biased. Like wrap up.
no, as someone that's incredibly biased that has played Twitter games of Holiday in the last 3 weeks. I mean, you're probably right. To be full honest, it's a lot to go
Why
in there.
have you played 200 games a holiday?
Let me just say what I think the entire community says is that you've made a really strong case to nerf Holiday, but I think I speak for everyone when I say nerf Flash again. Thank you.
Damn. All right. Okay. Well, okay, Jay, do you have any final thoughts before we head out to the NA part of the broadcast?
No, that's a beautiful way to wrap things up. I'm just super psyched that we see, you know, some shakeups in EU, some new names on the server here in Night Shift. And just Deadlock just feels like it's in a great place here today. We're joking about the holiday being broken, but hey, it almost lost in game 1. So I don't think it's that bad. And I think it's just super exciting to see this level of play in Europe. As we've come to expect it, but I'm always surprised.
All right. Well, as we are about to throw things over to the North American region, we can just quickly take a quick recap as we look at the bracket of the action that has preceded us and the action that lays ahead. So Fearless Furies against Gooballs. I mean, you can see how damn good Gooballs were, obviously, going into Abrahams here today. A great back and forth battle. I think all these 3 games actually were super interesting from Abrahams and Gooballs, but after the break, you have the Unks versus Bunny with Clock to look forward to. Don't know the story on that one, but hopefully we'll find out. I'm sure the chatters know. You can let us know. And then the winner will be up against Melee Creeps. We'll take a quick break, and we'll see you after it for the North American matches.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Deadlock Night Shift. We are here back for our NA portion of the show, what these K-Kona American fans have been waiting for, and for two of my biggest America lovers, Jason Kaplan and DDK. What's your favorite thing about the United States?
Oh, I love America so much. I haven't been living there the last 14 years of my life. I just miss it so much. Favorite thing about the U.S.? The food, for sure. The food.
Taxes,
Dan,
man.
our adopted son.
Yeah.
Taxes.
I love taxes.
No, the lack of them. The lack of the taxes.
Yeah, you know what's treat places, Dan? Because I got a nice 50% over here in Italy, and I
know, I was
love
saying that when I was in
0%
London.
sales tax, state tax for me.
Well,
Yeah,
all right, guys.
nice
We have the NA fans here representing strong, very, very believable from Jason and Dan. Maybe a little more believable from Dan, but of course, got to jump into our show. We got to take a look at what we got on the cards today. So let's take a quick look at the bracket. See the matches queued up. First, it's going to be the Unks taking on Bunny with Clock. I'm not gonna lie, the Unks OGs, right? There's a lot of well-known names on this squad. I don't think they're going to be strangers to many of the folks in chat. But what's going on with Bunny with Clock? Are they going to be the team to take it to challenge Melee Creeps?
I think challenge Melee Creeps is a bit of a stretch. Personally, I think this is like Poshy Pop's new venture of a team since Chain Gang did disband after the Trolley Open. And they've got a decent couple of players on the team, but to expect them to be able to challenge out against Melee Creeps, I think is a bit of a stretch, to be honest, with how good Melee Creeps looked in the last week. But what I am excited about is seeing what this new team is here to bring us and like what they could potentially become over North America. But man, I'm also excited to see what's going to happen with the Youngs, because Aiden, if he gets Vindicta, we're in for some like simple level quick scopes out of his play.
Yeah, this team is actually really awesome, and it's great to see that they are the same. I think this is the exact same roster as we had for the Trolley NA broadcast, because they did really well. Like, they overperformed expectations, I would say, and we actually had Deathy making an appearance on last year in a winning game as well, where I think that was where Aiden was on the Vindicta. And so they brought a very entertaining match to watch and to follow, and I think generally a higher level of play than I think we are used to seeing with some of the rosters where Deathy has been playing with previously. So I think that's great to see, because there's a lot of fans for him in the chat, in the Deadlock scene in general. So I like that this roster is sticking together.
And fans in the broadcast here, Dan, don't forget, my favorite player in the world is now Deathy, after I had to cosplay and dress up as Lash. But yeah, this team, I think they have some potential, but I think they have one big downside, Dan. It's unfortunately going to be Wander, in my opinion, because he plays Gun Yamato. And when they put in Sneaky Golem, guess what? Sneaky Golem first banned against them. A team that we would expect to have no problems challenging the likes of the Youngs. They banned out his Yamato against him because they know how strong it can be. And Wander hasn't been as effective on other heroes as he is on his Yamato in particular.
I hope we get to see the Gun Yamato pop off. It's so obscene when you get snowballing with the split shot and just run people down at the extended duration. Definitely going to be an exciting build if the Unks are going to be able to get it through the draft. But Yamato's a high prio pick, right? Not so easy to find that. Their opponents, of course, Bunny with Clocks. A lot of people asking in the chat, who the hell are these guys? And so I put it to you guys. Who the hell are these guys?
Yeah, Dan, who the hell are these guys?
Oh, I wanted to do it. I feel like I can't do it now. So, these are a lot of, I think, familiar names that we've seen circulating in the North American scene, but obviously this is a new look. And obviously, I think rallying around, from my understanding at least, Poshy Pop to a large extent, who we actually had on the broadcast for the Trolley Invitational or Open League that we had, and he was super insightful and someone that lives, breathes, eats, consumes, absorbs, exogenously injects Deadlock.
Yes, I can confirm that is very true. Cool Cheese, think back to the early days of Melee Creeps. He played with Poshy Pop on that roster. Then Cool Cheese was one of the players that eventually did get replaced. Division and Geo, I believe, did come from a prior team. I just need to quickly check up on what team it was, because they did play in the North American portion as well, though they didn't have as good as success, unfortunately, as their counterparts here. But I think it's a team with a lot of potential. I do wonder, though, how the likes of Tanner, I think for me, this is the first time I'm seeing Tanner actually played at the moment. Posh Pop did play with Division in Chain Gang, so that actually makes more sense. And Arctic. So it's 3 players from Chain Gang and then 3 players from some other teams coming together. I think you can't really expect too much for them in terms of like macro play. And if we're going to get like right into the nitty gritty, you have to have them pull off a strong early game if they want to have a chance against. Actually, yeah, if they want to have a chance in the series, I would say you need to have a strong start here.
Yeah, it makes sense. They're probably going to be the underdogs against a team like Melee Creeps. But this challenger match for me, I feel like this is anybody's to win. You know, I think both teams could be on the scrappier side, on the deathmatch heavy side. And I'm just very excited to see, you know, what kind of comes out of the draft. If it's going to be like a deathy lash or maybe a bit of, you know, wild playmaking from across the board. And this is also our introduction, as you were saying, to some of these players on Bunny with Clock. And so I'm curious to see what are their signature heroes? What are the picks they're really looking to drive in this draft?
You know, I'm confused where our Mo 1v1 is, but I don't actually know who won it. If maybe confirmation from production who actually did win out on that one, because this is the challenger match, and I'm curious.
We gotta keep it. We cut that shit. We cut that shit. We're trying to start the game. Casters, start the game.
I mean,
baby.
to be fair, you can't really like one up what we had in EU, right, with that matchup.
That's true.
So it's very difficult to do so. But I was more curious about if the Unks won it and they chose first pick, or if Bunny won it and they chose second pick. Because in EU we had the team who won choose second on purpose, which normally we've seen in the last few weeks the other way around. Also, Dan, I'm going to have a really tough time saying Bunny with Clock here, especially if I have to say it very fast during the broadcast. I'm just letting you know now.
Sounds good.
What would be the nickname? I mean, well, let's start brainstorming. We got time in the draft.
Puckett's not here, so we can keep it a little PG this time. But we're seeing the Yamato ban, like a respect ban for Wonder, 100% coming through. But that does leave open the likes of like Victor, for instance, but also potentially a Holiday, which, I mean, if you watch the EU broadcast, you would know how damn strong she is right now.
The Yamato ban, though, hopefully, you know, it's evolutionary pressure, right? If you keep banning it, it's going to force evolution from Wonder. So hopefully he comes out with something else that's sick. You know, that's usually what I think tends to happen or should happen. Because it's got to suck going into a game where you're just like convert pick gets banned and then you lose your identity as a human. It kind of sucks. But Ivy first pick, Shiv first pick. This is kind of nice, guys. It feels refreshing. I remember it was a recent NA broadcast where Calvin was left open in the bans and wasn't picked till like the 6th pick, you know. So I'm glad that we have normalcy.
Yeah, everything's comfortable.
I think the Ivy pickup here is to give Wander a comfort hero, just in my opinion, because we saw him play. Oh my God, he played something else gun last time, and it wasn't impressive in the Trolley Open. I cannot remember off the top of my head what it was, but Ivy, he was one of like the first people to play gun Ivy, and also one of the big proponents of going for like Veil Walker over Fortitude. With the rise in popularity we had of that item, and then eventually it did get nerfed away. But man, Shiv and Furnace off the bat here for Bunny with Clock, Jake. That's already a strong start.
You can't disagree with that, right? You get Shiv and one of his best counters, and the Unks take Holiday. I love it. I mean, we just saw in EU, right? This character defined that money match best of 3. It was so crucial and scaled to such a ridiculous level. Love it. I think it's a great pick. I wouldn't mind seeing them grab a Pocket as well. We've seen Pocket historically have a great matchup into Shiv. So I already feel like, you know, I kind of like what the Unks are cooking. I'm curious to see more. I'm enjoying the sense.
Oh, they did it. Jake, did you? I have to ask. Did you catch these games with Aiden on Vindicta?
Where he's doing the what's it called? The boundless snipe bill, where he's just like popping
the ridiculous
people. I think
snipes.
I saw it a little bit. It was kind of sick, honestly. I feel like you get some of that. It's kind of like the Holiday in a way, right? It's like you have an early game utility catch hero that can play high tempo, and then you actually scale into a real problem in the late game, right? So you're just popping people from range. And so Unks are not going to be hurting for damage. They are kind of lacking a little bit in the frontliner category for now.
It's also one extra thing that's super nice because if you are a support, you usually get starved a little bit of getting those souls. So it's like kind of a nice way with the snipe to actually manage to keep up and be a threat or adapt. And what's crazy, Dan, I haven't seen Abrams in a while, let alone in the ban column.
Well, I think I saw him last week actually. During the Halloween show,
I see what you did there.
He was taking a break from the broadcast, from actually playing to be on the broadcast with us. But yeah, it's. I think that's actually kind of interesting to see an Abrams ban over. I don't know, maybe like a Pocket, like you were mentioning before, Jake, to take it away from Deathy. But also, I don't really hate this page ban in response though, because like if you put like a page Billy together, knowing that the Abrams is already taken away, that's going to be really tough to deal with.
Yeah, I do think the Unks are looking to grab frontliners. Maybe it's someone like a Billy. Bunny could try to take that away right now if they look to.
What are we standing around for?
Oh, and there it is. So denying some of the top tier frontliners from the Unks. And you know what, guys? I think I'm going to try something. And I can't guarantee that I'll succeed. But I'm going to see if I can wrestle me up a bunny rabbit. You guys are going to have to carry this for a minute.
Does he have a rabbit at his house? Wait, does he have tattoos?
I don't know. I'm like really
I didn't know he has tattoos.
I did not know that either. I thought
Do
he
you have a
was an
tattoo?
innocent boy.
Dan, do you have a tattoo?
No,
No. Would you ever get one?
no,
No. Okay.
not interested.
All right. Yeah. Same.
Yeah. You know what they say about people who have tattoos?
What do they say about people who have tattoos, Dan?
You know what? I'm not gonna bring that into the podcast,
DM me
actually.
then,
We're
because
gonna
I'm
cut
actually really
that
curious.
segment.
I've never heard this phrase before. Oh my God, there's actually a rabbit.
Okay, what's the
Posh, you
story
pop,
here?
if you're in
Can we-
chat.
Can we just full screen Jake? I don't care about the draft anymore.
Yeah, what draft?
Let's get to the content.
Oh my God.
We got the draft and the bunny.
I am honored to
Maybe we can put the bunny in
Can you raise the
the.
bunny a little higher, or like stand up for us?
All right, guys. She doesn't like
his
this. So I'm gonna
eyeballs,
let her
he's
away,
massive.
but I wanted to show everybody.
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, I forgot he doesn't have headphones on, so he
Let's
stood
go
up
see
without
so
even
far with
hearing
his eyeballs.
me. You know, I will say this though. I thought rabbits really smell. If I remember correctly, I think my sister had a rabbit and it was like really smelly.
Maybe that's a user error issue. I don't know.
Could be. That's Jake.
I thought that was worth.
It was 100% worth. But I have to ask. I thought rabbits smell really bad.
No, she's very. She has like a litter box. She's trained. She doesn't.
Wait,
doesn't go outside of her. Well, she doesn't. She uses her litter box. You know, she's
Oh, okay.
responsible.
Does she pick up the
Dan, you guys are in.
No.
You guys are in. Let's go.
Dan,
Imagine
no.
this. It could be anyone.
I wonder who it's gonna be, guys. You know what? He's got a 100% win rate the last 2-3
up.
weeks on it. So
It's a little bit of a scary Lash game. I'm not gonna lie. Bebop and Billy, so two pretty powerful lockdown tools for the Lash. But you know what? The Lash doesn't lose. I heard your strategic worries, and I don't care because the Lash doesn't lose.
The last actually is 9 wins, 10 losses. If I'm not mistaken, Holiday's win rate's actually worse. We're just going by the numbers.
I don't know where to go with this because I'm seeing Lash on screen, but I'm also curious, Jake. I didn't know you had tattoos.
Oh yeah, you want to see my tattoos? Dude, this is show and tell, man.
Can I see all of the tattoos?
I can show you this one. This is my favorite.
What?
I got a.
Is it a dragon?
Yeah.
Nice. Where'd you get that done?
Damn.
I got this in Korea from a woman who basically this is like all she does is Japanese style dragons.
Okay. What about the other arm? Or is the
other
dragon
arm,
continuing?
It's cranes in a river. This is just
Damn.
Jake's show and tell on the draft.
Nice.
You know what?
And any others
I'm here
plans? Are
for
we
it.
going back to Korea for more?
Maybe I'll get more. I don't know. I have one on my back, but I'm not going to take my shirt off of you guys for the good people at the Twitch
Okay.
service.
If we get up to 1,400 subs, 75 away or 60, 75 away, Jake's going to show us the tattoos on his back live on air. Where's Flynn at? Where's our normal big sub gifters?
Veto. You guys got a bunny and you got my tattoos. All right, don't come begging for more. I've done enough for the good people of Twitch television.
You're gonna be worried
All
too,
right,
because Jason said he was gonna eat a bag of trolley like on a draft segment for 80 subs, and someone gifted 80 immediately on the trolley show.
Yep. And one of the I got like 3/4 the way through the bag, and then one of the worms like hit the little dangly bits in the back of your throat, your uvula, and I started to gag, so I had to spit it all out. But I did stay true to my deal. I put them all back in my mouth, and the ones that were left in the bag. I did it for 80 subs, man. Come on.
I'm actually praying that we're ready to start this game and I can get out of this, man. I need to get out of here. Are we ready? Let's see if our gamers are ready or if they're pulling the classic NA. Getting ready. Okay, sounds like we're waiting for just one more player. And now I got to ask it to actually sort of do my job as a host. Who do you guys think had the better draft out of this? A little bit Mimi from the Unks, but we've seen Holiday do some crazy things today. So what are you guys feeling? Who is cooking?
So looking at this for me, I think it depends a lot on how the game plays out of who I think would win. One thing about the Unks that I like is that you do have the ability to really set up Aiden. If he follows around whoever's on Mo and Krill, which I believe it is going to be Lona, and he gets this max level assassinate, 850 every time he gets a kill, 850 every time he gets a kill, which means you can leave all this farm over to Wonder on the Ivy and whoever's playing the Holiday. So you have 3 really fed people who can carry. You have Mo and Krill, Viscous, and Lash to support. On the other side, though, you have so much pick potential with Paradox and Bebop, so you can easily pull Vindicta out of the sky if you needed to. The snowball potential of a Shiv getting the resets on Killing Blow, and then you have Doorman to give you the mobility in these fights to create like other avenues for fighting. But I just don't know which one I would honestly favor in the situation, knowing that Aiden is on the other team with Vindicta.
Yeah, I think it's a hard one. I do like all the setup and pick that Bunny with Clock have. I think obviously Shiv, we know that he's an absolute powerhouse, and I think that there is a lot of other problems that will allow Shiv to kind of pop off in fights and be able to have the space to start to snowball and to start to be a problem. And with Infernus as well, I also feel like Infernus can get a lot of space. Billy's going to be really annoying. Doorman, it depends on the build too. I love the Majestic Leap Doorman builds where you can kind of guarantee to start off fights in advantage. And you got Bebop also for that setup with the Doorman, or like the Paradox swapping into the Doorman by Baroness Hotel, like whatever setup pieces you want. There's lots of I like the setup there, and they're tanky. They've got lots of damage output. So I feel like the Yunks do have late game potential. Obviously, Ivy Holiday, we know what they can do, but I think that Vindicta, Mo, and Lash, I don't think that they're gonna have the pace to keep up to be able to survive the mid game and to allow the Yunks to get to that late game in one piece. That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, it's definitely a much more conventional draft from Bunny with Clock. I think they kind of want to make this match front to back, kind of what they're experiencing. I kind of like that the Youngs are throwing something a little bit crazy at them, something a little bit more focused on maybe their individual competencies, on their comfort heroes. But as you guys are saying, maybe taking that Yamato away is enough to really handicap the Unks. We'll have to see. And now to kick it off, of course, with our NA Challenger match, it's Jason and DDK. Take it away.
I just want to say, Dan, chat was all over Jake ripping off his shirt and showing us his back tat. I'm just saying. There's got to be some sub amount that we can cross that he would do it on air.
All right, let's get a current sub count.
1327 current sub count. If we hit 1500?
1500 by the end of the show. And my back looks freaky right now because I did some cupping, so my back has all these like crazy welts on it from cupping. So people are in for a freak show if they're looking for it.
That just makes me, you know what? I think I might need to get some subs here to make this happen because I just want to see it even more.
Go wild. It looks weird.
All right, here we go. We're into the lane matchups, Jason. Let's talk about it. So we got the.
No, keep going.
Oh, okay.
No,
I thought you had an urgent interruption. Okay, we've got the Billy Infernus. We've got the Paradox and Bebop, and we've got the Shiv and Doorman for Bunny with Clock. So overall, like pretty strong lanes. And for me, the most important one is just making sure that Shiv is going to have a decent time of it up against Holiday Lash. I'm feeling the Doorman Shiv a lot there. I think that's a pretty nasty combo.
Yeah, I think it's especially if you go for the barrier on your door to give Shiv the extra 5 ability. I mean, you saw in the last series just how effective. Well, not even last series, just over in EU, getting barriers up, whether it's Spirit Barrier, Bullet Barrier, or just barriers in general, can be extremely efficient for you in these lanes where you just hold W at them. I think it's something, when I went like bro, it was actually about Zera on Holiday. So he, on his stream, if you guys haven't watched, he was doing a 100 games on Drifter. So he's gonna do 100 games on every hero, like all one after another. And he did 100 games on Drifter and put out, or I think he's like, we're gonna put out a video about his recap about how he feels Drifter is, and he's got like notes about it. But now he started his Holiday 100 games, I believe today or yesterday, and he's playing Holiday even in the tournament. This man is committed. But if anyone's like ready to go with how Holiday has been played lately and feeling comfortable on it, having played it a lot recently, it's gonna be him for sure.
You know what? I love the dedication. It's kind of poor timing because I do feel like on this broadcast we've kind of displayed how incredibly crazy Holiday can get, and the nerf is coming. The nerf is coming. Or maybe it's not, because maybe it's something that's only really mostly abusable for the higher skill ranks. So I don't know. It's hard to say because Valve in Counter-Strike often considered the overall population more than they did the pro play as much. So we'll see how they look at it.
That's a good point. I think, while we're in the early game here, we have someone to talk about it and go a little podcast here. I do wonder what is their idea of balance, or what's their like goal to balance. Is it for the general populace, or is it for the competitive play? And I think it's kind of potentially hard to differentiate between the two in a MOBA, because like something that might, like for instance, Sinclair, probably not broken in lower ranks. The higher you go, the probably more broken it becomes because of the skill cap or the skill floor that's on that hero to make it viable. So I do kind of wonder what's their, I can't think of the word I'm looking for here. Maybe you can help me out, Dan. Ideology, I guess would be like the best term I would want to use for it, of balance in the game.
The philosophy. Yeah.
Philosophy, yep.
Yeah, yes, it is interesting. And we're in such an early time, we're not even at beta yet. So there might just be a lot of stuff where, you know, now the way that they look at it is going to change for when they get to beta and the game is a bit more complete. Because there might also be some gameplay elements that have yet to be added. Nice catch coming on through. Oh, look at that. Uppercut. But being saved a bit by Viscous. Always nice. Always nice. Viscous build, actually, we have to look. Hoot is honestly so prolific. If you guys don't watch the EU portion of the show, you really have to, just for Hoot, if nothing else. He's playing with the Abrahams, whereby, you know, we saw Hoot get trophy collector on Viscous and like mega carry the game with a split shot as well. Like it was like a build that, like, I felt like if I saw my teammate Viscous in matchmaking pick up trophy collector and split shot, I'm thinking he's trolling the game. But then you see Hoot doing it and is top damaging. So.
There's a bit of a difference between his skill level with Trophy Collector versus the level of people you're playing with for Trophy Collector, I would say. I think that's true for like 99.9% of the population. There's a little bit of a difference in how well you can make it work. But I think that one thing about Trophy Collector, well, two things about Trophy Collector that I kind of love is the fact that it gives you move speed. So for someone like Hoot, it makes it very viable for you to go for fights in the early game or mid game because of that, as they do get a nice catch onto Lona with the chain gang and turn that into a kill here with Bunny with Clock. But also the increased area of effect of your AoE spells. Like I think that's also a very important factor on very specific heroes. Like your spotter on a Viscous, for instance, makes it bigger. Puddle Punch, I believe it makes it bigger as well. So it can be very effective on certain heroes and more importantly about like certain play styles. I think in particular ABL would actually benefit very highly from Trophy Collector if it doesn't have to be necessarily like a super strong mid-game carry. But then again, I think it's very like hero dependent too, because you want to throw that onto a Yamato.
Yeah, and I love the points that you brought up there. I think that's there's a lot to be said there with regards to how awesome of an item it is, because it could just be a troll item. But with that said, you know, we're almost at the 6-minute mark here, and let's take stock. We're roughly even in the souls at the moment. And in terms of Guardians, it's just one Guardian that has been taken down so far, I think, unless the hero icons are covering that on the map at the moment, which is on the left lane, which is the Youngs having lost that Guardian against that Billy and Furnace lane. So not all too surprising against Billy and Furnace. But that should give a slight edge here with Bunny with Clock to get a bit more active on the map with that Guardian taken down.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping we would actually see maybe Aiden paired with Lona in a lane, but not mid lane. But I think pairing him with Gibbs on the Viscous just kind of helps him have the extra survivability he needs to have a strong start, because he's going to be max assassinate first. That's 100% what he's going to be doing. And then he's going to start transitioning, looking for some kills to death. He just ground strikes from the sky rise right there, coming down into lane. But you're going to be looking for Aiden to go for these kills. And actually, was that just the tick? The serrated blades coming through, taking Deathy down.
Yeah, serrated blades really hurt a lot. They really hurt.
Especially
connections on those.
Multiple connections.
And it's definitely a problem, because we talked about how, you know, if Arctic has a smooth ride in the early game on the Shiv, I mean, the Shiv is super high priority because of how snowbally he can be and how he can just take over a game. And so this is absolutely a problem. And in terms of what you would want to counter that on the other end of things, you know, you'd probably want Aiden to be having a good game. He's doing kind of well on the souls, but this is a tough lane. Assistance has come here in the form of multiple players. And Gio's going to get interrupted. The Viscous ult is going to cancel the Hyper Beam. And the Guardian will go down there in favor of the Unks. So getting some progress back there after losing their initial Guardian. Staying active on the map here, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, well done by Gibbs too. I really like that play, diving in, stopping the Hyper Beam, and then turning around and re-assisting your team, just kind of pull that disruption off that makes Viscous so annoying and so effective. I think something that does kind of worry me though is if you look at, you know, the souls across the team for the Unks, like Zera a little bit behind, Deathy a little bit behind, but Aiden off to a strong start at 7k, leading his team as a lasso. My lord, connecting on Arctic, trying to pull him under the Guardian. They should have the damage to finish him off here, especially with the bleed that he's going to be taking. Not to mention Deathy's going to be on the high ground waiting for it, but Arctic takes Deathy down. I didn't realize Deathy was so low, and he turns this one around.
So probably he's going into the closet. Slice and dice will get taken out here. And that's huge. Obviously, got to chase down that kill. However, I feel like it does waste some time for Aiden. He was having to chase that kill for quite some time. Aiden is very important to keep his farm up at this point in the game. So we have more play around these Sinners. Bunny with Clock getting fairly aggressive there, trying to really punish the Youngs, keep the pressure on. And in the meantime, I like it. Again, we're getting response, though, from the Youngs. You know, they lose a bit of ground. They lose a bit to the Bunny with Clock pressure. They take something back at the same time. So we get that pressure on the right side lane. And, you know, 9.5k here for Aiden. So he is ahead of everybody else on the server by a decent margin, actually. And I would have actually expected Arctic to maybe be a little bit better off in terms of his lead, soul lead. So this is good news for the Youngs, who otherwise I felt like were maybe coming off of a worse start.
I think, to be fair, I think Aiden did get 1 kill at least. This max level assassinate, which he already has. Oh my god, the Puddle Punch into a combo. Into a clean kill on Poshy Pop. Very strong start for the Youngs. And again, I mean, it's mostly just a stream team with a couple of like pros or ex-pros mixed in here, like Deathy, Gibbs in particular. But I guess they've been sticking around and playing a little bit together as a team, or at least it seems so with how well they've been playing off here with a 4k lead. But Aiden with max level assassinate, he's starting to try to get involved in some of these fights. You can see him kind of lurking on the left-hand side, expecting maybe a rotation to come through to stop that Guardian being taken. But as we did talk about the Youngs losing the first Guardian of the game, well, they do get all 3 down, get that first flex slot unlocked, and now there's no Guardians left in this matchup between these two teams.
And I think this is such a great recovery from the Youngs too, because I would say that they kind of lost the early laning phase in terms of, you know, lane by lane, but they make up for it with the macro response afterwards. And here comes Aiden, getting that burst damage here from the Assassinate as his team chase down these kills. Oh, huge ult from the Lash. Deathy sending it. And this could turn into quite a few kills. A lot of low players here. Assassinate kill. 5 kill streak for Aiden as he absolutely farms right now. 11k. Oh, another one. 12k coming in for Aiden. This is the perfect start for him.
7 seconds. Oh, I thought maybe they leave Cool Cheese up for him to get another kill, but he just picked up, what was that, 1,600 unsecured souls? He's got to be so careful with his back that he's got, but at 12,000 souls now, ridiculous stuff coming through from him. And you're seeing like the confidence, the ability for him to hit these shots. And if I'm not mistaken, he was a controller player before Deadlock. And to switch over to mouse and have this kind of level of accuracy, I don't think we've seen a Vindicta better than him so far in terms of playing a DPS kind of role for the team, not a support.
All right, so we get to look at the items there. By the way, if you're just joining us for the NA portion of the show, there is a mod that we added that allows you to have a little look, see what the builds are looking like. And there it is. Division picking up the soul, the urn turn in, getting all those souls. Not much of a response from the Youngs just yet. They are trying to fish for a team fight around the urn, but because they arrive late, they are fairly tentative. And are now having to fan back out on the map here. So definitely a big win, I think, for Bunny with Clock. And we can expect more of that. Jason, obviously, the objective advantage Doorman gives you is certainly huge.
Look at this Deathy trophy collector. He sees it. He believes Hoot is making changes in the meta just by himself with the pickups. I mean, Bunny with Clock, they are, I mean, the urn turn in, very good timing for them because then there's like no real contest for it. They get the easy 3k souls across the team. And to be fair, like they have a decent spread so far of the souls. I mean, Poshy Pop is going to be leading the team at 13k. And I don't know, I think I would kind of favor a 13k Infernus over a 13k Vindicta. But if your teammates don't have the same level or near level of farm as you, is another Death Slam going to be connecting here, not onto 3 players. I mean, a combo being thrown on top as Aiden goes for the connection on the Assassinate, but I believe he did not get the kill from it. But now he's up to 14,000 souls, and he's going to start to become a pretty big problem here, especially if Bunny with Clock can't get into the backlines to get to him because Deathy's creating this forward pressure with him and Lona, not allowing anyone to get on top of Aiden to go for a kill.
Yeah, they have pretty nice combos to get picks and a lot of burst damage. And I do agree with you on the Infernus versus the Vindicta point, but I think just the way that the Youngs are playing it right now in the mid game when players are a lot more squishy, you have, you know, a more of a power spike around the burst damage off of the Vindicta that you can exploit for those quick kills. You know, this is where we can snowball the game the most, and where I think we do need to see Aiden get a bit further ahead. And speaking of which, we do have pressure on the right side of the map here. Aiden on the Vindicta pairing up with the Viscous and the Lash, but they're going to fall off. They do get fended back by the Doorman and Shiv of Bunny with Clock. And instead, we get the defense now of the left side Walker. Here is that pressure. Response here from Zera on the Holiday, seeing what he can find. And now there's a lot of players coming in to join this fight, Jason.
Oh, he's low. Poshipop's trying to run. He's got about 1 HP left. And Deathy is going to be looking for him. He spots him out, but can't quite connect the shot, especially with Mystic shot up. It's hooked back in here by Geo. Wonder in the meantime has taken out Poshipop with the backline dive. The right lane Walker's being pushed while all this is happening, leaving Gibbs alone to defend. He's already very low in HP and should be finished off here in a second. So Unk's honestly needing these kills to kind of make it worth it, and they're still going to lose in the end unless they can take the Walker themselves.
And Lash is definitely one of the better heroes to have Trophy Collector on because you can really farm the assists to charge it up quickly. So I'd be curious to do a check-in with Deathy at some point to see where he's at on the Trophy Collector. And we'll get some response coming through here for the defense here. Bunny with Clock. I don't know that they can stop this, though. It's just going to be the Paradox and the Infernus. They'll have some damage, but this Walker is going to get committed onto. Surely they'll have enough to finish this one off. It's getting so low. And now we'll have players coming on through here for that pressure. Jumping up to try to catch these players that were looking to defend the Walker. Nice isolation there on Poshipop for the kill. That is a beautiful find there from the Unks as they continue to pressure this Walker. It's staying up at the moment. Big bag dropped.
Yeah, Zera secured it, making sure to take that for his team. You can see how low Geo's going to be, and finally the right lane Walker does go down because they sent Arctic back to help defend this left lane Walker, and he's on the chase. He's going to get the bag that Zera just picked up from Aiden. This ball is being passed around to everyone in this lobby at the moment, but it's going to be Arctic coming out ahead with this one. 3,000 souls to spend. And there is one worrying sign for me right now, is I look at where the souls are going, and it's great Aiden has the 15,000 souls. But he's not going to be, I would say, as big of a late game carry as Wonder would be on the Ivy. So he's giving them like the tempo they need now, but they need to really focus the farm over to Wonder to be the late game carry for the team, unless they don't plan to go that long. Whereas Poshipop is you know, he's going to be a mid and late game carry with this Infernus. Not to mention Arctic, who's keeping up really well at 17,000 souls, not really falling off from the early game and just continuing to build up steam.
Yeah, I think it's a great call out, and definitely more to say on the Zera Ivy points. I think we can talk about OCs in a moment, but we will get a urn fight coming through here pretty soon. Looks like Bunny with Clock respecting the urn as it's being carried across the map by the Unks, and both teams looking to set up a fight for this one. And given that Division is not the one who has it on the Doorman, this might actually be a straight up team fight. And every ult is pretty much online here except the Death Slam. You'd really want that one. Chain Gang comes on through, and on the rooftops we'll see Arctic fending off, just warding away the Unks, and they're gonna have to go back for this. They just don't want this team fight, Jason. This is kind of a problem. A lot of wasted time in this effort.
So I don't think Unks were looking for a fight then, because Deathy didn't have Death Slam up. I think they were just kind of waiting things out, maybe allowing Gibbs to push a little bit on the right hand side to meet up against Poshi. I don't think they were looking for an engagement. I think it was more of Deathy got caught out, and then they would have been able to engage when you have that big ultimate online to force a fight, considering how grouped they're going to be, leading into a stake, leading into some assassinates. But a good little cleanup kill for Bunny with a Clock. It buys them some time as the Herd is going to be heading back in this direction once again. But you can see how many players out of Bunny with a Clock are going to be here on this left-hand side. The killing blow not going to finish off Lona, but it's not going to matter. Arctic will get the kill either way at the end. And Deathy comes in just a little bit too late here with the good Death Slam. But the backup's not going to be there.
Yeah, they just can't quite find the timing there. That pick onto Mo is just certainly a huge problem, and now gives favor to Bunny with Clock for the push as they start to pressure this Walker, and they'll likely get this down at the moment. However, the Unks are beginning to surround them, so could be a team fight to be had here potentially as they look to stop the Walker from getting taken down. Nice card collection onto the Holiday, sending her away, and this Walker looks to be defended, so that's great work. But in the meantime, I've got to say, Poshipop is just farming freely on the Infernus whilst all this is going on.
Exactly, that's the big point. If they can allow him to keep farming and not get into a fight where they lose players, then it's going to be a massive win for them. But they lose 3 in this little skirmish, maybe losing Arctic towards the back as well, who's just by himself up against the entire team, going to be closing in on top of him. There's nothing that Bunny with Clock can do. I mean, luckily for them, they dropped the urn, so it did reset towards the other side. Actually, sorry, I think it respawned on the right-hand side of the map once it was dropped by Aiden. But mid-boss, it's viable. It's definitely good potential. And they also have Boundless now on Aiden here to really pump up the damage. And I mean, Poshi's going to come in. He's at 24,000 souls. I think there's a real chance we could see a contest here.
Yeah, certainly looks like it. Really interesting shot calling here. I kind of love it. But in comes the contest coming in from with Buddy with Clock. We get a Mo combo there to lock one of those players out of the pit, and we'll get most of the rejues collected here by the Youngs. Great work. In fact, all three collected by them. 2 utilized almost immediately, and more to be used as well. 2 players going down instantaneously there. It's Deathy that gets rejuvenated as Bunny with Clock take command in these team fights right now. Everyone spread around, and it is still going to be the Youngs who are coming off the worst here, because Arctic is just destroying people in this team fight. Unstoppable, still full HP, just running amok around the pit and the stairs. And that is a huge L there for the Youngs. Even though they got every rejuve, they got wiped.
You cannot count out Pop on that. He actually shopped right before he went for that fight. I think he bought Spiritual Overflow, I want to guess, right before he went for that engagement. Kind of a ridiculous item to pick up at that moment, but such a good time in the contest. Again, good focus coming through as well. Aiden, who was out of position on the Vindicta, immediately gets his Rejuve Crystal taken away. Pashi getting hyperlined here, but I don't think the collapse is going to happen. But I think that's also when it comes to the professional, like when you play at such a high level for such a long time and screaming in that same aspect, that when it comes to these big team fights, I feel like Bunny with Clock is going to win out hands down, because they know how to play around each other well and know where to focus targets, where to take fights. But I mean, Posh Pop at 26,000 souls. He's so strong right now.
Death Slam should be coming in sometime soon. Deathy's been looking for it, but no, on the rooftop, Bunny with Clock are going to get focused down. Nice find there with that combo kill. And with that, it might be a potential fight that Bunny with Clock can actually roll into their advantage as Deathy comes on through. The Death Slam was utilized. We didn't see what happened to that, but the urn is going to get collected, and they might just get the turn in here. Indeed, nothing to stop this. Really good work there from them as they get that preemptive fight with the combo on the roof, and then they manage to run with it here, Jason. That's a huge fight, because after that mid boss, it really didn't look very good, I've got to say, for their chances.
You know, one thing I'm wondering about is, where is all of our rescue beams, man? EU was all about rescue beams, especially when it came to like holidays and Mo's and stuff like that. Heroes that can displace you. But I haven't seen any rescue being picked up for Bunny with Clock to pull in Arctic when he gets combo, because you know the combo is going to be going for him. I mean, I say 9 times out of maybe not 9 times, but like 6-7 times out of 10, it's going to be him or it's going to be Pashi Pop. And you need that rescue beam to keep them alive. You need Arctic to survive. He's just not tanky enough to deal with the upfront damage that's coming his way with Wander and Aiden. Not to mention Zera. Last words from Zera. I don't want to play with the Youngs anymore.
Yeah, I think that's such a great point, because if you don't have that answer, I mean, one of the things that the Youngs have is pick potential. That's such a huge edge that they have in this. And the issue for Poshy Pop is that he is going to be kind of squishy, like you're saying. Like, you know, that is a great way to deal with Poshy Pop. If you can just lock him down, get a couple of snipes on him, get some burst damage going, connect the lasso, you know, you're going to be able to take him down. There's not too much to respond with on that. And if he goes down in a fight, the fight actually suddenly looks pretty horrendous for Bunny with Clock. So with good macro, good positioning, I think the Youngs can do a lot with the heroes that they have. So it's really cool to see. And because, you know, the other thing too that I don't think we mentioned is the way that people play Viscous with the burst damage these days as well. As we see 12 stacks, there you go on Lash. Very nice.
I can hear Jake running back to his chair. His like 6 cents tingling. Trophy collector with 12 stacks. And is what, 360 souls per minute. Getting the extra speed to get around the map, which to be fair, I don't really feel like helps Lash that much, considering you're already very mobile, especially when you take Majestic Leap anyways.
2,000 subs and Jake gets a trophy collector tattoo on his chest.
Oh? Yeah. I mean,
if he already has one,
so
there,
yeah.
Trophy collector tattoo.
You know what? Let's be honest, Dan. I think he put trophy collector somewhere else on his body.
Okay.
Puckett might not be here on the show, but his essence still exists here.
Love it. I love it. Speaking of trophies, we've got the urn that's being carried across once again. These urn fights have been, honestly, where the Youngs have managed to find a lot of advantage despite not having the doorman. They've managed to have urn control most of the time. And they're going to be looking for a push here on the left. Walker finishing it off. Finally, it's looking great here. As the damage comes on through, you know, Wanda's going to be taking that one down. And you know what? I thought that I crashed. And I was just casting anyway, you know, because there's a caster, you know, sometimes when like your stream cuts out, you just got to like pretend as much as you can.
Yeah,
like,
I didn't
really
hear the
stretch out
pause
that
sound.
last snapshot that you saw of the game. and keep casting until you can't.
I didn't hear a pause sound, so I was like, I definitely with you on that one, that I wasn't sure we were paused until I looked down and saw it. Also, some good timing for the Youngs. They just got the urn turn in, and then we hit 20 minutes and the next urn spawned in. So for them to potentially get back-to-back urns while also getting a walker here, this could be a massive swing in souls. I think was that Lona that has it, but there's no way he's able to turn it in. Like look who's waiting for him.
So something else that I think is kind of interesting is we talked about the burst damage that the Youngs have. So obviously Aiden has some crazy burst damage with the ults, and Gibbs has some really amazing burst damage with Viscous. Zera is Holiday, so the burst damage there can be kind of nasty. And Flog is actually a decent, bit of burst damage depending on how the build goes. And I mean, Doorman and Paradox are a little bit behind here on the overall souls. Like these guys, and also like in fairness, these are not tanky heroes. I feel like they're all very susceptible to just getting bursted down here. I'm actually feeling like the Unks are in a winning trajectory right now, based on what we're seeing.
And all I'm seeing is everyone just disconnecting and reconnecting, having some laggy problems. I mean, I can kind of see where you're going with that, and I can kind of look towards the Youngs as potentially running away with this game as well. I still just always think about how a Bebop can turn a game entirely around just with one well-placed hook. I don't know actually if Arctic has Killing Blow maxed just yet. That's also something to take note of, because when he hits that is when he gets a nice power spike, because he goes for the level 2 dash. As I learned last time, to get the extra was like 50 something damage on top of this. Oh my god, this is gonna hurt my head.
Doorman has like such cool design. I actually only noticed today that when you shoot with him, it's like a little through like a little keyhole is like appears in like the traces of the bullets. It's like really cool.
I can't wait to see what they do. I can't wait to see what they do with the graphics of like his door, for instance, when they add skins, because it's not gonna be the same looking door.
Oh yeah, an ornate door.
And the cart, oh my god, what could they turn the cart into? Hot dog vendor doorman. Oh my god, he shoots a hot dog cart at you, and the doors he opens, it's like a hot dog bun.
Love it. Well, with that, we're actually getting the script flipped a little bit, because Bunny McClock looking to turn the on, they actually got denied. Great stuff there, Viscous. So good at the denies with the puddle punches, with the ultimate, the Gooball coming on through as well. And suddenly Arctic is getting isolated. He's getting bursted down by the Holiday. He has to get out of there as he's peeled off of the fight. That creates a great spot for the Unks to surround the remaining players from Bunny with Clock here. Positionally, they're looking in great stead. They've stolen the urn control. That's beautiful. Again, they are coming in clutch on these urn plays.
13,000 souls in the lead. They have to be so careful. They're about to lose their base guardians to a wave of minions. They're definitely not paying attention to the waves and where they are going, but obviously paying attention to the fact that they had a contested urn. Sorry, Lona did lose it. But Gibbs, you called it out in the middle of that fight, man. The puddle punch coming through and denying the turn in for Arctic, which was inevitably going to be turned in. And now with this lead, what can the Youngs do? I mean, Wondery's been kind of gifted a little bit of an increase in souls because of these back-to-back urns. Though Zera's still going to be leading the team at 26,000. So like Wonder's still not going to hit that point of being a late game carry or a carry for the team until the late game, I should say. On the other side, Polypop has still just been eating up every single morsel of souls around the map. 31,000. I think this is going to be a true testament to him of if he can carry this game, because the way they're currently setting things up, he's going to have to do it.
I gotta say with this lineup too, I feel like if let's say you see OCs, again, if you watch his replays, obviously the team plays with him in a specific way when he's playing Ivy, but he's able to get like he would be at over like he'd be at like 35k souls probably by now with how he plays. We can talk more about that later, how he does that, but because we have currently Bunny O'Clock actually grouping up a little bit, looking aggressive on the in the middle side of the map. Towards the Youngs at the moment, looking to contest.
This is interesting. So he actually picked up Rebuttal as well here for Wonder, but we already heard that Rebuttal is actually such a good item, especially when you can see a lot of melee come out of a Billy, and you can just sell it later. But you definitely gain the benefit from it. As a Changing's gonna be coming through, and there's gonna be Stoneform available again to keep Wonder alive. He's got his capacitor used as well. You can see Poshy Pop, he's just burning away. He gets killed off here by Wonder, and that's 32,000 souls that your team had just completely out of the fight.
Yeah, this is the problem. This is what we were talking about earlier. This is such a huge vulnerability for Bunny with Clock as they tried to scramble and leave the fight, but they're being chased down here. And this chase down, it might just be a whole team wipe. There we go, picking up every single frag. And with that, the full control of the map is going to be with the Youngs here. They need to push back up that middle lane, push up those creeps, but otherwise, they've got full map control here. They're looking to go for the base guardians, and they can get shrines here as well. This is crazy. They can take so much out of this without even like, a big boss or anything. Like they can just get in there.
I think they could even take phase one patron. I mean, mid boss hasn't spawned in back just yet, but they're actually regrouping. I mean, what are they doing? Why didn't they just push those shrines down? I mean, they're going for mid boss, but it hasn't spawned in yet. I mean, they have the timing on, I'm assuming. We don't have the timing on it right now. I don't know why. I'm wondering, like, when is it coming up? There we go.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I mean, if they're going for mid boss, I can understand not taking phase one patron because you would have forced them to respawn quicker, which means you wouldn't have been able to get mid boss. But because of the waiting, I mean, there still is a chance to contest it here. And last time they went for this, they got completely wiped out. Yeah, they got all three rejuve crystals, but they almost had a full team wipe.
That's very true. Well, they have a good lead now as they come back in after the bait for the full fight outside the mid boss in the mid position, and it's looking so good too. Quick kills coming in favor of the Youngs here, taking out both Anna the Billy and the Infernus. The two problem players are gone. There's not much frontline remaining. It's just Arctic now who's looking to try to tank everything, and the focus fire here again. The burst damage is actually unreal, and look at that, 50% health, one assassinate, no problem. As every single kill I mean, right now, Jason, these fights are not winnable for Bunny with Clock.
That last shot out of Aiden that he hit, that just looked like a rocket to rail combo in Quake. Knocks him up with, juggles him with the rocket straight into a rail that's like almost impossible to miss.
Love it.
And they go back to finish mid boss, man. Like with Rejuve only losing one player, there's definitely a real world that they can finish this game on these next pushes here. I mean, they do have still 2 walkers to take. They have over a 30k lead in souls as well. There's still so much farm on the map to take. Like this is the opportunity now for the Youngs to really create a lead that there's no way for Bunny with Clock to come back from.
I feel like ZP, if you're there, I feel like ZP has something really important to say.
Oh, just so that ran to that cast chat. Like, I don't love Zera's holiday build right now. It is underrating how she scales up. You went lucky shot over glass cannon. You went long range. I don't know. It's also the other thing is that you went level 3 lasso over level 3 barrel. When level 3 barrel, it's not just the charges, it's the fact that the knockup is way better for actually getting kills when you have the level 3 barrel, which is why, like, you look at any of the EU builds, you always level 3 barrel before lasso. But what I'm saying here is not the best holiday build. That's all.
I'm gonna clip that and link it to him on a stream tomorrow. No, I mean 31,000 souls. At least, I mean, they're still winning at the moment. But yeah, if you compare what we saw over in EU, a slight difference when it comes to EU versus NA in the way, at least. Zera's playing the holiday. Oh my god, Aiden again with another quick shot coming through, and another one, 2 quick kills. And look at his unsecured souls. Was that 3? Is that 3.7 thousand?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Oh my god.
I've never seen it get that high before.
Dude, they're gonna win the game. They don't even have the 2 walkers. They don't even have yet, and they can just win the game right now. When does that ever happen? It's just outrageous.
No, my
Is it
god.
not outrageous?
Yeah,
Does that ever happen?
not often. I think we see it maybe like once in one of the games we've casted before, but with this kind of lead with Rejuve as well, you don't need the walkers. Just go straight for the finish here, and the Youngs are going to be able to advance on through to play against the melee creeps. But I have a sinking feeling though, Dan, that we're not going to be seeing Vindicta getting through the bans. But that's so tough to do, because if the Youngs go for a top 3 pick on her once again, you don't want to first ban her, do you, with other heroes out there?
I don't know, Jason, but what I do know is that this was some absolute cinema from the Unks, putting up a show here, dominating through the challenger match. Now on to the money match. What more can they do? Can they win it all here?
Crazy. This is crazy. There's Trophy Collector on Lash, and he won again. That's the
Trophy
answer
Collector
to Lash
is
showing
back,
2 wins.
baby. It's in. It's in.
I like how you say it's back, but it had to have been there at one
It was
point to
never
come
there.
back. You know, it was never there. It's finally coming into the meta, and it works out for Deathy here on the Lash. But again, I think if you guys didn't catch the NA Trolley event that we had, the Open, you got to see at least in this match what makes Aiden so good on Vindicta. Like ridiculous. I know you weren't there for the event, Jake, but watching that match, like crisp, clean, pulling off ridiculous kills and the high burst potential as well. I mean, he had 3.7 thousand unsecured souls because of that many kills plus jungle farming. He was unstoppable.
Yeah, it's crazy when the bag gets that big. It's like bigger than Vindicta herself. But Aiden never dropped it, man. Just in full control with that Vindicta. And now you're starting to ask questions like, okay, are you going to ban all these comfort heroes? Is it the Wander Yamato you're going to take out? Is it the Aiden Vindicta? Is it the Holiday, which looks super top tier right now as we take a look at some of the highlights from this match? And I think, Melee Creeps, they got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, they certainly did. It was, and they certainly will if they let Vindicta through. But otherwise, I don't know how specific this is. I think, Gibbs being able to play Viscous, obviously we can see just like how good Gibbs was. I feel like Gibbs could maybe slip through the cracks in terms of how good his performance was in this game, because obviously Gibbs was doing a great job as any Viscous would with support, but also was doing a really good job with the burst damage and ensuring that he had this good disruption with the Gooball, like which came in really clutch in a lot of the urn fights, forcing them to drop the urn and just creating disruptions. So I wanted to give a shout out to Gibbs there because I felt like the Viscous performance could be easily overlooked, but was super impactful.
Definitely a Viscous man, but yeah, Aiden putting in work this game with the maxed out snipe.
Yeah, and again, like we don't really ever see a max assassinate Vindicta. Like honestly, I think he's probably the only one we've ever really seen it in pro play, and you're seeing like kind of why his team allows him to play it, because some of the shots he's hitting, they're not easy shots like whatsoever. And you're really dependent, I feel like, if you play this way on Vindicta and you level your assassinate first, that you have to pick up kills in that mid game. You have to farm with those souls, because you also need to keep in mind the eco around the map and how you need to feed to other heroes while at the same time. It's very dependent on being able to get those kills.
Yeah, it was a really great to see. And but the thing is, the problem with Aiden right now is given the priority of Vindicta that exists already. It's just not going to slip through. I don't think you allow him to play it. I hope Melee Crews do it as a challenge, but I don't think it's ever going to be let through.
I don't know. I mean, I think there's genuinely a lot of problems now to think about. What's your prio? Is it Yamato? I mean, you could go with these heavy target bans, but then are you giving them Kelvin? Are you giving them Holiday, looking like, some top meta heroes right now? And I feel like you could run the risk of being maybe overly focused on taking away some of the Unk's comfort picks, and in doing so, just give them a lot of some of the top quality heroes in the meta right now. I think Melee Creeps gonna have to, be watchful of trying to be too focused on just like the counter ban and counter picking, and kind of just take this match pretty seriously, given the level the Unks are showing right now.
It's so funny to see that there's very few players in the game that draw off meta bans. And I think we're seeing Aiden should be one of them here. I think Wonder's been a bit as well for teams who want to kind of keep him on the back foot. We don't really see many players have specific bans that are just kind of against the normal, like Kelvin, Victor that we've seen, or Inferno or something like that. It's just crazy to see that you can have players be so good at a specific hero that you kind of have to take it away, and then that forces, I think, completely changes your game plan going into a draft. If you have to take that into account, then you have to realize, like, what are we going to leave open? What do we need to take? And it really makes things difficult. But going into this next series, though, Dan, I'm thinking, if you're the Unks, I feel like you almost want first pick, and then you don't ban Kelvin, because you have the ability then to pick up Kelvin if they're going to take away your Yamato or your Vindicta. Or you just get one of them because they have to ban the Kelvin. I think there's a lot of potential here for the Unks now in the next series.
Makes sense. I know we've got the next segment coming up, but yeah, we can talk about that again, because I think Yamato is probably the priority over Vindicta.
Yeah, definitely a lot to discuss for that next series. Shout out to Dougade with the 5 gifted, taking us right in to our MVP segment. There's a little bit of controversy about who was the MVP for the Unks from this opening winning match, and it was Aiden the Destroyer.
Wait, I was like, did I just lag out? But that got me. I see what you did there.
I see what happened. I didn't get it.
Yeah, I mean, he has to be deserving of it for sure. He played too well in Vindicta. He was effective. Like the shot he hits on the Paradox here on the Cool Cheese, that's not an easy shot to hit.
This is like 2009 again. Bro's got the intervention. We're on Rust. He's just taking over.
Oh, you're talking about Scout? You're talking about the sniper?
Talking
from
about
TF2. I was
Modern Warfare 2, brother.
oh, that's it.
Talking
That's
about
even worse.
an OG, a deep cut. True gamers know.
That's true. I did play Modern Warfare 2. I was just kind of garbage at it, to be honest. And there was a lot of hackers back then. And I guess it's still hard for that one. But yeah, I mean, like the flicks he was hitting, he's also being set up really well from his team. I think his team did a really good job of keeping that forward pressure on. Because when did we ever see Aiden pressured other than in the mid pit when he got taken down right away when they got the 3 crystals? Like they were always pushing and chasing. They were never having to retreat, and he always had so much space to play from.
Yeah, they did it. So they did a really good job because, you know, if you look at the context, well, they kind of like lost the laning phase to a certain extent. But as soon as things were getting a little bit dicey towards the 8-minute mark, they managed to get their first Guardian, and then they started just tempoing everything else. They just started moving as a team, taking all of the other Guardians out. They didn't allow that Guardian edge to settle. And then they took over the game with that pick bursty type of style that they had, and in doing so, they protected Aiden by doing that and created the space for him in the fights. So really nice because it could have been that Aiden could have got way more shut down.
Yeah, it's kind of some shades of what we saw out of some of the drafts in our EU finals match, right? With people really playing these high tempo styles, putting the opponents on the back foot and just trying to keep them there all game long. Still, they face a much tougher test in the Melee Creeps coming up next in our NA Finals match. Melee Creeps have to be considered the hands-down favorites here, coming off a spree of wins here in North America. The Unks punching up, but can they battle out of their weight class? Can they show that the old men still got it like that? Got to see in this NA Finals match. Obviously, you got to call, Melee Creeps the favorites, but hey, this is a convincing win for the Unks. I feel like maybe some doubters got to be a little bit shook after that performance.
Yeah, I think we did see some small problems in their macro though when it came to how they play things out. When they were trying to go for an earn turn on the left-hand side, then Deathy gets caught out. But then we saw a counter push come in on the right lane Walker that they didn't really have a response for. They also let their shrine get their base guardians get extremely low because they weren't necessarily monitoring the waves. I think when it comes to macro, they're going to be unmatched when it comes to melee creeps. But in the early game, I feel like they should be able to match up.
Yeah, that'll be an exciting one as we're hopefully able to get into that soon. Of course, we do want to give a shout out to this show's sponsor, you. It's the viewers. It's our patrons. It's like the good people. Well, you help too. You know what? We appreciate you. We appreciate everybody here. But of course, it's the viewers, it's the fans, it's our patrons in particular who really support this show, allow us to continue running it week after week. We are going without a sponsor for the moment, although, hopefully we can get things cooking on that front as well. But in the meantime, it makes a huge difference getting all these, whether it's the subs on Twitch, even just people tuning in week after week and being there to support us consistently, posting on social to put the word out about the show. It's all appreciated. It all makes a difference, and it allows us to continue to run week after week and continue bringing this Deadlock esports action. But enough of my sellout. We got to get into, of course, this money match. This is what everyone is waiting for. The question is, should we go to a break or should we rip it?
Yeah. No, hell yeah, let's go to break.
Let's go to break then, Solomon. You heard the man. Boss man Jason says go to break. That means we go to break. We'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. It is time to clock in. It's time to get focused, get serious, because we are on to the money match for North America. It is Melee Creeps taking on the Unks for the hefty cash prize here on the Night Shift. I'm Jake. I'm joined by Jason and Dan, and we're very excited to get into this epic conclusion to our Night Shift.
Yeah, honestly, what I'm looking forward to is us potentially getting 166 more subs, so we get to see the tattoo that's on Jake's back. Remember, 166 more. You can not only support us here at the Night Shift, but you also get to see Jake's lovely back. And I hear he's been working on his lats, so he's got some like really good V taper going on. If you want to see, he's also got some like weird circles on his back. I'll let you figure that out when we do see it, if we do see it, of course. But also, Melee Creeps up since the Unks, man. Like, I think the Unks have been surprised in the Trolley Open. I mean, they even took a match off a Sneaky Golem and almost took a best of 3 against them. We see them take down Poshy Pop's new roster, a new team so far. I don't think they have a solid 6 just yet. But Melee Creeps to me is going to be a different beast for them, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, Melee Creeps are the full package. You know, they are, very well the best team in this region right now. They have incredible macro. They have incredible depth of hero pool. They have so many people that are best in class on multiple different heroes in the pool. You can't really go up against a stronger test, and so the thing for me is, which parts of the game can the Unks survive against Melee Creeps? Can they, if they survive the early game, like let's say they lost the early game in the previous game, but they managed to turn it around, are they able to do that against Melee Creeps? What are you going to do when John plays Bebop against you? What are you going to do about that?
Yeah, and I mean, we've hyped up the Unks a lot. We've given them a fair share of flowers, but it's the Melee Creeps, the clear favorite, awaiting their challenge here in this money match, in this best of 3. As you're saying, I mean, there's a lot of best in class in North America across this roster, a lot of threats to be worried about as the Unks. And I am curious, Jason, who jumps out at you when you think about this roster and you think about what the Unks are bringing? Who's the biggest problem that they need to solve?
That's interesting, actually. I think it depends on what you consider a problem. Do you consider like John on Bebop to be a massive threat to the team? Like, is he going to win you games on Bebop? Yeah, potentially. I think if you're going to look at maybe who the biggest threat on the roster overall, I think it has to be either Saya or Ido. And this is only the second week we're seeing Ido within this roster of Melee Creeps, but Saya's been one of the most consistent players and such a massive threat when it comes to his Paradox, and particular now with his Holiday. We've seen him be able to play the likes of Gun Ivy before in the Trolley Open, but I'm also hoping we get to see that EU Gun Holiday coming through out of him, because I know he can definitely play that to a very, very strong extent. But then Ido, in his case, we haven't really seen him, I think, fully unleashed in this roster just yet. I think there's a lot of room for him to grow within the team. He's got a pretty good hero pool. He's got a playmaker hero pool as well, and that kind of fits into the style of what they needed for Melee Creeps.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
You make a great point about the Holiday, man. Saya has been, I think, one of the top NA Holidays for a while, and with this powerful new gun build surfacing, it feels like there's no better hero to like maybe even go for a very early draft in that draft phase. We'll have to see how these two teams approach it. Let's take a look, though, at the Unks, of course. The challengers coming in, earned their spot here in this money match with some impressive plays, right? I feel like Wander looked good on the backline carry, Gibbs on the signature Viscous, always delivering. And Zera maybe didn't seem as comfortable on the Holiday, but the aim is there, the mechanics are there, the farm is there, and the team play is there. And honestly, how much is that individual hero comfort really going to make the difference? I feel like the team play is what's driving the Unks forward and what's putting them so far in the position to really take this challenge to Melee Creeps.
Yeah, I think the challenge will be getting some of those key picks. I do think Gibbs, like landing Viscous, is not something that is too hard to accomplish, but it's going to be Wander landing Yamato that is probably going to be difficult, because Yamato, as we saw, that there is room to ban Yamato, and Yamato is high value generally right now in the meta, so that's the biggest target. Aiden on Vindicta, again, that is a possible pickup, like that could get let through. So if a couple key picks get let through, it does definitely feel like the Unks can put something nice together based on what we saw previously. So, they have good players. They have some good experience. Like Jason said, some of the macro might not be kind of super polished just yet. But I felt overall they had a game plan throughout every stage of the match. If they can get a tempo draft together where they can move like that, I like the chances of the Unks to do damage, to survive, to make it look competitive. I don't like the chances to win against Melee Creeps, but I don't think I would like anyone's chances in this region to win against Melee Creeps. So it's not a knock on them.
You know what's the real alpha play though out of melee creeps is just don't bother banning Yamato or Vindicta. Just do like some off the wall bans and then just beat them while they're playing their best heroes. I think that would be the biggest chat thing you could do.
Little Dynamo McGinnis ban, you know, just take out the biggest threats off the field. Of course, you got to hard prio those. I don't think this is a match that melee creeps can take lightly. I agree with you. I think they're favored, but I think they are going to need to use everything at their disposal to attack the Unks and like deny them their best characters, get melee creeps on their comfort heroes. But I think first pick, I honestly would like to see melee creeps grab Holiday first pick. I know maybe it's a little crazy, but I think ban the Kelvin and take the Holiday for Saya, and that might just be a massive recipe for success. I think you can draft around the rest of it, but they do prio the Yamato ban, so putting respect on Wander here.
I feel like I just want to quickly double check on my side if it was Saya who played. Yeah, I think Saya's looking. Actually, I know Saya, I think, does the draft for melee creeps, but I think at the same time, while he's doing the draft right now, he's thinking, please ban Kelvin, please ban Kelvin. I don't want to freaking play Kelvin in this next game. And they go for the B-pop, so they go for the respect ban against John here. So now for melee creeps, Kelvin's left open, but so's Holiday.
That's the thing. Your melee creeps is going to get one of them, but then the Unks is not only going to get a response pick, but they're also going to get, you know, the other of those top two characters right now. So melee creeps, what are they going to prioritize? Holiday or Kelvin? I mean, maybe something else, but those two are clearly top of mind. And it's the classic Kelvin. In the end, this is still pretty scary, right? Like melee creeps with Kelvin. This is a very good team that knows how to get the most out of objective fights. And now you've given away the best objective, you know, battling hero to them. Even Holiday might struggle here.
What do we get? do we like lean heavy into comfort, forget value?
Helping people's what I do.
Okay, so Ivy comes on through. We didn't actually talk about it as much last game, Jason, but like the way Ivy is best played, obviously, is the way that we've seen it played in Europe, where Ivy gets like a single track to work with, and the rest of the team is able to pressure in the key moments when the power spike is there for Ivy to start farming really rapidly. So that's something the Unks were not doing in the previous match, and Ivy needs to be a bit ahead to, I think, look as good as Ivy can look. Shiv makes a lot of sense, but they have given up the opportunity to maybe get Shiv, Vindicta, or Shiv, even potentially Viscous. Like some of these comfort picks will not survive the second ban wave, I feel.
Yeah, and I mean, I kind of hope to see them pick up Vindicta as a third pick, just based off like priority for the individual players of what they can work with. On the Ivy note, though, I think if you want to see the most success of an Ivy, your team has to play around the Ivy, which means you have to specifically allow Ivy to farm up the jungle as well, take a big chunk of that and a big chunk of the lane as well, if you want to have her hit that 35k power spike and really start to carry these games. And the last game, Wonder wasn't really gifted that opportunity. Because the Unks didn't play that way to get the Ivy fed in particular. But this is looking pretty familiar from the last game so far.
I mean, it sucks to be up against the Infernus Holiday, but at least I guess you can, the Constellation, I guess you can get your Vindicta in there.
Wait, so is it going to be John on Holiday again? Because if you remember last week, he played Doorman, he played Holiday, and he played Geist. So he's been flexing around his pool a little bit more here, which would leave Sai open to take the Kelvin. And I think John could be a pretty sick Holiday, to be honest.
Yeah, draft feels pretty wide open in terms of like who's going to play what. I think the Unks, very happy to get like Wander on the Ivy for some comfort. Aiden, of course, on the Vindicta. He can handle that pick super well. And the Shiv is just always going to be a pretty strong pick at the competitive level of play. We've seen this, even without Kelvin these days. Shiv is just considered top tier. I like banning the pocket away. It takes away one of Ido's scariest threats, like the OG Ido, one trick. Although I think he's transcended that pretty drastically by now, but you still don't want to see Ido on the pocket, man. No matter how long this game goes, I think that's always going to be a pretty scary player-hero combo. And so they take it away, protects kind of the Shiv, and also limits some of the options for Ido. Curious to see where melee creeps elect to go for that heavy playmaker.
Soraka's Big Banana. Great name. I don't know if you guys catch what that's from, but great name. I didn't even consider this when going into the draft, by the way, is that by banning Yamato, you're also banning Ido yourself. So because they have such a big Yamato player with Wonder, Ido also won't have the ability to play that Yamato unless you want to leave it open and then pick it early, because the Unks would pick it early for sure, to be able to lock that in. And
they can't.
Yeah, it's banned out.
I mean, in this draft, I feel like the Ivy for Wander, you would rather that be Yamato if you were the Unks. So I think if you don't first ban it for melee creeps and if you're not first picking it yourself, which I think is maybe a little bit of overemphasis, especially with Kelvin available. But they go with the Calico, which I really like the Calico here. It's a character that can deal with Vindicta, like, tethering you, lassoing you. You're not too worried about a lot of these initiations. And even characters like Shiv, like, don't necessarily want to tangle with a hero that can disengage from them so easily. And the other creeps just go with the Mina, likely for Ido, right? Like another very comfortable hero. This guy just looks insane when you give him these ultra high mobility, ultra high skill characters. Feels like he just always has strong games, not only in the lane, but then uses that farm well in the late game, despite the fact that Mina has fallen off quite a bit in pick rate.
I'm curious what's okay.
Oh my god, he's doing it. He's actually doing it. I called him out in chat, but I didn't think it would actually happen.
Oh my god.
I mean, if there's anyone that's going to make Drifter work, it's going to be Zera.
Okay.
That is true. That is true. And we have seen a Drifter build work, like a gimmicky Drifter build where you like you refresh the ult and you like extend the duration and stuff. I wasn't expecting.
Never
that.
not going to laugh at that. So yeah, so if you guys missed it earlier, he played. He's doing like a series where he plays 100 heroes on every hero, 100 games on every hero, and he started with Drifter and just finished Drifter a few days ago. But he's been mostly playing Drifter as like a carry. So I don't think he's been doing that support build, though. I don't know how it's going to work within the team. He's moved on to Holiday now, but I mean, if anyone's going to be able to play Drifter right now, I think it's going to be him for sure.
Yeah,
all right,
could see the vision, get those isolations, but in a competitive match, how likely is that going to be? Is he going to find himself isolated 1v2 against Mo and Krill, of course, the most dangerous 2v1 to find yourself in the game? We have our draft, guys. Who's the favorite? Well, I'm curious for the Deathy Pred as well, actually. And also, do you think the Unks have put it together here? I think this draft looks absolutely wacky from the Unks, and Melee Creeps kind of got everything they wanted here. This looks super scary.
Yeah, hard to disagree with that. To be honest, like I literally have zero faith. Because with Aiden, like Aiden has to be able to win a lane, and then kind of roll into a mid game. How do you do that against Holiday, Kelvin, like Calico? Like, I mean, there's so much. Like, there's just too much. There's too much bullshit on the other end. There's too much.
I mean, it's still Aiden on Vindicta, man. Although you have to dodge the Warp Stone combos, which is not gonna be fun. You have to dodge the lassos. But again, if he like pops off, man, he still could easily carry this game through. I think it's again about creating the space. I think the one scary thing about this combo though is the ultimate from Drifter paired with a tether. You're never going to see it coming. You're never going to see Vindicta when you're in the Eternal Darkness. You're not going to have the opportunity to close that gap unless you already see where she is and you get the engage yourself. So Drifter, I feel like, could create that space that Aiden would need on the Vindicta with a more comp that could dive against you like this.
It is a unique ability. It's like a flashbang, you're just taking away actual vision. There's no other ability like that in the game. So it is interesting. When we did see a build around that, I was kind of blown away, and it's like, okay, this does actually make sense how you can build an entire strategy around it. But I don't know if that's what we'll see here. And again, I just see too many problems. And as far as the Deathy prediction, it's got to be Abrams or Paradox, right? Which one makes more sense?
I was thinking Abrams, but I don't know who Lona is going to play in this then, if he does that.
So it must be Paradox then.
And who do you think is going to be the Shiv for the Unks? Is that
Arctic,
the Gibbs
right?
hero? Or okay, oh yeah, Arctic, true. Yeah, has played a lot of Shiv.
Well, not Arctic, because he was on Bunny in the last game. So actually, no, sorry, it would be Deathy on Shiv. I'm stupid. It is Deathy on Shiv.
Yeah,
for sure.
Of course, yeah, that makes sense.
And then Gibbs is going to be on Paradox.
Roster changes.
Gibbs Paradox is comfortable, and then Lona on the Abrams. And I feel like everyone's got something that they're comfortable piloting. And while this draft is a little bit wonky from the Unks, I feel like they do have that comfort that could make it work. And honestly, I was thought about their last draft too. I thought, hey, is this really going to work? Is this kind of like comfort tempo style actually going to look effective? And it did. So now, of course, the toughest challenger in the North American region is up against them. But I kind of, you know what? I got the Unks got some chutzpah, they got some stick-to-itiveness, some character in this draft, and I want to see Drifter work. Honestly, I think this character just has potential, like you're saying. The darkness is such a powerful ultimate. The potential to catch people isolated and to kind of play a split-pushing style, and you have some pretty sick mobility plays around the map using that Hunter's Mark to go to camps. You can kind of do some crazy lineups, and I'm sure Zera is going to actually be pretty experienced with that. If you just grinded 100 games out for Drifter, you can kind of like shoot that mark out almost across the map to go to a creep camp, and you can show up in one lane and instantly be in the other faster than I would say any other hero in the game.
They did some
never
nerfs to
thought I
that
would-
at some point, right? Like, how good is it right now? Is it still like pretty solid? Because I haven't watched anyone play Drifter in ever.
I don't think you could call Drifter pretty solid. I think it's definitely like a pub. It's like a pubbing pick, like it can work, but the problem is you're all about isolating people, right? And you're all about finding people alone. And it's just in a competitive game when people are communicating, that's a much more rare circumstance, right? In a game where it's, every man for himself, people are going to be alone. You're going to catch somebody, greed farming and kill them and steal their bag and, completely turn the game on its head. But at this level, hey, use the buddy system. When you pop that darkness, yeah, you can't see, but if you have great comms and the team is talking to each other, maybe you can kind of play around it that way and work around those limitations. So I do think Drifter is at its toughest when you're playing at the highest level of Deadlock here. But of course, we'll have to see if the Unks can pull it off. It's the Unks taking on our reigning champions in the melee creeps. Jason, Dan, take it away, guys.
Dan, can I start us off on a topic really quickly here about Drifter before we move in fully to the game? Watching Zera, stream and hearing him talk about Drifter a little bit after his 100 games or during his 100 games, he had a really interesting idea that I liked. And it was change the way Drifter's isolation kill stack works. Instead of giving, the permanent weapon damage or bullet damage that you get from it, from isolated kills, do it so if you hit a certain threshold, i.e. stacks, you gain certain passives or certain stats for the player. So like, for instance, if you get 5 isolated kills, you get like 20% movement speed or something. If you get 10 kills isolated, then you get like an extra 20% or 20% damage or cooldown reduction or something. Just like change up the way it works, because the isolation extra damage you get just isn't effective. It's better almost to give them like a milestone to hit to unlock like a really good effect.
It'd be cool if you could, if there was multiple options as well, so you could kind of do like a whole skill tree. That'd be kind of interesting.
People theorized that there might be that change coming. If you remember, before we had the big shop update, and then with all the heroes coming out of, like for instance, mid boss, if you kill him, instead of getting rejuves, you would get like an extra. You would unlock like an extra ability, or like an extra tier to an ability that could change the way the ability works.
That sounds pretty complicated.
Yeah, very complicated.
But I like it. But that's the kind of stuff that I think that people who play this game or enjoy this game, you tend to like that kind of stuff. So long as it's not done in a way that's really irritating, I suppose, and just not fun. Which I guess sounds like kind of Captain Obvious to say that, but there's like a lot of mechanics that people can add into game design that just isn't enjoyable. But I feel like there's a version of this that could be really fun.
Give me like a PvE game mode and you have skill trees. That would be sick. But also there's been like some data mining of like an ARAM, but it's like a roguelite ARAM. So every time you like level up, you get the choice between 3 different items. So you kind of like build during the game happening. I don't know if you've seen that over on Reddit. Kind of interesting.
Interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of potential. I think the thing that always worries me about stuff like that is if you split the community too much if you create too many different games. And I think a trend that a lot of the top games have started to have is that you tend to see is, especially esports based games, is that the esports, like nothing is as substantial as esports, and everything that comes as a separate game mode is like a much much smaller thing. Like in Valorant, for example, you have Valorant, and then you have like death matches, and you have like just like very small game modes that are very bite sized. But if you want to play Valorant, that's only one thing,
I mean, you look at like, for instance, PUBG. They do have first person. I don't know if you ever played PUBG Battle Royale. They have first person game mode. They have third person game mode. Then they have like different maps you can queue, and like certain game modes are. I mean, I guess there are certain like not as active as the other game mode, but then you also have like certain maps that are more active than the others. So if you want to play like a very niche map, like you're not really going to get one in a timely fashion. So yeah, adding like more things like that does limit or like cut down the ways to play the way you want to, for sure. But as we get into this game now, we can see How lanes are breaking out. Kelvin and Furnace. So it looks like melee creeps want to make sure that DMB has a strong start on Infernus here. I was maybe expecting to pair with like Ido or maybe with Calico in particular for Fishcake, just to have strong starts for them where they might have a little bit of a tougher time. But I mean, we know the way melee creeps like to play around DMB, just to get him super giga fed.
Yep, that's how you do it. That is how you do it with your carry M1 player. And that is going to be the goal as well for Wander on the Ivy. We'll see if he can do it. And here's some Drifter action. You don't get to see this every day on the night shift. Almost never, actually. Basically never. I think when Drifter came out, we had Drifter a couple times. That was kind of it. So yeah, like you said, it's actually kind of interesting that Drifter is picked by the specialist. So we should get to see the most advanced Drifter play, I suppose, which is really fun. And I'm curious about the build as well, because Drifter is someone I just never looked at because it's not viable in pro play or hasn't been considered viable. So I've never even thought about ways you build the Drifter.
I mean, there were some builds like Backstabber initially. There was like Spirit Snatch build. I guess it kind of depends. I've seen like Zera playing a Spirit build as well. I've seen him playing Gun build. I've seen him playing Tank build. I think it kind of just goes into what your team needs, but does that even matter? And oh man, they're gonna get a kill onto Zera already, and then they get the lock in onto Wander too, who at least does hit a nice parry onto both, so you might be able to survive from this one. But to be honest, the dive should still be able to come through. Not to mention they have the extra healing from the Frost Grenade on top of this, and yet Wander has still been able to survive.
Oh my god, he's alive for so long. That's a long dive as well.
Yeah, long enough for Zera to come back, but I don't think Zera could win this 1v2, and he just might die for this one.
Getting dived as well. This is horrendous. This is actually horrendous. Oh my goodness. I just can't look. I can't look.
You have to, it's your job.
I don't want to, Jason.
Well, so far, already a strong start. 2k in the lead here, 3k in the lead for melee creeps. I wouldn't be surprised to actually see Sai and DB try to push this Guardian down the left-hand side to free up Sai to start roaming around into these other lanes and allowing DMB just to free farm. But funny enough, the lane that's been having the toughest time has actually been this right-hand side with Lona and Gibbs. It's Paradox and Abrams up against the Mo and Krill and Holiday of John and of Scout. And that Guardian's already very low on HP. It's probably the lowest, lowest in the game at the moment, even compared to the left lane.
I will be curious to see, how much Aiden can get out of this early to mid game. As we see the Unks taking down a Guardian, so yeah, good work on that one. There's the catch coming in though with the combo, but it doesn't obviously amount to too much. Not that much to be accomplished just yet. Still looking interested in this fight as Lona is very weak on that Abrams. Gotta be careful. A swap comes on through as the fight proceeds. They want more from this. Some assistance comes on through. And you can see a lot of annoying play from Gibbs just darting around. But, mission accomplished. They got the Guardian. And
I guess...
Okay.
I was gonna say, yeah, I guess they did get the Guardian, but I was surprised to see him swap back in to trade places because the backup wasn't going to be there. Lona was too low in HP to go for any sort of fight. But you're right, they do get the Guardian down. So at least they get an advantage from that. They also return right back to lane. I was expecting them maybe to help with the left lane to go for a gank or something like that. But instead they're going to go for the chase over onto John here. They might be able to connect onto it. The launch pad actually helps out Lona here, but the chase I think will be halted. There won't be a kill coming from that.
Lona, I can say anyway, the disarm there was perfectly timed to save the Holiday. This is a pretty nasty lane to be up against as well. The Mina, Calico, they're looking for a dive as well. Aiden is 30% HP here. Oh, here comes the dive attempt. The dash is almost good enough to get that finishing amount of damage to take down Aiden. And they're going to lose their mid Guardian. And this doesn't feel good right now for the Unks.
Maybe you are a dear.
I see paradox.
I think I didn't check at the time, but after he went for that little dive onto Aiden, he had cold front up and he also, and his gloom bombs came out like a little bit late. I'm not sure if that was a cooldown problem or a misplay problem, because I feel like he should have been able to get that kill. If he connected like any of those gloom bombs, that would have been a dead Vindicta. But as they rotate over towards the right hand side, they're looking for another Guardian and they're leaving Ido just to farm up in the mid lane. And DMB is just still being handheld by Psy on this left-hand side. But they potentially should be coming into another Guardian take for melee creeps on the right-hand side with the players they've invested.
And Ido there is actually quite alone again. And there's 3 players surrounding Ido in the mid position. So Sai will come in on the Kelvin to assist in the meantime. As we see all the centers get kind of cleared out throughout that 8-minute mark. Combo connected. Lona, it's getting tight. Oh, there's no way he's going to survive, surely. Yeah, that's just getting absolutely mauled by 3 players. In the meantime, we had another fight there towards the mid position where they were able to, Metacreeps were able to rescue Ido.
Okay, gotta be a little careful here, Gibbs. He's already low on HP. Honestly, they hate this out of Scout taking up a lot of the Walker damage while he's burrowed for the extra resist, and they do, sorry, Guardian damage, and they do get the Guardian. So that's number 3, first flex slot unlocked for them. Also, a lot of potential control here as we move into the first set of, or the second set of buffs in the first urn coming through. That's brought a nice 6k lead, and at least things have been able to get the right lane Guardian. But if melee creeps play this right and they deny at least the flex slot from coming out, the Unks are going to have a very tough time here. And even Zera at the moment, I'm curious to see how his build develops, as he did have the extra move speed off the bat picked up. And I believe he went for a shielding item, if I'm not mistaken, after that.
It's kind of this time of the game, by the way, Jason, where the Unks were able to sort of start taking down all the Guardians that they were missing out of the early lane, and you can see there's much more of a struggle to do that. They are focused on the mid Guardian right now. They're trying to take that one down. They do have a lot of players focused on mid at the moment, and once again, Sai has to come in to assist. It's a 3 versus what is to soon be 4 players for melee creeps that will defend this, and I'm sure the melee creeps are looking to chase this one down there in the mid lane, as the Guardian does get taken out there by the Unks. So mission successful, but you get the bridge bus come up. They do lose Lona, and the fight proceeds. But Aiden able to take down Fishcake as they start to, keep pushing in and maybe going a little bit too deep there. Good punish coming in from the Unks. Because again, we need to see Aiden get powered up right now, and definitely not as far ahead as he was this time, and in the last game.
Either he didn't get the kill with Assassinate there, or he didn't have it max level, because he only had 300 unsecured souls on him after that kill, which is kind of a shame considering you could have had 500 extra souls to spend. You would have been up to like 3,700 at that point. But as you do see, melee creeps contest this initial urn. Ido get a good punch in to prevent the urn from being picked up for the Unks, because it was getting kind of close to actually being a turn on their side of the map. With a 6k lead and with, I believe, urn in hand, they're going to even look for another fight on this left-hand side. They drop here and they realize, we can afford to fight this here. Even Sai, honestly, could just frozen shelter to lock them in to allow the teammates to rotate even further. But now Lona's overextended by himself, and he's going to be running into 2 more players out of melee creeps. Or I think let him get away, instead go for the urn.
And one of the things for me, Jason, I'm wondering about is, the value of Drifter in all these situations. Obviously, he gets a big bonus of damage when he finds people alone, but there's so much team fighting going on, like you guys were both saying in the pregame.
He's backdooring the Guardian. He did it.
Right.
He backdoored the Guardian.
And
he can't fly away though.
Yeah, and this chase down is looking pretty good for Sire right now. Easy kill. I mean, there is value to being able to pick that one up, but at the same time, melee creeps, as we can see, picking up the urn and getting that turned in. Now Deathy goes down there as well. So 10k, 11k advantage now at the 12-minute mark for melee creeps when we're all even on the Guardians.
Oh. So look at Sai's build. He went for Fleetfoot, so he can just chase you while he's shooting. And he also has the extra movement speed with his Ice Path. But then he also picks up Hunter's Aura as well to help assist his team to get even more kills and to help power up John and Fishcake, Ido as well on this, even DMB. I want to say it's actually like a slightly different build than we normally would see on a Kelvin, to be honest, but I'm kind of digging it for the way it works with Sai's playstyle, because he likes to be more aggressive, and he doesn't, I feel like Kelvin doesn't really fit his playstyle as a hero, so he's kind of modifying a bit to kind of fit the way he likes to play and wants to play in this match.
Yeah, and especially with, if you dome people, you'll get the, isn't it minus bullet resist with the if the people are close enough when you have Hunter's Aura as well?
And it's like tripled if they're solo.
Yeah, so that's pretty nice. Yeah, that makes you pretty savage to deal with.
Oh my god, I'm about to get punched in the back of the head here.
Yeah, those are some big hands. Lona has. So is there any hope here? Because I feel like there isn't. It does feel like it's hard not to say a comp diff when one team has Drifter and the other team has Kelvin, Infernus, Holiday. You know, like.
I mean, so I think one of the problems they're going to have is like obviously Drifter isn't great, period. Which is a problem. Oh my god, which is a problem, right? But also the fact that because melee creeps are 9, they were 11k ahead. There's really no threat of them being able to chase you down to catch on to Aiden, who hasn't had the strongest of starts either, as you mentioned before. Only at 10,000 souls right now, hasn't created a big lead for himself. So the fact that they can chase on you like Saya and Scout and Fishcake, or they could lasso you in, and the lead that they have, yeah, I don't really see the Unks being too effective here. And for them to get back into this, I think you're gonna have to look a lot onto Wonder to power up and Deathy to power up to be the carry they need.
Yeah, we're at another mid fight, or rather, sorry, another bridge fight. The combo is connected, and John's going to be able to capitalize off that one. Moving around as a pack, kind of taking whatever they want. A bunch of young thugs moving around.
I mean, I think they have strength in numbers. Like the focus around a Mo, Holiday, a Calico, and a Kelvin. You have so much catch there. You have combo, you have lasso, you have frozen shelter, you have the sustain out of Kelvin as well. It makes it really easy to take these skirmishes this early into the game and potentially push into some objectives. I was expecting to maybe push on this right hand side with the kills that they've gotten, but instead of playing things a little bit more safe and going for a lot of this jungle farm too.
Yeah, the Youngs really needs to find a way to have some positive team fights, and again, I'm trying to understand, where Drifter fits into the picture, and I don't know that he fits into any picture.
Well, so I think it's about protection for Aiden, though I could be completely wrong. Like, because Aiden will be in the sky, take away vision from people on the ground. And being able to like track them in their team with communication is easier than being able to say exactly where, because you're adding an entire new access to where you have to explain where this person is. So Aiden should have the freedom to be able to do a lot of damage from range and from the sky, unless they're able to spot him out and like Scout gets to him ahead of time, because then you can see where your teammate is and just shoot in that direction. But I honestly think it's just about protecting Aiden.
Well, there we go. Aiden is able to catch Mina, who is very low health hero. And we also had a nice attempt on the steal of the Sinners from Wander as well. So definitely some small wins coming in right now. Aiden is in trouble though. Getting really weak there. Lona comes in to help. In the meantime, Saya able to take down, or help to take down that Walker. And yes, not going to survive too long in the dome. It's not a good look here. Oh wow, the rescue attempt comes through. Hit the barrier there as well, but it's not going to do all that much in the end. So Aiden actually managed to survive somehow. That's impressive. Look at the map control right now that melee creeps have. They have the entire map.
Yeah, and they're going to defend this earned turn-in. I think Lona is depending on this turn-in to help them get some sort of souls back. But with John pushing the right-hand lane for a walker, you can see DNB and Saya holding the actual turn-in. There's just no avenue for success for him right now. And look how hard it is for John to be killed. Even connects the lasso here. The backup's going to be there with Mo and Krill. And Scout is going to be looking for a combo as he disconnected initially. And Wander has no chance to stone form because he's been caught out by the combo.
Yeah, easy, beautiful, brilliant stuff here from melee creeps. As John continues to I think he's just vibing out there actually. He gets caught off guard. So that's a great punish, but in the meantime, the mid walker is going to go down. Or it looks like that could be the case as damage is being pumped into it. We will get a response coming on through here from the Youngs for the defense. And at the same time, this might be the opportunity that Lona's been looking forward to actually turn in this on. And finally, we get an isolated fight there for Drifter, pumping out the damage into Kelvin, but it's definitely a very hard task still to take down Kelvin. Still up here. The chase continues. Will we get Drifter in it? Oh no, that's how the turns table in the dome. And no, Drifter, suddenly all that work, all that health is back in Kelvin as he heals everything back up again. But still, this is a story of not giving up, Jason. And the eventually, she gets a kill on the DMB. He survives it. Got the kill on Asai as well.
The 2 quick kills being picked up. I don't know if they're both isolated. I had to restart the stream on my side. I couldn't see what was happening. Also, Aiden gets a kill, and just like that, the Unks get themselves 3 quick kills in quick succession. Mid boss is up as well. So there technically is a world where they could go for mid boss right off the back of this, but the longer they wait, the less chance they can go for it successfully. And they keep the mid lane walker alive.
The chase on continues from Wonder. Wonder's had, like, you know, a lot of damage output. It's been doing a good job in terms of ensuring that it's able to be impactful in these fights and in the harass. So, you know, the Unks are doing a great job here, and, you know, the scoreline actually ties up a little bit. We're almost on parity. It's a 3k soul difference, Jason. So, you know, for everything that we've said, the hopelessness that we've been, you know, setting the stage as, you know, that this is just a terrible situation. It's actually looking kind of even on the souls. So great comeback here from the Unks in that sense.
I do wonder if the slowing hex bot for Wonder. Was it worth the souls? I mean, it stops Ido. It stops Fishcake. It stops Saya. I don't know. It's interesting as a pickup, because again, I think he's a little bit delayed in terms of like a big build. He doesn't have any like big items picked up just yet to hit like a big power spike, like no siphon bullets. Maybe even Fury Trance might be a play for him at some point. I know he's definitely a player who likes to take Fury Trance. But yeah, I mean, the souls, it is surprising how quickly it has been caught back up. But after we see melee creeps retreat away and pick up their own farm, I mean, it's still back to another 5k lead for themselves.
Yeah, it's definitely really so different to how it's kind of started out. And okay, that's gonna be very difficult. It's a very difficult situation there for Gibbs. Gets caught, and the escape attempts coming on through here from the rest of them. It's not going to happen. Getting caught in the dome is really the worst possible thing that can happen. And look at the burn damage coming on through to the entire team. They're just getting absolutely wiped out here in this fight. Not a good team fight. There's a good catch though coming on through to DMB so that he will fall, and suddenly the fight turns around. Great effort from the Unks here to bring this one back under control, as now the pain comes back onto the moat. Scout falls, and suddenly it kind of looks like the Unks are beginning to rout melee creeps, but they're coming back on through. Ido doing a lot of damage, equalizing the situation. 3 versus 3 here in this particular fight, as actually players from the Unks aren't in position, I don't think, for this. As the fight goes, you know, up to the high grounds, and Ido continues to try to chase. Drifter finally gets taken out, so goodbye, Sarah.
Yeah, they get the initial like 3 kills, but I think the problem is they're not able to lock down any of the further kills after that. And because of the mobility and like movement out of Ido in particular, he stalls for enough time for like reinforcements to come back in, for Fishcake to rejoin the party after you chased away a player over towards the base, and they just out-survive them. They eventually like allow the respawns to come back through. There's no punishment for them with the Youngs taking mid boss because of the 3 kills they had. And now they're back on the attack once again. I mean, they can use this urn to just turn in, or to bait for a free mid lane walker and another flex slot. There's a lot of avenues for attack for them right now of what they could do with this urn.
Yeah, 6k difference. An attempt coming from through, and there we go. Gets deposited rapidly. That mid walker is extremely low for the Youngs, but it is still up. That could even be backdoored. That's so low. And the melee creeps will find the Youngs here in mid. Youngs rallying around that mid walker, but still having a good force there, applying pressure on the left side. But these 2 players might get caught here. Paradox and Ivy, they have to, I mean, Ivy has to have the ult online, but the ult is online. It's going to get utilized. That's going to allow them to escape. That's perfect play to get them out of that position. And in the meantime, you got Deathy farming on the right side. So this is some good macro from the Unks here, Jason.
Yeah, I think they've been doing a good job of like taking these fights. If you think about the last 2 big team fights, that's how they've closed this gap. It was looking honestly very grim for them, and you were even saying, you know, the Unks, can they even get back into this? And I think with the fights that they had, I think taking advantage of just the pure numbers as well really helped them turn things around. But even off the back of those 2 fights, they're still going to be down 11k once all the farming's been done. Lanes have been shoved back out. I mean, there's still a lot of sinners to be picked up across the map too. But yeah, you make a good point with Deathy farming off to himself. You would typically want to have like Wonder be the one farming this right-hand lane who can rejoin the fight. And you want Deathy here for these skirmishes. Though I do want to know, what has Deathy actually leveled up? Because I want to say he hasn't leveled up his Killing Blow all the way yet to level 3. We don't really see shifts do that, to be honest. Though I still say I feel like Killing Blow is insane, especially when you can depend on your team to do some good damage.
Oh, the catch though. Oh, the save though onto the Mo with the Kelvin Dome. Though it's not so good enough burst damage to take down a scout after the dome is being utilized. So was that dome not high value? This might be a good look here for the Youngs as they pursue the fight. They're looking to lay down this damage output, and you've got a big target focus coming straight on top of Wanda on the Ivy, unable to stone form or anything like that. Great play from Ido. The trade though onto Ido is so important. That keeps the Unks in this fight for a moment longer as they continue to try to find these weakened players. Where on earth is Infernus going? Flying around, able to somehow get out of the fight and avoid Loner and his massive hands.
And Deathy's rejoined the fight too. He eventually gets a kill over onto Saya, taking away any sort of healing for the team. And Fishkick gets slammed into a wall yet again here. Very low on HP, and Lona has been able to be this frontline wall for them, soaking up so much damage and getting a 3-for-3 trade where it looked like they wouldn't have a chance here. And keep things equal, but damn, that was close. And also, not to mention, I just realized, looked up, John John's on 30,000 souls on the holiday. Got Glass Cannon picked up too.
That's a problem. It's got the Glass Cannon online indeed. And again, this is the kind of the thing, like this is the trade-off that you were referring to with the Shiv. The way that with Ivy, you need to bring Ivy online is you have to have Ivy getting the priority on the farm. And so you've got to have a play style that works around that. And to do so, you know, typically, I think the Youngs have a play style where that works, but they just haven't prioritized Ivy being in that solo job, essentially.
Yeah.
As OCs would. Oh. And the Warpstone catch. Oh, Wanda's getting caught here. Can he be saved? Wanda will not be saved. And talking about the Ivy getting farmed, that's going to slow it down even more.
Oh, let's see John who just picked up Lucky Shot, what he can do. So you see the Drifter Eternal Darkness has come through, and he's blinded up. So you can see him backing away, being more hesitant to actually go for an engage. I'd say almost a decent disengage tool because you kind of limit that visibility and maybe be able to turn this one around too. Fishcake so low on health. In the meantime, Minion's taking down the mid lane Walker, so that's another flex unlock for melee creep. So the fights continue. Lona's going in deep, and he wants these kills. Even gets the kill onto John here with the help of Deathy.
More Kelvin shelters coming down in. But, ooh, there we go. Zera actually winning the 1v1 there against the Kelvin. And what else can Zera do in that fight? Mina Squishy trying to get out of there, using the Sanguine Retreat to do so, separating from the team. As right now the entire melee creeps are scrambling, and the Young's actually moving in full force. Aiden coming in, big snipe, big damage, the takedown onto Scout. And with that, 3 players out of the picture. Do we go mid-boss right now? They're on top of a Walker. More kills to maybe be found here as they continue to apply the pressure around the earn drop-off spot, and it's looking very nice right now here for the Unks as they lay down the damage. They've got good lines. They've got the damage at the back line here in Aiden. They've got Lona in the front doing all that tanky business, and the Walker is vulnerable. There is another kill. They finally chased down DMB. Now Ido is trying to dart around using Sanguine Retreat, trying to delay these players as they continue to try to do the damage, but they are just wasting time at this point.
Yeah, Ido's proven just to be so hard to kill. I mean, he's got a lot of damage, but the fact is he's surviving these fights so well. You can see Sanguine Retreat as well has a pretty low cooldown of 10 seconds. The way he's also bouncing off the walls, making it very difficult to connect any sort of shots onto him. And with him surviving, like the Youngs aren't able to get any objectives off of this. They didn't get a mid-boss. Well, there was maybe an opportunity, a very small opportunity. They didn't get the right lane walker, so they're still missing the extra flex slot. Maybe the creeps are just proven to be so slippery, and I think that maybe that's why you're seeing a lot of these slowing hexes picked up. Even Mystic Slow was picked up for Wander as well to help maybe limit this mobility and slow them down. But we go right back into still a 6k lead for May the Creeps, 7k lead, and another urn being picked up. Frozen Shelters available this time too for the fight if they want to go for it, and the Unks, we don't have Killing Blow. Sometimes the impact's not that big of a deal. The flight's not that big of a deal either, but not having the Killing Blow, I think, would probably be the biggest problem here. We're trying to confirm a kill into someone.
Well, they're going to trade off the urn for the Walker in mid, or try to. So, okay, it looks like they're not going to be going for it, which makes sense 4 players coming back for the defense there. So, but ultimately the problem is that the Youngs got nothing there. There was no trade. The best that they could possibly do is win a team fight, which it looks like they'll have an attempt at doing, because in comes the melee creeps looking to actually lock down the Unks in one of those team fights, and the Unks are repositioning. They're falling back out of this one. They're not allowing themselves to get caught just yet. And so now melee creeps will fall back onto the map where there's a lot of farm for them to get.
Yeah, this is the big one. Is that Wonder, he knows he can't take out a 1v1, but he gets the Walker. And because of the presence of the Unks, trying to like just get a soft, not even an engage on a melee creeps, but more of information, it doesn't allow anyone else to rotate into this Walker. I think a very smart macro play out of them, knowing he had his airdrop available to get away as well. I think that was a win for the Unks, but they might be getting caught in this left-hand lane, which would be a massive loss.
If they go down here, I think mid boss is potentially the prize. So this is, I totally agree, a really problematic place to get 2 of your players caught. If it was 1, that'd be a bit different, but 2 players is an enormous find there for melee creeps. Very difficult situation now. 14k deficit, and surely mid boss is the next destination.
Yeah, and Aiden, he's at 26,000 souls. This is kind of what we talked about with Vindicta. Like, it's very feast or famine. Like, yeah, he looked great in the last game, but that's when they were winning, and it helped him snowball. When you're behind, it's hard to make that Vindicta effective. And this mid boss is just gonna be completely uncontested. Instead, Aiden's gonna farm up the left-hand side, Lona to farm up the right. And now melee creeps with 3 rejuves in hand and no outside of the base objectives to take. You know they're gonna be looking for an engage now. All they have to worry about is the swap out of Gibbs, but he's got 20 seconds left on his respawn anyways.
Yeah, 33k Infernus, 36k Holiday. Now we have the lucky shot on Holiday as well as the glass cannon. So it's pretty nasty. Oh yeah, I forgot about Ido too. 35k Ido on. I mean, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, he's gonna be a little painful, I think you could say.
I think this is going to require from the Youngs almost a perfect team fight. I feel like, especially just using all of the ults to their maximum. Oh, Lona gets caught early, and that is not helpful here for the Youngs. They keep getting picked off here. Now the dome comes in to isolate more players, and the flight comes on through, but that's a very dead Ivy. Wanda out of the game, and now isolated Deathy as well. The worst possible
now you could have
team fight.
Yeah, you can have all the swaps in the world right now, but it's not going to matter anymore with your team completely dead. Drifter and Paradox aren't going to do a whole lot of anything here. In the meantime, you can see DMB been chugging away at 36,000 souls too. He's very, very fed, as well as Ido. And she opens up the base here to actually just run past the base to go for the shrines. And honestly, I feel like they could almost just finish it right here.
Yeah, totally. They've got just picked up another kill. Full rejuve crystals, and there's actually still so much time. They can end before everyone even gets back, and that's what they're going to do. They're looking to end it right now.
Yeah, and I think well deserved. I think, to be fair though, the Youngs did perform better than my expectations. They definitely had opportunities and moments where they came back into the game. But again, you're playing against a completely different beast with melee creeps. They're organized. They've been playing together for weeks now. Ido's only recent change within this roster. They previously won the Trolley Open. It's definitely gonna be the toughest challenge for the Youngs. And I mean, they had some good moments, like I said, but when it comes down to it, melee creeps are just gonna outclass you the longer the game goes on.
Just like a cat in a business suit, they are taking care of business and looking good doing it. Melee creeps up 1-0 over the Unks, but the Unks, they made it close. They made it competitive at times, especially that early game, that mid game. This wasn't as easy as maybe Melee creeps would have hoped. Does that give you guys hope for a potential game 3 in this series? Do you think the Unks can bring it back for maybe just one more?
I don't know if they can win, but I was actually very pleasantly surprised by how many good team fights they had. Because I think that's something in the past that I think was kind of an issue. And so the fact that they were doing it against Kelvin as well, like there were multiple different fights where Kelvin got his dome off, but they were able to kind of force the Kelvin dome in bad spots, and then they were able to target fire certain heroes and get the burst damage in the right place to kind of turn fights around. So honestly, there's a lot, I think, in the team fights that was impressive to me. And they had Drifter, and so they lost all the early lanes. And they were playing against Kelvin and Holiday, and they had all this crazy farm on Infernus as well. So it kind of felt like against all the odds, they managed to still have good team fights. So I was kind of impressed.
I mean, even though we kind of meme on Drifter, I think one thing Zera did do well is, as you were talking about these domes being forced out, I think he did a good job of forcing out these domes out of Saya. There was definitely a couple of instances where he was able to get engage onto him to force out a dome to pretty much only heal himself. I do actually kind of wonder if we ever had the ability to break it down, how much healing his dome did to his teammates. Because I want to say for the most part, it wasn't super high with the domes he was throwing down, mostly due to Zera. Like there's a fight up above, was it like Fish Market, and he had him like locked in the closet with his own dome, and he eventually got the kill onto him as well. I think that was actually like one advantage of what Zera was able to pull off.
Yeah, that could definitely be a problem and something that they could build on if they wanted to go this route in future drafts. But I mean, just the power of things like Mo, I think we've seen Mo be kind of a wall for a lot of teams, trying to break into this top level where it just gives you such insane pickoff potential. If one player slips up, find themselves a little bit out of position, they're just dead. They're just bursted down, and then the player advantage only gets worse from there. John definitely flexed the versatility this game to bring out the Holiday and to look pretty comfortable on it. But like you said, it wasn't free. It wasn't a free game, right? Like the counter kills, the dives were strong.
Yeah, that was the moment I was talking about with Zera when he got directly on top of side, forced the frozen shelter onto himself, and then he wasn't even able to heal that one up. I think, yeah, like as Dan pointed out, they had some good fights. They had some good engages, surprisingly, actually. But I think one thing we never really got to see, though, was just how slippery Ido was being. Like that fight over at that fish market, we ended up seeing Ido and Fishcake surviving long enough that honestly there was no follow-up to those kills that the Youngs got. Like on the right-hand side with the Walker, they got a lot of kills, but they couldn't turn it into a mid-boss because, again, Ido was just stalling for time. And because they couldn't close out those fights quickly, they couldn't turn it into objectives.
Yeah, that was a situation where I think I wonder what would have happened if they had the decisive shot calling of like, okay, we got the 3 kills, we routed the rest of the team. Oh yeah, Ido's dancing around. Don't chase, go mid boss. I wonder what could have happened if that was the case.
Yeah, and that's like one of the challenges for playing at this level. As Jason, I did not fart. It may have been my chair.
Bro, you didn't have to say it on air.
Just to bring it out on air for all the people.
I heard like a...
I assure you, I'm not ripping a nasty one on air. But
that's why I'm happy I have a mute button.
I appreciate the sentiment. As we look back on this match, I think we'll need the stats to fully understand this one. As I'm especially interested to see with the new builds people have been going for, like where's the farm coming from for some of these heroes that are really able to take the game over. Like for somebody like Holiday, how much is she dealing with jungle versus lane creeps versus playing off of the back of kills. I'm kind of curious to see that once we're able to get those in, because I think it's often a way to illuminate maybe a little bit of what we can expect going forward into the series.
Well, there you go. So for Jonja in particular, 24% coming from his neutrals and 21% from the troopers.
Okay, yeah. Holiday being that good of a jungler is maybe a little bit sus. That's kind of a problem, right? Holiday is significantly out jungling Infernus, who is one of the better, I think, players. I mean, maybe it's just DMB this game in particular, doing a bunch of lane pushing, knowing that John is going to be like the true ultra late carry with this hyper damage gun build. That's a lot of jungle creeps, man. When neutrals are number one, you're doing a little bit of PV and definitely a little bit of hanging with the boys in the jungle.
I want to know, where's ZP at? Where's the same amount of enragedness about Zero picking up Sharpshooter with John picking up the same thing?
Sharpshooter looked all right this game.
Come on, ZP. I saw you on mute. I saw you on mute.
He's not being baited. That's smart. He holds back. Jason just chumming the water. So he just hates
Zera is what I'm saying.
Absolutely chumming the water. But ZP, wise man, he's not going to bite on this one. Saya, meanwhile, very strong Kelvin performance. We've been talking about this guy he's so good at a lot of these characters, but do you really want him on Kelvin? Like, that doesn't feel the best. Very solid game, super high kill participation, low deaths, always there when you needed him in this series. Although, as you mentioned, right, that Drifter from Zera kind of made it a problem, made it a little bit less effective for the Kelvin Dome's isolation, kind of turning it against the melee creep squad, though, of course, it wasn't enough to secure the win.
As well as like what I'm looking at, he has toxic bullets picked up, which I think isn't necessarily. I mean, I think they need some sort of anti-heal because I only see two heal banes, one for Deathy and one for Aiden. So they need some way to stop Sia's healing, which he still pulled off 25k. And I guess you went with Toxic Bullets over a heal bane. But I don't know. I don't know how easily that stacks up on a Drifter. I've actually never bought that item on him, so I'm not sure. I assume it's pretty decent because you have to be close.
Yeah, he's got enough fire rate to, I think, be able to get it up pretty quickly. I think the bigger problem this game really is, like we talked about, the effect of darkness and how powerful of a tool it can be, and how much it can dictate a team fight and maybe allow players like Aiden or I'm just calling them Bungus or Gibbs to get value from range right on their characters. But you got those double divine barriers on Saya and Scout, making it you just divine barrier and it purges off the darkness. And yeah, maybe you're still getting some people with darkness, but the effect is just so mitigated with divine barriers online. It's such a powerful tool of just immediately purging that. And then you thought we couldn't see you. Actually, we can, and we have 1,000 HP shield, and we're completely turning the fight on you on Drifter.
Yeah, and even on the note of Drifter, I mean, Zera did actually a lot of player damage on him. I mean, he led the lobby at 30,000. You look at like Aiden at 17k, Lona at 19k, and Wonder only at 20k. Like even Gibbs, I almost called him Bungus too, was at 24k. I feel like Wonder just really didn't hit the tempo he needed, like that moment to come online. Whether or not that was because he wasn't being fed over as many souls as he needed to. Just imagine, he was gifted a couple extra thousand from each player. He would have hit that threshold where he would have been able to really have massive impact in these fights.
Also, bro, is this a bug? Did Zera do 0 objective damage? I mean, that's pretty egregious. Like 0. I mean, I understand maybe it being low. It's a tough game. You're not doing that much taking of objectives, but 0, not a one time.
Perfection.
True commitment to the jungle.
I mean, if you're not going to do
a
it,
lifestyle.
Yeah, I mean, like if you're not going to go after an objective, like just like there's no like half measure, right? It's either all the way in or nothing at all. He's been maxing. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like I had some more belief in Drifter. Maybe there's some more viability. I don't know. I still honestly have no idea how to like think about Drifter ultimately in a lot of these games, but it's like with how we've seen Holiday's evolution and how we've seen a lot of Heroes evolution, like seeing Sinclair today. There's obviously always a place in most cases for any given hero, except McGinnis.
Is there a place in this game too for Drifter? I mean, although I see some kind of vision for Drifter, I think it's just a little sus when there's such powerful options in the meta right now, such as Infernus, Holiday, Ivy. There's just so many ultra powerful carries. Feels a little bit forced, to be honest, to be going the Drifter direction. And the Unks learned their lesson. They're going to opening ban Kelvin, although they do have the first pick, so it gets a little bit sketchy now.
I mean, it's either you probably just ban out Yamato again, no?
They did it once before. Why not run it again? And I would love to see the Unks grab the Holiday here. I think it's so powerful. It's this like hot shot new hero in the meta that could be OP. You got to take a gamble, I think, for the Unks and maybe snap that up. And John even I think is it 100% win rate today? Holiday might be 100% win rate today. It's been certainly dominating.
Yeah.
This particular Deadlock night shift.
It is. That's correct. Like that's 5 of 5 now. I think.
What I do.
I think it's 5 of 5.
But the Unks, I mean, we talked about this, right? Like this is like sort of one of those subtle differences about teams at this level. They go for the Ivy pick, and I think this is mostly a play on like, look, we want to have Wander on a comfortable hero. Yamato's already banned. We're scared we're going to like run out of good picks for him. That means the draft is not as aggressive as it could be. So maybe Creep's likely to get the Holiday here in the first 2. Maybe even like the Holiday. Oh, and the Shiv, of course, as well, has been taking more bans today than picks, but has always been prioed pretty high for the last few weeks.
There's a certain hero I'd love to see Zera pick up, actually, that I know someone in chat would love. And this might be the first show in 2 or 3 night shifts that we've not said this name. And all you need to do is look at chat and you know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not going to say it out loud because, Puckett's not here to help out with this one. But
I already knew what it was without seeing chat.
One of our favorite supporters here in the chat. And Inferno. Okay, so it is not going to be the Holiday. All right, maybe it's just going back to the fundamentals. I think they may be underrating the Holiday, and the Unks are going to take the opportunity to snap it right back up. At the same time, getting Shiv and Infernus, it is such a wombo combo. They're great, playing in that 1-2 punch in the team fight. Infernus would be an annoying hero to match up against as Shiv, kind of forcing you to build debuff remover and some maybe more defensive tools that you might normally want to build, and also having a naturally strong matchup. And they also snagged the Mina away, so they are kind of attacking some of the hero pools of melee creeps. I wouldn't mind melee creeps getting the pocket right here and now, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say pocket was banned around the second time for the Unks, and by taking away Mina with Yamato taken away for Ido already. Yeah, I mean, I would love to see me some pocket, especially when it's Ido being played. But no, we forgot about the Bebop for John. That was
he's gonna do it to him.
A ban.
Yeah, this is scary. I do think Bebop has a really nice place in the game here, especially against a Holiday, right? Like if you're worried about Holiday, there's Bebop hook into whatever, pick your poison as far as combos, right? There's so many tools. At some point in the game, you're gonna grab a curse. And then, Holiday does do monster damage in the late game, but you have a way to deal with her. If you can hook her and follow up with a bunch of control, her damage isn't that relevant, and she is going to be pretty squishy if she goes for that, all-in gun damage build that has kind of risen in the meta this week.
Sorry, I just love everyone in chat knows exactly who I'm talking about as well.
There's no confusion. There's no confusion among chatters. Everyone's in on the joke, and Pocket is banned, so you got Bebop, but you had to sacrifice the Pocket for it. Was it worth it?
It's pretty worth it because they took Mina, right? And obviously Pocket's another is like that's an Ido hero, and you're gonna get absolutely wrecked. And you're not gonna pick Pocket, I don't think, because they don't really have a Pocket player, right? Deathy plays Pocket, but I don't think Deathy's Pocket is too notable from when we've seen it, at least on broadcast. Paradox comes in, so you're talking about like dealing with Holiday. You got a lot of setup pieces now to kind of start to disable the Holiday, and also like the Mina as well. Oof, God,
Where's the page?
Honestly, this is nasty.
That's a good call out, actually.
In Paradox.
I don't hate the idea of a page to like kind of dominate a lane, but the Unks are the ones who are going to grab it up for themselves.
Like
they're kind of missing a combo hero. Yeah, I'd love to see. Yeah, I think a Billy's a great call out. I don't know what. Yeah, there's not really that many options really left in terms of the like heavy frontliner lineup here. Maybe it could be an Abrams.
I think Alone did really well in Abrams actually in the last game. He was playing really well in the front line, surviving for a very long time, doing a lot of control and damage as well.
Nice.
I don't know if he's going to be on the Billy though.
Because I agree. Billy's definitely the better combo with Paige for sure, because you can just get way more damage output. The shield can kind of get you leverage way more out of the hero than I think with Abrams. So we'll see. We'll just have to see if Lona can hang on Billy.
Well, I think Lona's going to be on the Page actually.
Oh, you think so?
I need to go back in my little database.
Who's the comfortable Page?
Sure.
Because I feel like Page is not an easy hero to pilot. I mean, throwing the shield, you might look at it as easy, but Page is a very vulnerable hero in the late game, and you need to be very careful piloting it, understanding that you really can't afford to take the aggression yourself. You kind of need to let your teammates do that and stay in the back lines, but very much easier said than done with the amount of aggression from melee creeps, especially the Calico. Like, this hero is going to be the perfect tool for melee creeps to find Page in the back line, to find Mina and Holiday, and try to assassinate these like core vulnerable backliners before the fight really gets going. What are the Unks going to kind of pick to finish off this draft? Is there a Deathy Lash ever in here?
God, right?
Oh, here it is, baby. The great, I love
Lash.
these top final two picks. We got Budget Lash and Budget Abrams in the last two.
You know what? I think you need to do, Jake. So I don't think we're gonna hit the 1,500 subs this year back tat, but I feel like if we could get maybe like to 1375, then you got to go put on your pocket cosplay that we didn't get to see.
I gotta take it out of the box, man. I didn't even unbox it. I was too lazy. So, like,
so for like 30 subs, you won't do it if you won't unbox it for like 30 subs.
All right. We gotta get to let's make it an even 1,400 though. I want a nice payoff for this. I want to motivate it.
I'm all for it. I'm curious because everyone thought you were the Pocket. Everyone thinks like DDK was gonna be the Shiv or Pocket.
That would work.
Both
that
fit.
would work. I think I have the hair for Pocket. I think I can. This is what I was gonna do with the Pocket hair. I just need it to be like longer and crazier.
I mean, to be fair, I think Dan would have to grow out the like crazy sideburns with his like beard to make.
Yeah,
oh man, if you actually did that one day,
get the pompadour for Shiv. Like I don't know, if you need like a wig for that, man. You need a prosthesis.
Yeah.
It's not even just a wig. You need like a supporting mesh to be able to pull that one off.
oh man. So I mean, looking at like this lineup as well, like I can see how the Lash would work, but who's the Lash going to be paired with? Is it going to be like Lash Ivy again? I think we had that in the first match, right?
It's
Paige
interesting
Billy,
too,
Mina
because-
Holiday.
Yeah, Ivy Lash. I mean, I guess, Lash is not, for me, the strongest laner, but Ivy can kind of stall these lanes out and just like push waves forever. And, maybe that's just good enough. And Lash can also burst down some creeps pretty easily. So I could see them kind of slowing things down. I do think they're maybe a little bit scared of like a very poke trade heavy lane. I do think across the board, Melee creeps have a stronger group of laners. Although, like you said, like maybe Paige, Billy, Mina Holiday, those two are going to be able to hold it down. It is really going to be a lot of scrutiny on probably Deathy and Wander of can they not just survive the lane, but like kind of keep it stable to avoid things crumbling. We know, because if one lane goes really wrong, we know that can kind of snowball into the rest of the map as rotators are freed up. And the laning phase, always important against a team as good as Melee Creeps. If you let them get away from you, things could get really dark for the Unks. They're down 1-0 in the series. Melee Creeps up 1-0. They want to close this one out. They want to finish it off here and now. The Unks fighting for their tournament lives here in the night shift. Guys, take it away.
All right. Here we go, Jason. I gotta say, I'm concerned with the Lash pick this time because there is not the same amount of burst damage to kind of follow up the Lash disruption with, whereas before they had so much like just burst damage. Like right now, what burst damage do they have to really follow it up? I mean,
I don't know, man, but I can't doubt the king of Lash.
Yeah,
I can't be like that anymore. I got to support him at all times. Of course, Deathy, but I know what you mean. And oh my god, actually look at this initial. Aiden's dead right off the bat. What?
how did that happen? How in the blazes did that happen?
That was a right belter of a punch to finish him off. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, did we have like a 3-minute, 30-second Guardian take earlier today in the EU?
It was just under 330. Yeah, it was like 320 with the against an ABL lane. Because it was the Vexing Bolt Sinclair Plus. Like who's on Sinclair Plus? Who was he with?
I couldn't tell you. I do not remember. I just think there's a world where we could have this broken already. I mean, I don't think it's gonna be that quickly to be honest. But that was one way to start things off.
Okay, so this is very scary right now. We'll see if they're able to bring things back in line, in control. Because in theory, between Mina and Ivy, you should have enough combination of... what they really need to do is they need to be able to get some damage on these heroes to kind of force them to play a little bit more passively. Oh, okay. Goes down again. And then I was going to say, if you can get bridge control with the Ivy, you can get the kudzu bombs on the creeps as they drop off the line, and you can basically create a scenario where the entire wave is like significantly weakened before it makes it to lane. So it just that plus Mina feels like it's possible, but nice charge coming on through there from Ido. Ido has a nasty Abrams actually. I forgot about that.
Well, don't forget about Deathy's Lash, because dangerous Deathy, Lash Warrior, cement slam attack, never height fear.
Do you know what the problem is though?
It scrolled off my screen.
The problem, Jason, is that Deathy's Lash is against John John's Bebop. So you've got the lore battle.
Deathy's Lash every day of the week. I've never said a bad word about Deathy's Lash in my life. All right, I never will.
Show me the briefcase, Jason. How much did he give you?
And YouTube subs. That's what he gave me. Oh no. Okay. Well, actually, kind of surprised we're seeing Paige get caught out here. Gibbs is gonna fall. We're talking about like the survivability of this lane. Well, I mean, it is true, but if Paige is the one being caught out, have the barrier, then pretty easy to die as a Paige.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to obviously really have that in mind, that you cannot die in your positioning. So I don't know. It seems kind of obviously that's an obvious point to make, but we're getting a lot of deaths at the moment. Very early deaths on the Unks side. That's putting them behind slightly, but nice that they were able to get a kill back there onto DMB. I think it was. Yes, it was onto DMB. So
I mean, it definitely felt like the
disparity.
game. Yeah, it felt like the game was worse than that, right?
Yeah.
Considering how like mid lane started, but it's actually not that crazy between the two because of the kill we had as well. Well, actually, not to be fair, Gibbs died, so it wasn't the other way around. But they've been keeping up in farms, so that's not too big of a deal. And now John John's even gone down too. So yeah, I mean the Unks, they might have had a really rough start in mid, but their other lanes, their outer lanes are really helping carry the weight of the underperformance of the mid lane so far.
Oh my goodness. Aiden. Oh, you've got to get this kill. Oh no, it's heartbreaking. A couple whiffs there. It's the difference on that kill. But yeah, you're right. And I think for anyone that's newer to Deadlock, you know, kills very early in the game don't mean very much because the respawn times are very quick. So the most important thing is for you die is it depends where the wave is. So long as you're not missing a wave, then you're going to be able to come back into lane and you haven't really given much souls away and you have not really lost any yourself. That's like the main thing to be concerned about.
Unless you have a selfish laner. Oh my god. Same one just to escape. Where they take the farm when you die so they can get extra souls for themselves. Okay, so we do see them get a little bit more aggressive. You can see Wander. I mean, the thing is Aiden's low on HP. So he cannot really stay in lane anymore. He's in a retreat away to go heal, which then leaves Wander to be susceptible to being killed. And now John who does get the bomb off onto Zera here. He's low on HP. So honestly, really credit to the Unks. Like their outer lanes are doing work where they need it to keep them into this game. Is it still only a 1k difference between the two as Combustions come in and didn't connect over onto Page and Gibbs? Well, I don't think it's gonna matter. He's gonna fall either way.
Well, here we go. DMB on the Infernus. Looking to get that pressure on. Zylo tanks into the Guardian. And we get that continued shred. And back onto the lane is the Page. Ready with the shields. And I assume we must have the Divine Barrier and all that. There we go. We got the extra barrier coming on through. And that's the power of that. You know, the Billy is able to kind of really force the issue there onto the squishy. Ido just purveying in the elevated position up on the boxes. It's going to seismic slam his way down. And we do get the Page ult coming on through there for the assist. And there is a trade in kills here. But Ido is going to be able to get probably some extra damage in this tower, though. The wave comes back in. So Ido's going to be cautious about that. But in the meantime, in the mid, some catch of damage onto Scout. As it seems pretty passive in mid. In fact, I have to say, though, Jason, ultimately, if you look at the tower damage, the Unks towers, all three lanes, untouched.
Yeah, and they're not really being able to get towards the tower. They finally get some damage onto the right-hand side. Somehow Scout escapes this one with the help of Sai in towards mid lane. Even DMB rotating in towards mid to help out. Well, in the meantime, Fishcake, he just got back to lane, I feel like, because he had to go heal at base. He's now low on HP, and the Unks starting to turn up the pressure here. Though I think that pressure is going to be halted on this left-hand side as Scout has rotated over here to help with this one, coming back from base to heal. And they get a Guardian and a kill here on the Deathy.
So after indeed a very alarming start, we are in a decent place. So that mid Guardian being down though now for the melee creeps is going to allow them to start putting the pressure on a little bit more. So they might look to start to put the attention, stacking these side lanes. Once again, diving into the tower a little bit. Abrams able to really sustain a lot. In comes the Billy though, rising Ram, and there comes the shield to keep the Billy protected there. Good stuff from Gibbs. The kill really wants to chase that kill down onto the very, very low player in John and or that Scout, sorry.
Need a little help here.
Pretty good.
You don't look like you need help right now, Luna. But we do have Scout rotate to the left-hand side. It eventually helps get a kill. And that's going to allow them to, I would assume, push this Guardian down. There's really nothing stopping them. As the counter push comes in out of the Youngs, and honestly, kind of needed here. With Wander and Aiden trying to get themselves a Guardian for their team.
Yeah, right now the Youngs are kind of in trouble here. The centers are coming up. Oh, okay. Over the top, we do get the Nox Nostra coming on through from Aiden. unable to find a conversion off of that, but does, you know, save his teammates. But this is the time, Jason, where, you know, normally the Youngs will be looking to start getting Guardians back themselves, just like stacking lanes to accomplish that. But oh, the catch from John. Goodbye, Deathy. He is not long for this world. There he goes.
Oh man, did you see what John has? Just FYI.
He's got it. He's got the trophy collector.
What have you done, Hoot? What have you started? Oh my. Okay, you gotta be careful here, John. This has the assistance out of Fishcake to make sure he can escape this one. But they get another Guardian. That's the flex slot unlocked here for melee creeps, and they built up a 5k lead now so far. Pretty similar to the last game, to be honest, right?
Sorry, say again.
I mean, they're up to another 5k lead in the beginning of the game, which is really similar to the last game.
Yes, that's definitely true. And okay, nice stuff coming in here from Gibbs to kind of reposition, get the ult in, and try to find a way to confirm this kill, but the seismic slam comes to the rescue there for Ido. Split shot is definitely very, very scary at this time of the game. Good damage, stacking damage, captivating read, locking down DMB. Very weak right now. Quite a few players very low in this fight. And still, the fight continues here. Very healthy. Aiden comes in to try to finish off these weakened players. This is a perfect spot for your Mina to clean up. DB will fall. And now maybe the Youngs have an ability to maybe get the pressure on these Guardians.
I think you're dead, Sarah. Yeah, John knew. Backed away. Even with Trophy Collector. It's going to be powering up here. Ido gets a kill over in the, I believe it was the left-hand side. As the fight finally comes to a conclusion with the Youngs winning out in the end over there, but they're still not able to get the Guardian as Saya is able to able to rejoin into this lane. And does get stopped up by the captivating read, but he keeps the Guardian alive, and that's the important part. They've maintained 2 of their Guardians so far, only losing that right-hand side. And Fishcake should be able to finish this off. He did miss the serrated blades. And there you go. Slice Nice comes through, gets the kill, and he's going to save the Guardian on top of that.
Yeah, it's looking really nice here for melee creeps. And the Trophy Collector actually is a sick item for Bebop, in theory. All of the bonuses are actually super useful for Bebop. And here comes the run. And you know what? Sai doesn't care. Doesn't care about all this disruption. Just gonna make his way through. It's got places to be. But there's a lot of damage coming in now. It's gonna drop that one. Nox not sure, but actually no, it's already been utilized here over the top. Sangren retreat for the reposition. Aiden really trying to do the best here with this bridge to do the most damage possible, supporting his team, but his teammate is struggling here. No rake to finish off this kill on Ido, and now suddenly the focus turns in towards Aiden. He's going to fall back out the fight in the meantime. The pick up from Sire onto that urn, or the deposit. And melee creeps are all over this fight now. Nice catch though from Sarah, and this might be a conversion, but then steps in Scout. Great parry coming on through to keep himself alive here, but for how much longer can Sarah maintain that? No, he's going to get shut down by the bombs, and there were so many small chances there, Jason, for the Youngs, but it's just not coming to fruition.
I mean, I was surprised Aiden was able to escape there. And a really good job out of Scout. Like, his Gloom Bomb placement has been really spot on. He got a kill there, as you saw, puts him on the ground to explode next to his enemies. So, you know, potentially missing shooting it onto the target. Did that same thing earlier to Wonder on top of bridge in mid lane. But yeah, Aiden survives with just a little bit of HP, but the fact is, Medicreep still turned the fight around. They're up 11,000 souls now, 12 minutes in. This next urn is for sure going to be a comeback urn. So I don't think melee creeps are going to be looking to turn that in, but they're just looking for more kills. They might be able to have it here, trying to defend this left-hand side here with DMB opening things up with Combustion, able to stun out Lona, and they wanted to get this flex slot, but the Guardian will go down to Wonder, who just dives straight into it, but it might cost him his life. He doesn't have airdrop to get away, and instead he's just trying to farm, realizing there's probably not a chance I'm going to escape this, so I'll try to get every soul I possibly can here out of the wave.
Easy does it. It's just starting to look quite good for melee creeps. Unlike, I think, this point in the previous game where they were getting ahead and the Youngs were still kind of clawing their way back in some of the team fights. For me, it doesn't seem as positive. I don't know. There was a surprising comeback. What is your thought, Jason, on this?
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I think we had very similar lead for melee creeps, but when they started to push the left-hand side is when they started to have some problems and started getting caught out. And then we had more of those even trades, which favor the Youngs because of the comeback mechanics. So it's still pretty reminiscent, though. It definitely doesn't feel as close as the last game so far, even though it's playing out a relatively same way. I think also there's a lot more potential for kills with like John and Saya, with the swaps, the hooks. Not to mention, look how fast this stone golem is. Not even stone golem. This golem is running around because of trophy collector.
Yeah. I think. Well, DMB does get caught, captivating read, and there you go. We burst down DMB. Great gank there. That is some of the stuff that we saw in the previous map that was so nice from the Youngs. And we are going to see Fishcake get pulled into the Walker. I mean, that is a death sentence. Even Shiv is not going to survive something like that. Gets bursted down and is taken out. But I think not having Aiden on Vindicta, I think that extra Vindicta burst damage was able to get so many extra kills for them. But there we go, Death Slam coming on through defensively from Deathy. He tries to survive. He's just out here. He's trying to live. Majestic Leap up on through for the ground strike, maximizing that damage. And DMB is the one that dies. And suddenly it is a Walker siege that's working out well on this left side of the map. But in the meantime, they're losing the mid Walker. They're losing the side Walker on the right. So
yeah,
the trade
a little bit of
is there.
Macro expertise here for melee creeps. I mean, yeah, they're going to lose maybe this left lane Walker, though the mini wave's going to get here, so it will for sure fall. But if they can get 2 Walkers off of this trade, they could be very happy. I think the only downside for them is that DMB may be getting a little bit tilted here since he dies 2 times in a row in quick succession. And credit to Deathy, the knockups they've been able to do, him and Lona together have been able to really prevent the mobility that Infernus inherently has with those flame dashes. But that's still 2 Walkers in favor of melee creeps, and it was 11k lead before. A couple of kills coming through, but with the double Walkers, they've extended that lead now to 14k.
Yeah, they got the control of the bridge buff there as well. And they are going to be making the earn run. It's a comeback home, but here comes Deathy. Deathy with the disrupt. And sends the cat underground. Extra health and fortitude is collected. Well, upgrades into fortitude. Back into the fight we go on the Calico. Here is the catch onto Gibbs. Actually getting kind of low here. Mina is looking to try to finish this one off. Aiden really looking for these kills. Again, Aiden is struggling without that burst damage from the assassinate. In the meantime, Ida's going to be able to eliminate Lona. Deathy falls as well in the team fight. And that urn is going to be able to get collected soon as the fight continues. But at this point, they're just trying to take out the stragglers. Wanda gets isolated.
I don't know how Scout escaped that either. Oh my god, he was so low in health. The reinforcements that melee creeps just coming in perfectly. Now with all those kills coming through as well, they're looking for a mid-boss take with the urn so they could just take the reju, then bring the urn, if it stays in this vicinity, over towards the turn-in. Have another back-to-back fight. Look for that lead even more as they're approaching 20k. The contest is coming through. Gibbs is going to try to give it a chance here. Captain Reed has come through, but he hasn't locked them away from the reju crystal, and he gets punted from John. And he's just going to pay the ultimate price.
Okay, well, it's a 20k difference here now, Jason, and they lost the 3 rejuve crystals. So now, with the attempt at the urn turn-in, this would in theory be an opportunity for a good team fight, but I don't think ults are online. And yeah, the interest is not there. Actually, they do have some ults.
Yeah, but we're hitting that. I feel like that kind of threshold too of even if you have like the advantage of a walk or something like that, will you have the ability to win a team fight with a lead that they're currently behind? I mean, it's 20k plus it's the rejuves on top of this. So even if you take them down once, which you're already struggling before, can you do it a second time? And they also have 2 ways of displacing you by pulling you in with John and Saya. When your appearance comes into Deathy, if you can hit a sick death slam. But I'm not fully sure they have the damage they need off the back of that to finish off a couple of targets. I mean, maybe the Walker cooperates with them and gets a slam as well.
Well, looking to pursue some of these fights around the edges of this mid position. There's another catch on to Aiden. So again, but something that's worth noting is that we've seen Mina get massively deprioritized in Europe. And I wonder what the general sentiment is towards Mina in North America. I don't think it's caught up yet, actually.
Yeah, I think North America always seems to be like a week or two behind. But I also would expect, for instance, like the Unks to play into the meta we see in EU because they're more about playing what they want to play, which I'm totally fine with as well. But we do see the initial engage onto this Walker, which is going to be... It's very hard to pick up these kills because of the extra stats you get, but they're able to do it with Fish Kick because of the killing blow. Wander gets a nice parry onto him as well, and he actually might fall from this one. But again, they still have one Redruve Crystal left. Scout pops his, and Saya is killing the Patron. I just realized. I didn't even look at the map.
It's in the base, killing a Patron. Oh, Fishcake is still alive. He didn't die, Jason. He actually survived that.
Oh my God.
And so because of that, they get the Rejuve Crystal up still and the bonuses. That's actually horrendous. That's so sad.
Paradox is too clever for them.
It's rough. It's rough times. And now they're backing away with a decent amount of souls. 5.4k for Fishcake. Don't want to imagine what everyone else has. I mean, Saya just bought. Death Slam comes through. Gonna get a catch into a captivating read. So a phenomenal setup here and teamwork out of the Unks, but the damage off the back of that is just not there. Look at the health bars out of melee creeps, and D&B's like, you know what, you guys can fight. I maybe just want to just try and finish this game.
Yeah, it would be so sick. Like, that combo is actually really fun to see. It would be so sick if there's a bit more follow-up, but... Well, it's second stage Patron already, and melee creeps are rushing to finish it. Sub 20 minutes. Can they do it? Can they do it? 5 more seconds. And they're gonna do it. Sub 1956 finish. Melee creeps are the victors of the Night Shift 13. North America.
Holy toxic Ido. What the heck? They must really have beef, chat. Yeah, they're very mad. They're very mad. He used a term I would never use on stream for pooping on someone.
Oh.
So we've got to watch out. We'll give him a warning. Don't worry. We'll give him a warning, an official Night Shift warning. There's no bad manners allowed on our stream. This is a friendly tournament.
I have so many terms I want to say right now to keep guessing what he said, but it's probably going to be worse than what he said. So
I'm gonna stop you right there. We're not getting into Jason's library of dangerous commentary. We're gonna hold the door here for the good people of Twitch television and
my career
our adherence to the terms of service. But what a match, man! Melee creeps stunting on him.
Yeah, I think honestly, if we're to talk bluntly, I don't think we expected the Unks to be able to beat them. Just again, like based off melee creeps being not necessarily like a real team, but the Unks is more of like a stream team. They came together for the Trolley Open. I think they came into this one as well, like being good sports to play. And again, we also saw some great things out of them. Like Deathy had a great lash in the first series of the night. We saw some good stuff out of Zera as well when it came to Holiday. Aiden on Vindicta is always great to see. Lona on Abrams in the last match was also amazing. They had some great like synergy as well, like with the Death Slam into Captivating Reed. Like they had really good setups, but I think melee creeps are just at a different level than them at the moment. But I mean, it's still I still really enjoyed watching them play.
Yeah, I think, it's like I was saying from the first map, there was a lot of like really positive takeaways from how the Unks were trying to play the game. In terms of the macro and the setups, team fight, you can tell that there's a lot of detail to how they're trying to coordinate. And obviously that is really so much about what Deadlock really is at the top level. Yeah, get the basic fundamentals right on the macro, but then being able to add the extra layer in and how to set up and create a good team fight in the kind of chaos of a 6v6 with multiple levels and positionings and timings and old combos and synergies and stuff like that. There's a big noticeable improvement for me when watching them in terms of that. Obviously, I think one of the things that they suffered from in this game is the hero pool. I think that they're so much more limited by their hero pool than the opponents, and I think that ultimately is probably part of why they weren't as competitive. And I think if they had like a more competitive hero pool, if they knew how to run the Ivy more effectively, for example, because the Ivy was a high tier pick they were able to secure in the draft, but they weren't able to properly play around it to maximize it in the way that we see it played in Europe, for example. So small details like that, I think, just if they shore those things up, I can clearly see a path for them to improve even more.
But for me, Dan, I respect the hell of them for playing what they want to play and trying to make it work, because it had success in the Charlie Open. It had some success today as well. I like that they're not kind of just meta slaves and they're playing for enjoyment. They're not playing to be the best team in the world. So they want to play heroes that they enjoy playing, and you got to respect them for that.
And honestly, I think it's actually the genuine right strategy. Like, you've got to pick characters you're really good at if you want to take on one of the best teams in North America. And I think trying to force like playing meta characters if you're not that experienced on them, right? Remember, guys, Deadlock is not a fully professionalized esport yet. I know that's some people in the chat may be surprised to find that these players haven't played every single character in the game at the highest level. And if they want the best chance to win, they might do better to stick to, where they're the most comfortable, where they're the most confident. And we saw that work out for the Unks not only the last map being a lot more competitive, but then also in their opening match, in the challenger match, looking very effective on some of these comfort picks. So I think, talking trash in the Unks is a little bit silly. I think they put up an impressive showing for us, but Melee Creep's just another level ahead, and they did just put a world record speed run down. That has to be a Night Shift record, at least in the money match.
If you wanted to wait, I can look it up, but I'm too lazy to do that. So actually ignore that. I don't want to do it. As we get a nice little skyline there. I think someone was actually trying to go check it. I think that was no. I think was that Solomon or was that Low 2? I think Low 2 wanted to go check actually.
Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that, Jason. Why'd you bring it up?
Saw what? I don't know what you're talking about. Seeing Fishcake do his 1700 or 17,000 player damage, or seeing Zero do 0 objective damage last game. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, nobody saw that. I didn't bring direct attention to that either. Obviously, I would never be so toxic on our friendly, positive, competitive esports stream. But nonetheless, you got to give it to the Creeps, man. They put that work in. They're looking for a more serious contender, frankly, in the next week. I think there's going to be, obviously Sneaky Golem out this week. There's a lot of players floating around in the ether in North America. I mean, even on teams like the Unks, right? Like, the talent is there. It's just a matter of the teams being willing to put the work in, to build a squad, to come together. And I don't think the Melee Creeps looked unbeatable. They were strong this week. They were impressive, but despite that, beat down in the second game, the first match was pretty close. And like you said, that's a team, the Unks, that, isn't grinding the way they are. They're just kind of, playing off their individual competency, and they did make it look quite close in that map. So I want to see more from North America. I want to see what teams can come together and really give Melee Creeps a challenge. But for now, we got to give them their flowers. They are the champs. They do take home the prize pool, and we've got to award them the MVP. So guys, who got the honors in this series?
We don't know. None of us know. we left it up to production to choose. Apparently our replay op says it was RECK. Okay, I'm not going to read that out because it might spell a bad word. It's Fish Cake, of course. Duh. We all knew it was Fish Cake, right? Dan, why did you choose Fish Cake?
So Fish Cake, he's great, guys. He played Shiv, and look at this. Look at this 1v1. He won this.
This was a legendary 1v1, bro. It was like Billy. That's like Billy things. You're like, holy crap, I need a skill to finish this guy off.
There we go.
And just for clarity, we're kind of like having some fun with this because we didn't really see necessarily one player individually stand out massively within the team of Melee Creeps. Everyone just played really well. So it was
for me, it was John going trophy collector after 1600. Like he had it on like 4 or 5K souls here. I think the trophy collector is here to stay. That's been one thing I think we've seen this week. I don't know if it's going to be like necessarily a top tier meta pick item, but I think we're going to see more and more teams working in maybe that one player who can really get value off the trophy collector and kind of greed into the late game.
There is a value in it. I feel like with the way we've seen, I want to say like the meta adapt, right? We talk about the economy of the game so much, and it is a very important factor to it. When you have certain roles within a team that need massive amounts of farm, like your M1 heroes. So in this case, in this game here, Wonder on Ivy. For Melee Creeps, I guess it would be D&B. You have to allocate a portion of the economy to that person. And then you also need to give a portion of your economy to like somewhere that's like a bruiser that's going to be playing the front line, because you need to have like a sturdy front line. Also someone who can maybe chase away their enemy carries. you're very limited in the amount of souls you can have at any given moment. So Trophy Collector, I think, has a possibility to give to a player who doesn't necessarily need a high economy, but needs some sort of economy to be able to play from, because then they don't need to be taking that farm around the map if you're being efficient. But I think it only works on the high level teams, because I would imagine the lower level teams, you're not efficiently taking like all the jungle camps as soon as possible, taking the centers, taking the lane creeps as well. So it's I think a very min-max item for teams.
It's kind of ironic because it is kind of like a pub item, but actually we're seeing that it's best used only in the pro circumstances when it's actually only makes sense, which actually creates the circle of the problem, because it validates it as an item for the lower level players.
But I saw Hoot doing it today. Why is that working for me?
Totally.
Like, believe me, in the ranked games where everyone's about to build Trophy Collector, we need one Trophy Collector, 6 people queue it up instantly. And you know what? Honestly, this is a classic MOBAs, right? You got to fly a little bit close to the sun in terms of like absolutely maxing out your greed. I mean, if you're not playing for like the 80k souls power spike, what are you playing for? Let's be honest. Like that's what we're all waiting for. Plus 60 minutes post, where I really come online with my carry 7 build and start participating.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 0 kills, 0 assists until like 67 minutes in, when I have about 87,000 souls. Then I'm like, okay, it's time to fight.
Although with the Trophy Collector, you kind of got to show up to fights, right? You got to earn those stacks. And so maybe this does, maybe activates people a little bit earlier, ups the tempo of things. We'll have to see a lot of interesting developments this week off of the holiday, rising in the pick rates. But we had a great show. I mean, EU, man, the games were electric, so incredibly close. I think that's the beginning of a beautiful new rivalry between Abrahams and Gooballs. And then, Buffingers are even out this week. So there's like now even more teams to be excited about here in EU. Melee Creeps kind of standing head and shoulders above the competition, but it's great to see some fresh blood as well coming into North America. Seeing some of our top streamers in Deadlock competing here in the night shift as well is always an appreciated joy.
I mean, what's going to happen with Abrahams when Buffingers come back? Because they've now 2 weeks in a row played with Hoot and Obikim. Are they preparing their own replacements when BE graces us with their presence once again?
Maybe they take apocycle and surgery, maybe
I'll just keep gutting the teams below them, and
that's how it goes, man. You gotta take those like up and coming players out of other teams and kind of reforge into new, stronger groups. This is like, for me, this is quintessential early esports. I don't think it's gonna go anywhere. Always, we're gonna see more and more shakeups. But for me, what I'm more excited about than necessarily like a team building a dynasty is just the highest level of Deadlock being played week in, week out here on the night shift. It's always the place you can come to see the top players and what they want to do. And I mean, for me, it's a lot of it's just the fun of like, okay, what new build's going to come online and look dominant at this level? What items are people building? Like, what direction are they going? And just the incredible playmaking that we get to see from players of this caliber is always a pleasure, always a joy here. Just what an amazing week of the night shift. We're always back here every Wednesday, so make sure to mark your calendar. If you like the show, make sure to give us a follow. We're on YouTube, we're on Twitch, and we are live pretty much same time every single Wednesday, man. Pumping Deadlock content straight into the veins.
1 week.
That's where I love my Deadlock content. Straight into the veins.
I don't want to watch that shit. I'm not looking at it. I'm eating it. I'm ingesting it.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, I know, this took a really weird turn. I think that's our moment that maybe we should end the show here before we go down a spiral that we can't recover from.
I'm losing it, guys, but it has been my pleasure. Any final thoughts to wrap up the show before we do say goodbye to all the good night shifters in the chat?
I'll go first. So we have Trophy Collector coming into the mix, which is cool to see. But I want to know, when are we going to have our Green Furnace coming into play that Jake ever so perfectly sported for us on our game night? Because that's the real contender right there.
Well, the only thing I have to add is that we are 1 week closer to release, whenever that is. Every week we get 1 week closer. Cool.
Yeah, definitely excited to see more coming our way. I'm losing it, guys. I'm losing the thread here, but it's been a great show, and I think this is a good moment as any to wrap it up and let me get some food and water into my body. Is probably better sustenance than a game of Deadlock.